Certainly taken a while. Good news is, boys and girls, that we should go from 98 to 70 pretty fast.
Yep.
So hopefully we get our fair share of thick and fast play. I believe someone just had the stream up on their phone.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I reckon it's SARS
Thought I heard our voices.
watching. Oh, not him. But, right then. Well, this is our favourite table. So where all the action seems to be, Henry. And Roman Kolias in again, but he's the covering stack this time round.
A lot of players around that table.
Nando, the one who looks to be all in. This is torturous for you, if you're the one all in. Just want to get it over with.
Yeah.
He's put in 100k over and open.
What is this, cutoff versus button? By the looks of things.
Yeah, but I mean, he's put in dust of a stack, Henry.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a tight range.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're putting it in on the button,
right,
and you've got like an orbit of folding, like that is going to be
right.
Like
It's
aces
like Queen's
and
plus,
kings,
is it?
right? Like,
I was going to say Queen's plus, Ace King, but yeah, probably not even Ace King, is it?
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean it's 4 blinds, whatever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it might not even be Queens. I guess it depends on the opener a little bit, whether it's Queens.
Impossible to see what's happening. We will wait. Maybe. Cannot see.
Well, yeah, which you're making the point there. Normally, players are instructed to remain in their seats, Henry. In this portion, you'll be read out, so the floor can see what's going on. But I feel like they're just not listening here. Well, there we go. It is aces, Henry, against King, Queen. And the player's asking for the Jack 9-10. Well, there's a Jack 5 deuce. And it's a double up.
Not even, well, a little bit of a sweat, I guess, but.
That's the sweat you like when you got the aces. So you're going to get it in. They turn over King, Queen. It's a matchup you feel good about. All right.
Oh, how that hand could have gone down differently. Yoni ruining the party.
No, don't touch, don't touch, don't touch.
Chip saying, oh, there is Mario. There's a few. Mario's out there.
Davudi, here we go.
55 raise, pass.
2 jacks. Again, Henry, it's weird. He probably doesn't want to look down at 2 jacks, does he? We're just happy to look down at nothing and fold.
Oh, luck of getting some coaching from Yoni. I love this.
Wow.
Wow.
8s. Kizu, what's going on?
Wow. All right, my man. All right, Kizu.
I'm confused, Henry.
I mean, I love it. You got Davudi flatting ace king.
No. What's going on here? What's going on here? Seven is the answer. Henry with the pair and the big. Let's go set mining. Wow, how has he folded 2 8s here?
Are you worried that we're going to see an 8 on the flop now?
Well, not particularly worried, but I'm just confused as to why we're folding 2 8s. Tabudi sees King, King 6. Just got to bet this flop. $35K, and it's, you know, Yoni. Theory, Henry, has to continue, but I think will continue for this sizing. But in practice, it's a lot closer than it it looks, right? Davudi's opening up under the gun on this pure bubble.
Yeah.
He hasn't played a hand. It's not like he's got the usual range of under the gun off this stack size.
Yeah, couldn't
But
agree more.
I think Yoni also knows that if he is c-betting ace-queen here, for example, he's probably going to shut it down anyway. So gets the showdown a lot, calls with the 2-4s, sees that ace, he's done. He's finished with this hand. And Davudi won't enjoy that ace himself either, because Yoni is going to have some ace high, I guess, that check calls flop.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you make, James. In theory, you probably want to be calling in practice against the guy that's just flat calling with ace king and, you know, playing pretty snug. Just let go of the 4s. $217K out there.
In before the overbet.
With the 4s. I like it as an exploit. Don't like it in theory, but as you said, James, big difference between theory and in practice.
He's going to do it, isn't he? He's going to do it. Wow. Not a particularly huge bet, but a big bet nonetheless. 175. Going after exactly this sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
9s, 10s, jacks, queens. What are you going to do?
like 80% pot. It's a chunky one.
Can Davudi sniff this out? The jack of diamonds does have some relevance, but like I said, I don't think Yoni's check calling super wild on the flop. But like we just said, like you just said, Henry, this is all about an exploit. This isn't really a game theory spot at all. This is just purely how likely Davudi wants to be to make big calls on this bubble, and how likely is Yoni going to try and push him around.
Yeah. So it's a pretty grim spot here.
Right. I mean, what's taking this line? What hand? I mean,
Yeah.
4s is one.
Like ace X with backdoors, so you have ace X of clubs, ace X of spades. Do they bomb for this sizing? I don't think so. I mean, Yoni does have all the king high flushes. Like he's going to be defending like king deuce of diamonds.
Yoni, Yoni, I love it. Just picking up the fact that Davudi doesn't want to call off chips. Doesn't matter if it doesn't make too much sense, Henry. Doesn't matter if
exactly.
you don't get to have too many hands. If your opponent's going to fold, just bet. Have that, game theory.
There we go. GTO in the bin.
Well, we've got ace king all in here, Henry. Against 2 9s, the ace king is the at-risk player, and the flops come 8-5 deuce.
Never easy.
10 outs. Card to come. 7 on the end, that's it. Everyone cheers, bar this one man. That's the cruelty of this game. I believe, Henry, it is Umit Sadi out in 99th place, pardon me. Umit, the pure bubble. Yeah, it hurts. Everyone's cheering your departure.
That's pretty sick.
And there it is. Bubble burst.
In the money.
Okay, good. Fair enough. If I knew, I just flat.
Harpreet
The who
is the one who did the dirty.
bubble.
Everyone's favourite person.
A6 of
All right.
So, back to normal play.
Yeah, here we go. All of a sudden, ace jack off, under the gun off a short stack. Yep, let's go. Let's start putting some chips in. Let's play some poker.
Larkov still getting coaching from Yoni. I love it. It's like, what would you do in my spot? Yoni was like, what did you have? It's like ace king. Yoni was like, yeah, jam.
Now, I want to see if Davudi changes play style. Because Henry, that last hand with the 2 jacks, it wasn't like he was risking busting out by calling with the 2 jacks or anything
No,
like
he
that.
had the jack of diamonds as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little surprised. I wasn't surprised to see Yoni bluff it, but I was a little bit surprised to see the video potentially still be that inclined to fold. But here we go, look, straight away. I know, this is defending Jack 9 from the big. It's not quite the same thing, but we saw earlier folding ace deuce against a button raise. Now he's calling Jack 9 against under the gun raise. Clearly going to be content to open up a little bit more and, well, needs to fade a 10. Should Hussein allow him to see the turn.
Check.
Expect to see the ace-jack continue on this board under the gun range versus the big blind defend.
59.
Going to be drilling this a lot more than the big blind is. And hand number 1 after the bubble, we hear the old all-in call announced on one of the outer tables.
Keep an eye, Henry, on that number in the top left of the screen. It's going to drop down like a stone. I mean, we got to the 25k big blind level. Was it 839 entries?
Yeah. Wait, what? How many chips to play?
So the average stack is 34 blinds
Is it really?
at the moment. So it's dropped from an average of in the 50s to 34 at the start of this level. And it will quickly get back to about 50, Henry.
I don't know why I'm asking how many chips are in play. Surely
All in.
83.9 million, yeah.
Yeah.
Ripping in ace 7. Kizu will be flatting the 8s this time, taking on the short stack.
Kizu just has to flick in the 7 beans. Looks like he's going to ISO. Does. No, that is a raise.
I'm sorry.
I like it. 8s is kind of grim to flat and then
Showdown.
face a back jam of sorts. Although I don't think like pocket 7s is ever like back jamming, so. Queen 10 tray. Not
Struggles.
looking good for Greben.
Struggles, but got that security blanket on Henry, the $9,335 security blanket. Card away from elimination. And well, I'll have to make do with that 9.3k. Kizu continues to climb, just shy of 2 mil. GG. For Greben, 97th place finisher. So the second to bust out since the money. Dmitry Gromov was the first to get in that payout line.
So, hour of power, boys and girls. I reckon we're going to get down to, I'm going to say 83 end of this level. 9.3 million average stack for final table, James. So, what do you reckon the blind level will be going into it? 200k, 100, 200k?
Yeah, around there. Yeah,
So
45 bigs, 46 bigs. Yeah.
What's that in 15 hours time?
Well, that's in a long time. Yeah, you have to play this one, and then what? 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 more complete levels, plus some of that level, plus all the sort of breaks we're going to have going in, Henry, with you know, the last 2 redraws. But you never know. I mean, some of these players have shown a propensity to gamble, Henry. The average stack might be quite a lot bigger at the start of the final. We just don't know. But all we do know is we do have to get down from 98 to 9. And it is, like you say,
Partway there.
going to be quick to begin with. Yeah, 9,300 is what we're paying now. And the pay jumps, guys, are, well, they're not too significant for a little while.
Small, big and big.
Yeah, the first jump comes at last 71. We go up to 11k. That's 62. We go up to 13k, and every table from there on it will start to climb. It's getting very significant. If you manage to lock up a seat on the final table, you're guaranteed $68,695. But for now, those first 2 tables getting paid out 93, and then the next jump being 11k. It's fairly insignificant at this stage. It'll make no bearing on the style of play. You may see, Henry, when we're down to like 72, 73, someone just tanking before jamming, just seeing if someone bust out on an outer table first, that kind of thing. But
yeah, putting the old 80% of the stack in.
yeah.
Can't disconnect at the table.
We can't.
So no fear of losing power or the internet cutting out.
Why? It's normal.
I don't know why. By rule.
What happened? Who shouldn't get a hand?
Till last card in normal.
Except you.
It was only on the bottom of the first part. Only bottom.
I think there was
60.
some insinuation he wasn't sat down in his seat at the time the hand was out, but the dealer was like, well, he was down by the time the last card came off the deck, which... Yoni wasn't there, though. Well, popping up 7-8 suited, +1. Kizu. Well, I don't want to guess what this man does, Henry, because peel 5 deuce, fold 8s. Hold this hand, you never quite know.
All right, James, question for you, seeing as Yoni just missed a hand. What is the best strategy if you need a toilet break? What hand do you...
I fold my undergun +1 and
+1,
go,
yeah?
and then miss my under the gun and get back for the blind.
Makes sense.
Would be my, yeah. Yeah, it's a good point though, Henry, because they're, well, nearly into 2 hours into today's play, and they've still only just started this level, so they've got a good 45 minutes-ish until the first break. Now, they had plenty of chance when it was hand for hand to go to the toilet. Question is, did they?
That's true.
Did they?
Yeah.
You know? As poker players, we're very much evolved to being able to hold our bladder for precisely 2 hours. When you try and get us to go 2 hours 40, things go awry.
Yeah, 55 minutes when we're back home. Juggle Best saying, nice to see a fellow countryman. Finish legend is on the table.
Who's that then?
30 years old. He's already been called a legend. Legend on the golf course. Talking of golf. 8 minutes?
No. Singles day. It's a lot later today. Ryder Cup Torture is a good 4 hours later today.
Get 2 euros. Pass.
Just looking at the markets. Europe are only a favourite in 1 match.
Are they really?
The 12. That's how bleak it's become. Only Johnny Rahm is a favourite. You can get 2 to 1 on Rory McIlroy apparently. Who would have thought there would ever be a day we could get 2 to 1 on Rory McIlroy winning a match?
What was it? Best just 18 holes, yeah?
Yeah.
Rory's not really exactly been shooting straight, has he?
No, but I mean, I'm backing at 2s. I'm not laying it. Rory versus Xander. Might be, yeah.
How much you got on? 50?
Well, I haven't, but I'm just saying. I'd rather bet it than lay it.
2 pair for Lakov on the river. Wilf with the disguised nuts. I mean, it's checked all the way down to the river.
75.
Snap call.
Nice hand. Not wrong. Larkov, what a boss. And that move with the 2-8s was the best we've seen today. You had to play that bubble well, Henry. In that instance, put max pressure onto Arunas. And then also, Henry, we saw him just... I know it's not the biggest thing, but played that ace-king perfectly from the small. There was a raise from Yoni, a flap from Maxim, and he went pile it in. Ace-king suit, 45 bigs, remove their chance to do anything. Flawless stuff from the Russian. That's just 36 blinds, though. Blinds creeping up as they do. Runa's 10 pigs, but in the money. Yeah, chip chippers, bottom under the table will work too. And you were saying every 55 minutes, Henry. You weren't around in the days before the old sync break online.
Yeah,
These were the days.
Cried this river before.
These were the days. I say these are the days. This was a solid decade of playing online where you had to figure out which tournament was most important. When that went on break, you went to the bathroom and you just sat out the rest of the tournaments. That was it.
Yeah, you've cried this river before.
It was a big part of it. It's like, what's the most important? What are we deepest in? What's like the most equity going?
When it was easy to just... All you had to do was reg a tournament and you'd made money.
Yeah.
And you're complaining about not having synchronized toilet breaks.
It was a great day when that first came in. Christ, I tell you. Shout out to anyone else in the chat who was an MTT online grinder back in the day like I was when that came in. That was one of the best days ever. And all the sites joined up, did the same thing. 55 minutes, bang, off you go. Tell you, it was fun as well. I remember going to the World Series when that was the case, and you know this is back before Black Friday, so Sundays in the villa, everyone would be sitting there playing online, sitting around the table in the living room or the kitchen. Sync break would come, dive in the pool, 3 minutes,
Yeah,
jump back out,
pretty cool.
back to the grind. And those were the days.
Can imagine.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to diving in the sea on the first break, but they've taken it further away from us. What with that prolonged bubble?
Can go for a dip, mate. Can hold down the fort. It's Queen for the Lithuanian. Just picked up 4.5 bigs uncontested.
Henry, I just noticed something. There's an empty coffee cup next to you. What happened to the no coffee before 5 p.m. plan?
Yeah, I was surprised you didn't pick up on that straight away. I was thinking it.
Only because I was thinking about going and getting you a coffee right now. As soon as you said holding down the fort, because I need a boost.
Go on, mate. Yeah, go on.
Can I
You're
get you
good.
can I get you a cappuccino, Henry?
That would be grand.
All
All right.
right.
Thank you.
I'll leave you boys Henry's more than capable hands for a moment whilst we refuel. Because we are 2 hours in and all this talk of toilet breaking, Henry,
It's been a while, yeah.
it's got me. All right, guys, I'll be back in a minute.
Any Americans remaining? Well, James Romero was in the mix this morning. Saw him at breakfast. But the best place, as always, would be to run over to the Poker News website. Get all the live updates of everyone in the field. Got Christian out there working very hard, covering the entire floor. So, Kizu out flopping Wilf. King 10-7 rainbow. Bottom set for the Romanian film director. And Wilf not going anywhere just yet, by the looks of things. Reaches for calling chips. Does just pass up on the 45k invitation. How are we doing, boys and girls? How are the... Well, how's the Sunday grind schedule teeing up? Jungle Best saying, nice to hear you two commentating. So happy to see the world open again and live poker is possible. Yeah, tell me about it. Girl saying hello to my favorite commentators. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing, Carol? Thanks for joining us. I expect a lot of you are just easing into the day, preparing for the Sunday grind. Hashtag never miss a Sunday. 985. Skripkin defending the 7 deuce suited. Video with top pair. Skripkin with a gut shot. Davudi with a very small continuation bet. Seems to be the in thing nowadays, right, boys and girls? Let's bet quarter pot, 1/3 pot on every board. Can't go too wrong. Board pairing on the turn. You can see in the top left-hand corner, lost just 3 players since the bubble burst. Davudi continuing to try and squeeze blood out of his opponent. Back up to 600k. Back up to 24 bigs. Yes, yeah, Viral is still in. He arrived late today, but he is still in the mix. Everyone guaranteed $9,300 for their efforts so far. Ways to go until that next pay jump. A decent pay jump nonetheless, $1,800. Get down to the final 71 players. It's King 5, top pair for the Lithuanian, Wilf with a flush draw. And the range advantage. Wouldn't be shocked to see him fire out continuation bet. He's going to win the pot here. Decent amount of time. But not this time. May need to get there. As James Dempsey gets here with the coffees.
Not just the coffees, I mean, I went to see my favorite barista, and let me tell you, there's some art on this bad boy. Spade's the suit of the day, apparently.
It's impressive stuff. 257 in the middle, 8 high, no showdown. Does decide to try and realize his equity, and well, deuce of clubs on the river. Wilf cannot win by knuckling. Sapitovicus with top pair. Couple of options. I don't actually hate check calling this combo. As we unblock a lot of the bluffs that are going to have to barrel like, I don't know, 10-9, Jack-9. I think they double barrel. I think Queen-Jack, Queen-10, knuckle back. So I don't hate blocking. But I think I check call this combo.
Henry, I see. I don't know if you've tackled whilst I was out Chip Shipper's question about a full boat and a house. I don't know if you've mentioned this, but it dates back to the old riverboat gambling days in America on the Mississippi River. So a full house was a full house, and all the gambling took place on riverboats.
Right.
For the legality, and so the house became a boat because it's a full house. It's like a casino, the house, or a full boat is the boat. So it became a full boat instead of a full house. And for now, forevermore, it's known as a boat. Full boat.
There you go.
Simple as that. At least that's what I believe it to be. Someone might have lied to me, but it goes back to those days of riverboat gambling.
I mean, the story seems legit.
Yeah, even if it's not true, it's a good story. So no one check the if that's right, please. Just leave it as it is.
Kizu with ace jack in the big. Gonna defend. Kizu hasn't exactly been the aggressor pre-flop in most spots.
55.
I feel wrong drinking this coffee, Henry. I'll just look at it.
I'm worried about whether or not it has sugar in it.
Oh no. Oh. Boys. I've had a mind meltdown.
That's all right, we're going on break in like 10 minutes, right?
But,
Yeah, maybe not.
who has sugar in a coffee anyway, guys? Help me out here.
Kizu gonna continue. Does have the best of it. Lack of picking up a gut shot. Checks through.
I can't help it, Henry. I can't do half a job. I'll be back in a minute.
What do you think he's doing out there, boys and girls? Oh, Kizu gonna win at showdown with the ace jack. Wow. Yoni loves a suited ace, this man. Just tell he's a PLO player, can't you, boys and girls? Lakov gonna defend. Not been the best hour or so for him. It's up to around about 1.1 mil. Couple of hands not going his way. Checks through on the King Jack 9. Legend. Turn probe would have worked. Yoni with the range advantage and the best hand, although these boys are gonna chop.
Yoni doesn't do chops.
Ace-6 good. Yeah, not the best hour for lack of a needle from someone at the table saying 95% chance we chop. A couple of people saying no sugar. Yeah, I mean, each to their own. I'm hungry more than anything. I think I'm going to skip the beach.
I'm thinking the same thing. I'm pretty peckish.
I could eat a baby horse right now.
Oh dear. No horses left after your eating the other day. Victoria says, damn, they start early. Is Manig still in? First of all, they start early. Start midday here, but obviously we're clearly a few hours ahead of wherever you are. Our stream started at 1 here. We're on a 1 hour delay. We're actually on like a 55-minute delay, something like that.
You online grinders.
And Manig, no, I don't believe Manig is still in. Pretty sure he was not a factor coming into today. We play down to a final. It's a slog today. Boys and girls, it's a slog.
Oh
Henry,
boy.
if you're in the mix here, and you do get down to the last 3 tables, the last 2 tables, the adrenaline pulls you through it.
That's true.
Marunus, King 10 popping up from the hijack. Kizu, oh boy. Gonna take this one north.
North of the wall.
North of the wall. Yeah. Asking questions about some others. Omaha for all still in, as far as we know, still in. Poker News is the place for updates, guys, if you do want to check on players from the outer tables. But be warned, if you do check Poker News, you may inadvertently spoil yourself bust outs from here, because I know the bust outs are up to date on Poker News. And so if someone busts it out on the feature table, you'll know about it in advance. So.
Oh, is that the case? Is it?
Yeah, so don't look too far down the list. Don't look at the bust outs unless you potentially spoil it here. For that reason, we always try and answer as many of those sort of questions, who's in, who's not, as we can. Sure, once we get closer, Henry, to the more important stage towards the final table, we'll have those guys hold up with posting bust outs for that reason. Don't want you guys getting ruined.
Spraggy still in? No, Spraggy never makes it past level 1 of pretty much any tournament he plays. To ask if he's still in on day 3. Kind of ridiculous.
And well, a couple of questions here. Too good asking, is the crazy French guy from yesterday still in? No. And then another question saying, is Yo still in? Yes. Yo is still in. Yo's made it into the money. To save you guys the potentially spoiling it for yourselves, I can actually reveal that sadly some big names have started to fall. I'm gonna announce them as and when we get there on the stream. So so as not to spoil, but there are some bigger names beginning to tumble. But that, I mean, what's the let's see what's the number say in the top left here, Henry, as we start this.
92, I think it said 92, 93.
93, yeah. So only a handful of busted out so far, but there are some names we've been asked about, Henry, in the sort of next tranche of bust outs. Big Alex saying his name is pronounced Kishu. All right, Kishu. If that's right, thank you, Big Alex.
Big out.
I'll go Kishu. Now, if I'm saying Kishu not quite right, then correct me again. Like I say, we always want to know the correct way, guys. So if you hear us manga names again, oh, the commentators are getting it so wrong. Oh, just let me know. I'm always going to try and get it right. It's a matter of respect for the players involved that I always try and get the names right. I'm not that much of a Englishman that I'm just going to bumble through and anglicize every name. I thought maybe Kizu because I know it's not Italian, but I see the CH. I can't help but see. Say it's a hard K as opposed to Kishu. So thank you for correcting me.
Zolu 2.5 Milski.
Yeah, we saw him here yesterday, Henry, on our feature table. Waving to the fans. All right.
Some live poker with the boys. 93 left. Not as many bust outs as I expected, James. I felt like...
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
It's a good coffee, Dempsey. Well done.
Our man doesn't let us down. Tell you what, boys and girls, if you do find yourself here in the Merit, there are many a place across the whole property to get a coffee. But our main man, I do forget his name, the head barista down here in the tournament room, the bar there. You can find him. He's wearing the snazzy barista's apron. You find him, you make him a quick friend, and he will take good care of you when it comes to your coffee needs.
Yeah, it really does. He's very on it as well. As soon as I get to the bar, it's like, what do you need?
He has not disappointed me. I made a mistake of going to the other bar, just a few meters away, just in the cash game room earlier, to get my first coffee of the day, which is the key coffee, Henry. I live by my first coffee of the day, and well, I did myself a disservice. And then I saw my main man whilst I was drinking this inferior coffee and hated myself for it. Let's have a quick look, Henry. See how the chip counts are being reported on from the outer table. See what big stacks we're looking at.
You want to see what Vlad's up to, do you?
Well, Vlad's got 2.85. We've got here over 2 as well. There's now what 10 players basically at 2 million. One of them being Sergio Ido.
Up the boys.
Dominic Pankup also over 2 million. Celia Chicago is how I'm probably going to mispronounce that name for now. Is showing as the chip leader.
Can you imagine we just get final table, Yoni, Panka, Ido, and Vlad?
Yeah. We're just going to stab Henry with the 4. 7 would be what we in the business call disaster. Skripkin checks. So going to be hard to get there for this one. Actually missed the action up until now, but.
Oh, so Yoni collecting up all the 1K chips.
Colour up in Kamane.
Yeah, feel free to clip what I said about Spraggy and send it to him. I'm sure he will be most upset. Oh no, wait. Spraggy actually knows how to take a joke.
Henry's the big man when people aren't here to defend themselves, you know, he just fires these shots. Skripkin on the button, King 8. Raising up to 50 beans. Wearing a few more layers than yesterday. Seems like he's in a different temperature than everyone else. Completely covered the sunglasses down. Always had to take the sunglasses up just to be able to look. What's going on here, Henry? He's not quite settled in yet. He asks.
He's got the hoodie up, glasses on.
Yeah, he's
boy.
undercover, and wow, he's about to win a lot more chips on this King 5 deuce flop.
So a few more bust outs, James. 93 down to 88.
Yep, they're falling, Henry. Let's have a look. In fact, Henry, we've lost a pretty big name in 90th. Victor Ustamov. Out he goes. We lost Balas Samodi as well, who was one of the ones involved in. Did he double on the bubble, or he knocked someone out on the bubble? I think. Ooh,
Oh wow!
8 on the river for Skripkin. And Earl's gonna have a nasty surprise here. Oh, he's bet very small, 65k. It's almost an inducing size. He's going to see a raise.
282 out there. Snap call. Snap call, doesn't even ask. He's called.
Yeah.
How much?
200 the bet. Well, could have been worse. That's the only thing we can say about that.
You got 15 over there?
Started the hand with 40 bigs. It may well have gone bet, bet, bet. Could have lost a huge pot. Oh. Unusual, Henry. For those of you with your ears pressed firmly to the speakers, or headphones, however you're listening to myself and Henry, Christian says, after the upcoming break, this table will be returning to the future table. So usually we mix it up every 2 levels. I'm not quite sure why we deviate from that, but there we go. These guys will be back here for more action.
Glad to hear it. I do like this bunch.
I mean, the one thing I will say, Henry, is that the turnover's been quite quick. We've had quite a few players come through this table, so it's not like it's, you know, yesterday where you're going to be on the table for a particularly long time. I mean, it's a little different this deep. It may well be just the way the tables are going to be breaking, Henry. I don't know.
That would make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah. In all honesty, maybe they've looked at the 3 tables that aren't going to break, or 4 tables, and gone, you know what? This might be better action for us viewing than some of those tables. The rest might break, so we'll just keep it simple.
Wilf outflopped. Then finds it on the turn. See if Kishu sticks around. Kind of an annoying one. Yeah, you're always going to keep him honest for one. Unblocking diamonds, yeah, ace 10, ace jack. Those types of hand, going to want to start barreling on a king. Someone asking who's the Party Poker Pro? James Dempsey. It's the voice of James Dempsey. If you talk about the Party Poker Pro wearing a patch at the table, that is Joni Jukamayan, part of the Finnish Armada. Very well known to many. High stakes PLO pro.
Yeah, PLO specialist, but just dabble in the hold'em tournaments because, hey, why not?
Got a funny feeling this might get looked up. And 4-1 on a call.
Yeah, Kishu with a pair, and the man doesn't like to fold pairs. Who does like to fold pairs?
Need to be right 20% of the time.
Once it's in your hand, it's a lot easier to call.
Unblock diamonds. Block queen, jack, queen 10, but such an attractive price. Who bluffs for this sizing though, Dempsey?
Well, exactly that. Guess the bad news kicks him into a muck, but Henry still got 2 milli. So Wilf doing very nicely on this table. He's
He
kind
is
of
indeed.
been involved in a lot of hands, and I think he'll have a lot of confidence, should we say, from the first block of time at this table. Well, players are going on a break. When we come back, it's going to be 15:30. We're going to keep it with these guys. Shebanez had the shoulders with 8 blinds when we return, but Zulu leading the way here. Millions Cyprus main event, day 3. Scary. 8 from the Wonga. And, well, Wolf, ace 10 in the small. Is he going to try and put pressure on? Yeah, thinks better of it, and rightly so.
Ooh.
Oh, here we go, my boy. Sorry, Billy, I don't want to root against the Billy fans here, but I've just chosen Yoni as my boy. And he looks down at the butchers, Henry. Billy popping it up. Off
There's no right way to play jacks.
17 blinds. And imagine that you get here, you get to the peach table, you're on the bubble, and you're up against legendary Party Poker Pro. And he 3-bets you here in a moment, out of the big blinds. What else can you do but go with it? You know he's going to try and take advantage, Henry. Well, that's taking advantage. Rips it in. Billy, take a moment, but not much you can do here, Henry.
No. No, this is pretty grim.
There's a few hands you do have to raise call with. This is one of them.
Wow.
Makes
15
the
and a
call,
half.
and yeah, face says it all, Henry, and you see the butchers. Yoni in great shape to extend that stack, to get over the million chip mark. Billy Irvine needs it on the bubble, Henry. As an Arsenal fan, I'm sure he's used to a bit of disappointment.
Wow, that's just uncalled for, James. Yeah, you're just praying to see tens or, I mean, ace king, ace queen there.
9, 6, 4, no use. But Henry, he's got the jack of hearts. There's chances. Ace of diamonds, no additional. Reduced. It's just this one last card. Not to beat. Billy Irvine taps the table. Unlucky, my man.
Ah,
That's a tough one.
that is a tough one. I feel for him. Why don't we come back to the money, boys and girls, so we don't have to see that kind of pain?
Yeah.
No one deserves that. See, now I'm in your camp, James. I was all for it until I saw it.
It's just a little cruel. Right. Shame for Billy. Also, a point of admin for you guys. When we do get down to the hand-for-hand portion, which is one player away, I do believe I'll just be doing like a 2-minute run-offs, Henry.
2-minute run-offs.
So hand-for-hand, I believe. So the clock will stop and every hand, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, I can't remember what they do, but no, this is a hand that Shebanez is going to go with ace queen, a very different proposition to the ace 7 we saw a moment ago. And
It's going to get up.
Yeah, Wilf, king queen suited, more than good enough to call. I mean, you're going to be up against jacks, 10s, 9s. And you're going to call 120k more to win 270.
Yeah.
Off a 1.2 million stack. He ain't
Wow.
folding. Shebanez looking good for the double up, Henry. Just got to fade the butcher.
I mean, you see the king queen, like, your stomach still turns inside out.
That's pretty safe. A spade can make it safer. An ace would really make it safe.
Just dead on the turn, eh?
No, there you go. There's the spade. Reducing just the 2 outs. 95% to double up, and oh, there is the ace, just for the ruffles. Just
Never
for fun.
easy though.
Well, breathe a sigh. Got 20 bigs. Henry, you're speculating about potentially metaphone for money with 8.5. With 20, you're all but there. Q spammer saying, a couple of hands back, Henry. Greben, King 10 of diamonds on the button. Not going to play this, I wouldn't have thought.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you got an open and a flat on the bubble of, what, 13, 14 blinds. There's no reason to get involved with King 10. Yanni really, really going after this, though. Kizu.
Wow, this is out of the small blind.
Kizu loves it. Kizu wants to see flops. There we go, you can hear. He must be down to 101. Floor telling the dealers to hold up after this hand.
Dempsey, I'm so confused. He's flat with the 5 deuce out the small.
It's Kizu, man. He's got a couple of suited cards, go multi-way. I mean, those watching last night, we know our boy Kizu likes to get in the mix. He won a monster pot with 9-10 off late on last night, and here we go. Flops the open ender on 8-4-3. Yanni try to get one through. Well, it's actually not the worst flop in the sense, Henry, that the other two shouldn't really connect with 8-3-4, should they?
No.
So here we go.
And he does a good job unblocking a lot of their hands.
Yeah.
Because he is open jack deuce.
He goes reasonably big. 100 to 175. I mean, Davudi's flat, trying to make this low risk. He's missed. This is his excuse to fold. Tell his friends, well, I gave it a go. I played the ace king suited. I missed. If he does fold, which I expect he will, Henry, somehow Yanni's made his king fold. He's going to get 5 deuce to call. I had the best of it.
I'm so confused, man. I understand getting out of line. It's absolutely fine. But the 5 deuce, it's a bit...
This is getting to showdown, isn't it?
3-7-5 in the middle. I think Yanni probably knuckles this, right? Like,
yeah.
Chizu has... Well, if he has 5 deuce, I mean, he has like deuces through 9s that just, maybe even 10s that just like flat call.
Yeah, I think this is getting to showdown. Checks it back. River pairs the 8, and again, I think both, you know, Chizu's going to be happy to check. Expect to beat a bunch of ace highs. And Yanni, oh, probably will think he can't win. Oh no, here we go. He's going to...
Oh, it's like blocking river.
And he's going to win the pot, Henry. Isn't he? It just looks like...
Just looks like 9s.
Sevens, yeah, exactly.
This is such an unorthodox line, like such a strange hand.
The games are curious over here in Cyprus, boys and girls.
Well, Yanni, let's go over winner. Chizu up to 1.65.
Bizarre hand.
Sapitovicus with the aces himself. These short stacks, they keep waking up with aces, James. Could be a long old bubble.
Log off. Flats 2-8 on the button. Yanni in the big. Henry with a well, potential squeeze spot.
I mean, fair play, my man.
Yeah, good fold that.
The difference of knowing when to squeeze and when not to squeeze.
Yeah, a lot comes down to how likely you think your man is to open off just over 20 bigs here and potentially be trying to sneak one through.
Yeah.
And clearly, Yoni is thinking, well, maybe not that often, and he's right, because it is that small part of the range that is raise calling Henry. Ray's getting it in. And checks through the aces on Jack 6-4. Markov checking back his 8s, and a 4 on the turn means he may well get a street here. Maybe even 2. 50k, easy call from Larkov as played.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Unless he's thinking about like a really small raise here, Henry, to try and get a showdown and deny, but no, okay, he does go with the flat, far more standard line, and both players so far doing absolutely nothing wrong. Jack repeats. I don't think with aces we're too worried about the jack, but it is a concern. I mean,
Based off of the turn body language and like...
yeah, and just being called by Larkov is going to obviously... Welcome back to the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa here in beautiful North Cyprus. This is, of course, the $5,300 buy-in main event, and we are now in the money, and comfortably so. 15k, 30k when we kick this level off. And our cast of characters remains unchanged. Zulu leading the way, 73 blinds. Him and Danu Kishu leading, well, the only two over 50 bigs. Everyone else below, Yoni and Sar, just a smidge. It's going to be a big level or two for a lot of these players. Now we're in the money. Well, the average is $1 million. It's still relatively shallow after that bubble. Yeah, average, what, 33 blinds. So we expected a flurry of bust outs, but perhaps after the bubble burst, it didn't really materialize that way, but we have lost, what, 14 players in what was the last sort of 40 minutes of that level, so it's a reasonable rate of attrition. But once again, with the blinds going up, I expect to see that increase. And of course, James Dempsey joined, as we have been all week, at the hip together.
At the hip.
With Henry.
Yeah, been at the hip for quite some time now. What a great event to come back to the live scene. Oh, 700k up top ski. Oh, just shy. 700k.
$60k pop up. That's the min raise from Runus. And getting it round to Zar in the big blind. Looking at 9-5 off. May just complete this one. Does. Get it through. Nice pickup.
We are back. Supernovae straight in there. Got the bottles of water. Keep us going.
Yeah, me and Henry both went out for a feed in that break. Didn't really materialise, did it, Henry? No food.
Well, I think we both grabbed the same thing, a banana.
Yeah, timing off there with the reload, shall we say, of the buffet. It's closed for those few moments. So we did the next best thing: walk down to the beach.
I'm sure chat won't mind us stepping out for 15 minutes at some point if things get dire.
Open shove. What's the min cash? Min cash 93.35. Players guaranteed that payout. And, well, I'm sad to say that some of the players busting.
Yeah, go on.
84 remaining. Questions were asked about James Romero. He finished in 88th. And Henry won to upset the bookies. Out in 85th. Artur Martirosyan
Wow.
was smashing the field to bits. Had 2.6 million in chips, but he's out in 85th. Picking up 9,335. Big names falling. Shabanezad, well, probably not going to fall here. Ripping in ace-queen from +1. Larkov rejamming king-queen suited. And this is the second time he's had this matchup, right? Doubled up once ace-queen against king-queen. I think against Sarwolf, there you go, so same as before.
Seen this before. Keep running ace-queen into king-queen, you'd
Be a very rich man.
Yeah, you're going to do all right.
Again.
Similar flop as well, right?
Yeah, kill it with a... Well, I was to say, help himself out with a heart, kill it with an ace. He couldn't kill it with an ace this time because it would have given a gut shot draw. He had no kill outs, but...
Ace on the river again?
Ooh, picture card. You don't want to see picture cards, but if it's going to be a picture card, a spade is the one you want to see.
Wow, Larkov, James. Danger zone.
Yeah, down to about 16 blinds, I think, after that.
So we start prop betting on the side.
13 blinds, wow. Even more dire. Larkov, you had your man with the favourite hand last night, Pizarro. I think. Oh no, you had Costa with his ace-4 line, but for me, the best hand we've seen so far in this tournament. Larkov ripping the 8s on the bubble,
Yeah, that's pretty
on the
nice,
river.
though.
Getting the boots to fold. Well, this is the man who folded them, and he's doing all right. Ace Queen 20 bigs. Questions in the chat about Yo Viral. Yo Viral still in the mix. He's in the cash, and actually, Henry, on the break, I had a little roll around the tables, see what was going on, and I saw he's sharing a table with Sergio Ido as they go sunglasses apiece.
Oh, that's brilliant.
No, that's got king 3. I mean, what? Wait. Okay. What's going on?
There's some chuckles at the table, at least.
I thought that would have been a misread or something. If you looked at the king twice, or God knows.
So go on. So you're saying I interrupted you, Yo's?
Yes. Yo and Ido are on the same table. And, I've no doubt that if that's the case in 2 hours, they'll be our feature table because that will be a fun one to watch.
Oh, fantastic news! I love receiving good news.
Oh.
So in the booth, it's made my day.
Woo! You gonna share?
I just a mate of mine from back home, non-poker friend. It's just he applied for a job month pre-pandemic, and then it all got put on hold for a year and a half, and he's starting tomorrow, James. So, dream job. He's been waiting for it. You know me, I don't know much about the real world out there, but he's pretty excited, so I'm excited for him.
Here we go.
Shabanajad in the big, dominated. Getting a good price. Can't really go too wrong with Jack 10-0. could get in trouble on a 10 high flop. SPR less than 3 going to the flop. And well, 10 apiece. Kishu with the nut kicker and running nut clubs for dessert. Knuckles back. Shabanajad checks once more. And well, I think Shabanajad could probe himself to death here. Well, not quite to death, but...
Not to death, but give himself a little cut.
Bet 55.
Very small bet.
Okay. Will we see a little
No.
race ski?
No.
No?
She was just going to call this one.
Think he's going to fold this one?
Just the call.
Just the
Henry.
call announced.
Just the call.
120? 130? It's calling out. Cutting out the calling chips.
And Shabanajad right now, Henry, he's loving this tank. He thinks Jack 10 definitely good. Please call, he's going, please call me.
Oh, I hate these spots, man. It's just like...
And then you see them go, what? What's that? And they reach and turn their cards over. You're like, that can't be good news.
The old-fashioned, unintentional nit roll. So those are the chip counts. 2 players over 2 mil ski.
Over 2 mil.
That very strange hand yesterday, James, has got to go down as one of the weirdest hands of the year.
Yeah. It was a very bizarre end to the day last night. Anyone watching the, was it 4-5 way limped, 9-5 off, 10-9 off, King 7 off, all limping in, and 6-6-8 board. The King 7 bets. Kishu calls with 9-10. The small blind over calls 9-5. The 7 rolls off. Then somehow, out of nowhere, the King rolls off on the river as well. A lot of chips are put in the middle. Kishu was the one who came out all the better for it.
$15K, $30K, a third of a starting stack. Spitivacus with the 8s. Gonna RFI.
60.
And 1 seat over. Snap calling. It's got the Queen of Hearts. Maybe a little jack ski tucked in there. Maybe a little king. Could even be
Pass. Pass.
a couple of pips down.
Pass.
Little Queen 9 of Hearts. Why not? Glasses on.
Serious
Under the gun
business.
versus +1. And well, Jack 10 deuce, 3 clubs. I am going to say has at least an open ender.
Say at least the gut shot.
Check. Check.
Checks through on the turn. See if Lithuanian fires out a small bet. 4th nut flush.
Pass.
Max saying, I love the sounds of Yo Viral, always in the mix. I mean, he's out there.
Plays.
Struggling to figure out when the guy sleeps, to be honest with you. It's in the high-stakes cash games.
Well, he sleeps through level 1, Henry, because as you weren't listening earlier, he ran past me on the way here, and we were on an hour delay. So it gives you an idea of how late he was.
Pass.
Sorry, boys and girls. Ace 7-0.
Pass. Pass.
82 remain. Which means
75.
I can answer the question I see in the chat of whether Wojtek is still in, because he's not. He's just busted an 83rd place. Wojtek, Martirosyan, Romero, Ustamov, all busting. Not long after getting into the money.
Fold. Check. 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 Check.
No action down the streets. And no stab. Wolf, way the best of it. Must know that.
$75. Pass.
Wolf's been very active this feature table. Ducking and diving on the bubble. Healthy stack, 40 bigs.
Pass.
Lock off ace queen down to just 13 beavers. And puts them all
All in.
in the middle, 395k.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Okay.
385.
Clean.
385.
But 300.
385.
In the big, Henry, 13 blinds, ace 9, he's got a decision.
I don't think this is much of a decision, in my opinion.
Up against +1. Very different to a late position jam here, but who wants to take the gamble on?
It's reaching for calling chips. Akov smiling. He's happy. Doesn't mind the tank.
Yeah, tank's good news. Anything but an absolute snap is good news. A lot of the hands at tank call will be hands like ace 9, ace 10, king queen. Well, fold, lock off. Also, no problem taking that down.
Pass. 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 Pass.
They were saying Andrea Ricci in or out. I haven't seen Andrea for a few days, to be honest with you. I saw him in a satellite very early on in the 2K. I believe he won a seat into the 10K. Didn't make the money.
Yeah, not showing the chip counts, Henry.
Sorry?
Not showing in the chip counts.
65.
Showing in the chip counts announced. Really nice guy, Andrea. Big fan. Absolute gentleman. Young, up-and-coming Italian superstar. Fresh off a hefty six-figure score. Taking down the World Series of Poker Circuit main event just a few weeks ago.
Henry Arunas here. 13 bigs, Queen Jack of Hearts facing the Shevchenko open from the hijack. These two have been short on this table for a few hours. Should know each other's games a little bit by now, and I guess he's thinking it's time to gamble up. Try and flop a piece, but Shevchenko's been very patient himself, so Mayfield could easily be dominated here. Henry with the Queen Jack suited, and looks like probably the only player you consider folding this against. I think everyone else would definitely be flatting, but he's still going to flat. He should, Henry.
Yeah, I think
Queen Jack
so.
suited, but obviously the only person you consider folding it to.
Call.
On the button, pardon me, on the small blind. We'll continue with sixes, and Kishu with ace 3 in the big also calls. Can't work it out, Henry. Folded ace 7 in the big, so a heads up pot. Now calls to take it 4-way. The man's an enigma. Nine, 5, 5. Couple of hearts. Arunas with overs and flush draw. Should check round to in. Shevchenko with just pot behind, but 2 4s on this board. Not very enticing.
Check.
Swing and a miss, eh? I say swing and a miss. Issue ace of hearts. It's a bit of a kiss. Got to have some overpairs here as well. Oh, not overpairs, sorry, some pairs. You know, 6s through 10s.
It just strikes to me, Henry, that it's good enough to start going betting. We run into a 9 with flipping. I'm going to put chips in with this hand. Only got 2x pot. Snap call from Earth for just the 65k pet. And Kishu with the ace of hearts. Looks like he's thinking as well.
Pass.
Pause in the mark. Glasses back on. These two.
Wow.
Check.
He hasn't got there yet. Arunas, does he fire the second bullet? Bet very small on the flop. Still has overpot behind, slightly awkward. Hugo does check it back. An ace rolls off on the river. Urs somehow got to this river with the best hand. Checks it once more. And, well, it's hard for Arunas to have too much. Like, ace that bets this flop? I mean, you flat and open from a 20 big blind stack. This is just a weird hand all in all, Henry.
It really is. He's going to need to bet in order to win it. He knows it.
Yeah.
420 out there. Kind of comes across as the type to not fold in this spot. But it is the bet check bet line being used as a bluff, James.
Yeah, but the board, I mean, it's one of those ones that it is, but the board's obviously changed with the ace. But, I mean, in theory, he shouldn't have too much ace-x, but I don't know if Ur's really going to... Ur strikes one of those guys who's going to be like, oh, well, he's probably bet with like, the nut flush draw and got there, or...
Countering out, of course, staring down his man.
Really, I mean, the ace-king, ace-queens of the world are going to raise pre, even the ace-jacks. And what hands bet the flop, check turn, and have an ace in them? Just does look a lot like Miss Hearts,
Wow.
and he makes the call.
Showdown.
He's very happy. When you make the call, Henry, you see if your opponent turn over the Jack of Hearts first card. You're like, this looks good. This is like I'm about to win this pot.
Grabs the chips, throws the cards in the middle.
Boss. Ah.
Default. No? Default.
Yoni and
For me, default.
Yoni and Larkov discussing the
Cover me, it would be great. But
discussing the 2-8s, Henry. The play of the day so far. I'm going to say the play of the tournament so far. On the bubble, ripping the river on a Jack 6-4-4 Jack board with 2-8s, making Arunas fold the aces. Speaking of 2-8s, that's what Davudi's looking down here. 20 bigs. Yoni's opening up +1. There's not too many easy spots, this lad, Davudi.
Fold. Pass. Pass.
And he comes in.
Pass.
He ain't folding 4-5 suited, Henry.
I think you're right.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Pass.
Surely some jokes to be made there. Maybe we'll save it for the final 3 tables.
Well, I didn't expect that to happen.
I did.
Pass.
Great name. The name's
Mr.
Mr.
Can you not pass, please?
Yoni and Amir Mohammed battling out once again. Yoni with the best of it on ace king deuce.
Another one of those where, in theory, sizing ace of diamonds in position. Maybe you want to peel one off.
Call.
In practice, James Dempsey. How are we doing?
Well, board's getting worse and worse for Davudi.
Yeah, I was going to say, not the best turn card for Yoni. King, Queen, Jack 10.
Right.
Getting there.
Checks through, diamond arrives. Still the same holds true, Henry, although not too many flushes Davudi has here flatting. The Jack 10 of diamonds you'd expect would have bet. The Queen Jack of diamonds may have done something already. The Queen 10 of diamonds. There's not many options for a flush. Really not many hands that can call either, Henry. This still plays nicely as a bluff catcher. Davudi with a contender. Can't really have much worse. Henry, I mean, does have a diamond after all. But like I say, not the best board to be repping a flush on, just given the ace king are on board.
Wow.
Yeah. You got bluff sometimes, and
115.
this combo, he decides it's a good one to go with, Henry. He only has plenty of weak one pair hands, right? Queen 10, Queen Jack potentially, King Jack, King 10.
It's tough to fold top pair, but against
Right.
the Davudi, who has just been so snug.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't made many actions down the streets. It's the first time Yoni's faced this action. I mean,
Really wouldn't surprise me to see Yoni fold here.
right.
I've already folded in my head.
Yeah, it'll be an exploit fold, obviously. Like ace 10 is a hand you're going to want to call with here in theory. You're going to have, like I say, those King X and Queen X hands that you could be here with that end up folding.
Yeah.
But it's just, like I say, it's just weird. There just aren't many flushes. Like, nice. I think it's I think it's not a bad fold at all from Yoni. From what we've seen, Henry, you can get on board with it. As it is, it's Davudi making some moves, making Yoni fold an ace.
Yeah.
Boom. The second nut one pair.
Yeah.
Yoni put in the bin.
I think it's fine in theory. It's tough to think of hands that bluff there. Like King Jack, King 10 should never have King Jack, King 10 O with the King of Diamonds on board, right? So it makes it impossible for that to be King Jack or King 10 of Diamonds. Queen Jack, Queen 10 of Diamonds, Jack 10 of Diamonds doesn't make sense because obviously they bet turn. Yeah, weird one.
Yeah.
Very weird one. Need him to be turning like ace 5 into a bluff, like ace 5 suited.
But it doesn't strike me as the guy's going to be flattening ace 5 suited, Henry.
Yeah.
You need to be turning 8s, 9s, 10s into a bluff, really.
Ah, you're only saying 1-1. I think he just found out he got bluffed
Yeah.
because he bluffed the 4s earlier on against.
Maybe. I don't know if he knows yet, but
No, he just said 1-1.
yeah, he said 1-1, one hand each. I don't know if he said one bluff each. Like,
Ah,
they played 2 hands. It's 1-1.
70.
Yeah. He said he had a pair.
Pass.
Yeah. Well, now he knows.
Pass.
Yeah, when you hear one pair, you're like, oh dear, whoops.
You're only saying 8s and 9s. I beat. That's pretty much it.
This is the Party Poker Live Millions main event coming to you from the Merit here in Crystal Cove. This is day 3 of our 4-day tournament. We crown a champion tomorrow, Henry, but for now we must whittle down these remaining 77 down to our final 9. It's going to take some time.
In it goes, boys and girls.
13, Queen, 10 diamonds on the button, yeah.
Could limp this option, by the way.
My man's not limping, my man's ripping.
All in.
385 all in announced.
Pass. Call.
Snap from Yoni, and it's the fake flip, Henry. You're loving life when you get snapped with Queen, 10 diamonds, and it turns out you're a 50-50 away from a double up.
You only just said fair fight.
9-4-4. Not so fair now. Larkov does have some back doors there, Henry. With the 9 of diamonds on board. No. Someone said Jack of Spades. 3 of diamonds is pretty spicy. Do you think it's coming? Well, that was a red one, but the wrong one. Yoni up to 1.7. Alex Lakov out the door, Henry, but I think he played the best hand we've seen today.
Yeah. Enjoyed having him at the feature table.
Sit open.
Talkative and exciting style of poker from him, in my opinion. So Yoni with the KO up to 1.7. Up to 1.7 Milski. What a weird old game, eh? Fold the best hand. Just one hand prior.
All in.
Next hand, win a flip to win more chips.
Pass. Pass.
The old fake flipperoo. So, Shabanajad. Jacks under the gun. I mean, this guy has been patient. He has been ducking and diving. Wakes up with the 2 red hooks.
Call. Pass.
And
Pass.
with the aces.
Pass.
So, on their backs. Get shown the bad news. 18%, 5 cards to come. How's your luck? Couple of spots away from a pay jump as well. 75 left, 71, 2K ladder. Ace in the window. Things are looking very bleak. Running jacks needed. Dead on the turn. And up to 3 million. Don't forget, boys and girls, final table average being 9 million.
Sit open.
So with average for 27 left. In a great spot. Seat open announced, couple of bust outs.
Give blind hunter, please.
Just checking the poker news updates. Casper, Pizarra, a few of you asking.
All in.
Nursing a 1 Milski stack.
Pass.
Sapitovicus with the open jam. Stoyan Danjev also nursing a 1 million chip stack. Few bust outs that I can reveal to you all whilst we wait for Cheshu to make his decision. Nikolai Blinov out in 75th. Dan Semenescu out in 77th. Sonia Veronica Shikinica out in 80th. And for those of you that weren't already here, some of the big names: James Romero, Laszlo Boytash, Artur Martiroshin, all with the min cash. Bubble Boy, Umit Sadi couldn't win a flip for his tournament life on the bubble.
Small blind, please.
So, back to the action. Let's see who the new players are going to be that get brought to the table.
Pass. Pass.
Yeah, a couple of people asking
Okay.
or mentioning the shuffler that is built into the table. And Supernova correctly pointing out these are RFID cards. All the cards have an RFID chip in them. Players place them on the table. Everyone has an allocated slot. And then the cards are transmitted to our tech team, which then obviously brings them to our screens. And they are a bit bigger, a bit heavier than most cards,
Pass.
and not suitable for the shuffle machines. So Wilf with the hijack open. You're only one seat over with the two red ladies.
Pass.
Gonna take it down. Only up to 1.8 now. Cruising along. Everyone guaranteed $9,335. We are closing in on that first pay jump. It's not a small one. 1,800. Third of a buy-in.
25.
So back-to-back hands. Wilf with the open. And Yoni with the legit 3-bet. Wilf opening 2.5x.
240 raise.
And Yoni making it 240k. Again, wow. Skripkin with the ladies. This could be a big one, boys and girls. Classic flip for 40. I just don't think there's any way Yoni gets away from this. You're welcome. Chat. Should say thanks for the infocasters. You're more than welcome. But anyways, back to the action.
All in.
All in announced.
Pass.
Red chips, use K, 1K, 100K. Good.
Asking what the red chips are.
Pass.
So we saw one ace folded.
Pass.
Yeah, Yoni doesn't like it, but he does make the call. This is a huge pot. Yoni Ukamayan with the ace-king against Skripkin. 2.4 million out there. If Yoni can improve, be up to over 3 million, will be one of the tournament chip leaders. Ace in the window. Couple of diamonds behind. Yoni has that covered as well. 9 repeating on the turn. 2 outs once for the Russian. And Yoni holds. 4 clubs on the river. I believe we have a new tournament chip leader, boys and girls. Hashtag Team Pro. Those are the flips you need to win in order to win tournaments. Yoni with average stack for the final 3 tables. And guess what, boys and girls? He's only in for 1 bullet. James Dempsey back with the coffee. Back to see our favorite golf partner with all the chips.
Back with a vengeance. I was, popped to grab some food and timed it completely wrong.
Again?
First of all, food options are very limited at this hour. I haven't quite worked out what time the main food comes out. And secondly, it was break in the bounty tournament, so the entire world was in there. So I fought through and managed to grab like a bit of spinach pastry parcel, and that was about it.
Well, you tried, mate.
I did try, but I went out and got coffee, so we're happy. Got some fresh cappuccino, and also, because it was the break, I got cornered by the Duff Dog, and I heard all sorts of stories about him from the floor, so he's having a good old time. He's got 5 times the starting stack, but hasn't got a bounty yet. I did sort of try to make out to him that, you know, bounty tournaments are kind of built around the idea of knock people out.
You're a great friend. Who needs friends, eh?
I mean, how do you have 5 starting stacks and not knock someone out this early in a tournament?
Who needs friends?
Come on, Duffy, sort it out.
Sort it out, Duff Dog.
So what I miss? Yoni won a pot, did he?
Yoni, chip leader of the tournament.
What happened? What happened? Who did he bet? Who did he get?
Well, it was back-to-back 3-bet hands.
Okay.
First, it was 7-9 suited versus queens. Took it down pre-flop after taking it upstairs. Then same opponent, Wilf opening with the 8s. Yoni 3-bet to the same amount with ace-king. And Skripkin woke up with queens. A couple of seats over.
So I see.
All went in the middle, 2.5 million chip pot and ace on the flop.
Easy game.
Well, It's easy when the window card is the ace of spades, followed by a couple of diamonds, and you have the ace of diamonds in your hand. Hashtag Team Pro in the chat. James, you've let me down on the coffee again, mate. I mean, we're 5 days in. One sugar, no spoon. I mean, I'll just use my fingers, it's fine.
You can swirl it. I bought you our Hoster sugar before as well. You only wanted one sugar that time, but there's more back there because I bought some last time.
There we go. Well done, mate.
So I bought all sorts of sachets and packets and whatnot. And yeah, I didn't get you a spoon. How home? Yeah, your finger will work.
Cheers, mate. Actually, I can just use my old coffee cup.
Well, I was going to say, there must be a spoon I brought with you last time. Anyway, Davudi, whilst we work out the logistics of how to stir sugar into a coffee. He's betting. His ace is up on this turn.
Chishu is been sticky. Couple of spots.
Check call from the Jack, Henry. Like you say, he has been sticky at times. And Davudi has been very solid. I'm not the kind of person I'd be giving action to, Henry, if I'm being honest.
Check.
Check to him again. 10. Not too much concern on that one.
435k in the middle. He's going to try and squeak out an additional 150k in a swift
small
fold this time.
Goes small. Yoni, relaxing, chilling with a 3 milli stack and, well, fresh lamb to the slaughter perhaps. There's chips arriving and looks to be about, ooh, a big stack. There's 1.5 million in whites and then some of the red chips arrived. So a 2 million chip stack as a cat rolls into the commentary booth, because that's what happens here, Henry. Just a cat. Why not? Michelangelo in here, 1.9 million, 63 bigs. Welcome to the game. Booty, give me a little stare before a card's even dealt. Well, he's got the right side of Yoni.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Modzor, thank you very much as always. Yeah, James is a very easy person to vibe with, aren't you, Dempsey?
All in. Pass.
That didn't sound very convincing, did it, chat? Just like,
I was just reading the message and I was like, Henry having great conversation. Henry's my co-commentator. Let's get this right here. I'm just jesting.
I know.
No.
Chat.
Love Modzor, love. It's easier to tease you when we're doing it on the online ones, has to be said, Henry. Mainly because you're, outside of punch range.
Outside of punch range?
Yeah, I feel like when I tease you when we're doing the online ones, we're
Yeah, that's true.
Here I can't tease you when I've then got to look you in the eyes. I'm a little scared.
I would never punch you, Dempsey.
He's got a reach like AJ.
Well, not sure how much that means nowadays.
Exactly.
Pass. Pass.
I'd never punch you.
No, no, no. I had here.
Thank you.
If I open, I punish my opponent.
Leonardo, with a good question, and one I'm sure many wonder. It is entirely random when players get moved to this table, so those wondering, you know. You won't be the only one asking that question, wondering that question. No, it's table breaks. When a table breaks out on the main floor, what happens is the floor person walks over to that table with all the vacant seat cards. So, well, let's take it back a step even more. When a player busts out, the floor person gets handed a seat card. So for this table, say, is table 3, and seat 6 busts, they pick up the table 3, seat 6 card. When they've got 9 empty cards, 9 empty seats, they go and break a table. And
65.
they just deal out, like they would cards,
Pass.
the seat card. So it's entirely random who gets moved where, and that holds true for the whole tournament, but also the TV table. So it's not a case of, oh, let's move, you know, Henry
move
Kilbane
Henry,
to this
yeah,
feature table.
there we go.
It's just random. What isn't random is which table we select to be on the feature table, of course. So we start the day with this table, and obviously that gets a little harder as we get deeper into the tournament, because you see we're down to 69 players now, so there are only a few tables to choose from, and obviously we can't choose like the high-numbered ones, because they're the ones, or the low-numbered, whichever way they're breaking, because they'll be breaking next, and obviously you don't want to choose a table that maybe we go on stream for now, and suddenly they all get moved off it. That's no use to us. So
Yeah.
the options get harder as the tournament goes on as to which table to choose.
Call.
But I hope that breaks it down. Simple answer is yes, it's random. We don't get to choose.
Here he is, 100 bigs, under the gun, 10-8 of diamonds.
Let's go.
Doesn't need a second invitation, and well, round 15, Yoni v. Wilf. Yoni with the flush draw, Wilf with a somewhat simple check call on the flop. If Yoni does decide to seive it, which I assume he will.
45.
Do our best to engage with you guys in the chat as always. No worries, Monsor. Dempsey was just jesting.
Well, let's continue with this one, Henry. Ace Jack. Obviously going to be good enough against an opening range that Yoni has as the chip leader. But you just know things are going to get dicey down the streets.
Call.
So, stage 1 is a call. What's going to happen? Stage 2, a brick rolls off.
Check.
Does Yoni go a blasting? Try and go after hands like this, ace high. Or is he going to be happy to try and get to showdown? Pardon me, to showdown. See a river, and try and make his hand. Obviously, if he's betting into a hand like Queen X, it's far from ideal. But if he bets here and makes this hand fold, and he can make some better as well. Look, he's sizing up to 175. It looks like 180 now in his right hand.
Yeah.
In that paw of his, in they go.
2/3.
Yeah, it's just a big win if you can make a hand like this fold. You're not going to make a queen fold, obviously not make a deuce fold, and hey, you may even make, I don't know if you would better make a pocket pair fold, but potentially.
I mean, it's such a nutted line, right? Opening under the gun.
Yeah. So there we go. Big win when you make ace check high fold.
There's a bit of hesitation from there. I'm curious to see if he's willing to tango in an out-of-line fashion against Yoni. Comes across as a somewhat emotionally charged player. He's made some big calls and he's not been afraid to kind of let everyone know about them. See those two heads clash. Could be a final table average pot.
Yeah, certainly could. Haddad back on our feature. All right, Henry. But for how long? King Jack suited and 10 bigs. It's going to be all in. $68 remain. Wolf following the same hand unsuited. Yoni the 8 deuce. Wrong game.
Blinds up.
There you go. 20k, 40k, Henry. Price of poker keeps going up. The rent will always rise. $100k in orbit just to be sat at the table. That is a starting stack. Costs $5 grand, Henry, to sit here.
$5 grand in orbit, eh?
It's like a night out with Henry in a club. Costs you $5 grand just to sit down.
Pass.
What are we saying, chat? Come at us. What's going on today? Sunday. It's rare. You hear the dulcet tones of a James Dempsey and a Henry Kilbane
On
on
a
a
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah.
But here we are. A day of rest for many,
Pass.
a day of grind for most. If
Yeah,
you're
don't
not playing, let us know. Let us know how it's going. What are you getting in the mix with? I know. I feel like a lot of people, Henry, will be watching us and either playing or watching us and watching their favourite sport going off at the same time. And people just doing all sorts today.
Pass.
Yeah, what is it? 4 p.m. Central European time. Get the sports up. Scroll the lobby. Or lobbies.
Yeah, what do people do these days, Henry, when it comes to the old Sunday session? My day, it was you had your tournaments, that's it. You reg them, you go. Are there some of you out there who just, fire off a handful to start, see how it goes, you get up to a good start, you play more. If you're not feeling it, just spin it off and just watch your sport, watch us. I say watch us, watch these guys and listen to us. What is it? You purist. Like Henry says no, because Henry just, you reg and you fire through. 12 hours of battle.
Well, I think start regging in like an hour, right?
18.
Like 5 o'clock. And then like last reg is probably around 10, so you got like 5 hours of regging. Sounds about right.
Pass.
Part-timers.
5 hours, and then like, what? Say you FT the last tournament you reg. Is that 13, 14 hour sesh? Sounds about right.
Part-timers. Well, ace-10 popping it up. 2040 off 12. Nines will be saying hello and extending an invitation, one assumes. No.
Call.
Nines does not extend an invitation. Nine says, okay, let's see a flop.
Pass.
Heads up to a flop.
Double 8-7. Wolf's 9's looking good. Got the 9 of hearts as well. Backdoor straight draws.
Check.
Marinus checking over the ace high. Wolf just checking back. Yep, is it the 9 of hearts, 9 of diamonds I have here? I know I have 1 red, 1 black.
75.
Bet 75 when checked. It just feels grim, doesn't it? Marinus, you raised it up, got flat when you've opened off 12 bigs. And then you completely missed the flop. Not even the backdoor heart in your hand. And your opponent does bet here when they really shouldn't have a whole lot, Henry. I mean, ace jack plus, you'd have thought. Henry with 3-bet and go with it for the 12 blinds. You think 9s plus with 3-bet and go with it for 12 blinds? I mean, it's hard to put them on many hands that can actually want to bet here, other than some of those Broadway flush draws.
Yeah. It's a weird one having the ace of diamonds in our hand.
I mean, well, that's a terrible card. Because like I say, if I'm in Arunus' shoes here, I'm thinking, well, the only hands that really make sense are the king, queen, queen, jack, king, jack, a heart combos, and 2 of those just got there.
Yeah.
Checks through. 3 on the end. Again, it's like, can beat some hands, but are those hands really going to let us see the river, see the showdown? You can see in the reflection of sunglasses there is Arunus. It's like you don't.
Jam.
What do you beat that doesn't bet? I mean,
Check.
you got ace high, and I don't know. It's never really good. But there's not much we can do about it. Turn a killer. I suppose you can hope king jack of hearts just gives up. King 10 of hearts, maybe. Maybe there's like ace 9 of hearts. I don't know. And table's the ace 10. That'd be no good, but I'd be surprised, I think, to see 9s. For that Wolf probably would normally go with that. But maybe a little bit of respect for Arunus. He's been pretty snug. Not crazy snug, Henry, but he's not got out of line either.
I think you just have enough showdown value with ace 10, right? Like you said, a couple of those hands, jack 10, king jack, king 10.
Yeah.
We beat.
Anyway, I was just thinking, I'm looking all right in our little last longer challenge. I've been taking Yoni.
You have.
He's doing.
Orange juice on you.
He's doing good. Who are you, Panker and
Ido.
Ida, of course.
I'll take it.
Pass.
Sergio Ida. He's gone under the radar so far. As far as our cameras are concerned. Certainly making waves out there on the felt.
Pass.
Yoni was thinking about it. Angelos with the open jam. This is close. What, the blinds 20-40k? Yeah, we cool.
Yep.
Good luck, boys.
Case in point. 2-1 Jolly with the Jack 9. That's why we have to call. Angelo with, well, his first foray on this table, Henry, since moving here with 1.3 million in chips. That stage of the tournament where suddenly you can be all in with 10-8 against Jack 9.
Yeah, no immediate pay jumps. So
No.
in it goes.
That's a good point, actually, Henry. We're down to the final 67, so we have just jumped up to the 11k payout.
Irrelevant 7 on the turn. 6 outs once for the Cypriot. Jack high, good.
All right. Runus sticking around. Yeah, down to 67, 11k guaranteed. Next pay jump coming at 62, going up to 13 beans. And we don't, Henry, appear to have any information on bust outs since 81st. So we've got over a table of bust outs yet to report on. As we take a look at the counts, Ramez Haddad the shortest, just 9 bigs. So Runus, despite that double up, is only the second shortest stack at the table with 16 blinds. Sarwolf being in the action from the off today. He's there with 35 bigs, but it is Kashu with 44, with 72. But, Henry, the highlight of the day so far has been the spin of Yonayuka Hyman. I say the spin, I mean, obviously had over a million, had around a million to start the day, but has tripled up in effect and taken the lead on this table and will feel very much in control, I'd say.
Yeah, winning that huge flip. Those are the ones that you need to win tournaments. A great spot. Average stack for the final 3 tables. He's been in this spot before. He knows it's a marathon, not a sprint. Long old way to go yet. Jack 10 for Yoni. Very pretty looking hand. Price of poker's gone up. Spitivicus. 15 bigs. Gonna peel. So we're gonna see a flop. At least 2 players.
90.
Considering his options in the big.
Yeah, the deuce tray, Henry, shouldn't have too many options, and he does let it go. $655. Runus missing from the small. Yoni the same from position, but he's got backdoor hearts. I mean, he's got 3.1 million chips. Let's just have at it.
That sounds like more than enough reason to start firing. If what you say is true, James Dempsey, which I believe it is, according to the share hand graphics.
Never doubt share hand. Three things guaranteed in life, Henry. Death, taxes, and the graphics being right. Henry, when you barrel the flop, and you get looked up, and you pick up that flush draw, it might be tempting to try and make some ace high and king high hands fold. Runus with just over pot behind. Can Yoni find it? No, he checks back, says, let's try and realize. And the board runs out of chop. All right. Full house on board. But Henry, it has to be said, Arunus can have some of those pairs. Not a whole lot, right? Peeling from the small against Yoni. But, well, I think those jam, but...
I agree. Yeah, I think they do.
I think maybe 7s and 8s he can have, right?
Yeah, some very unconventional lines today being played against Yoni, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him fold. Although, you think, like you said, James, you think about the range construction of Sapitavicus, you would expect, I mean, pretty much 7s plus to go in pre, right, for 15.
Right. So it's a weird spot where Yoni probably does actually have more of the houses here. Yoni could potentially check back. Well, some traps, some aces, kings, queens on that turn.
Floor time.
Well, time called. I mean, it's not been that long. I don't think he's taken an unreasonable amount of time here, Henry.
Do you know who it was that announced
No,
time?
but all in. And yeah, this is one. Okay, he's calling for a chop, Henry, but
Yeah.
it's almost always a chop. It's very hard for him to ever be beaten here. Maybe there's some aces trap from the small. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible with behind. Maybe he wants to get in.
That's a good point.
Very few hands. This is a shrug and call. It just always feels wrong when you're calling for half the pot.
What a weird hand. So Yoni just replaying it through his head. $460 to chop the pot. Oof. Thought the old one chip was going in there.
I mean, he's calling. I mean, this is...
You think he's calling, yeah?
Yeah, he's never folding this.
It's like aces or a chop, right?
Yeah. And people just don't get aces that much. Oh, Yoni, I don't like that. Maybe he's convinced himself he's got some 7s and 8s there. But even then, Henry, it's just not enough.
Yeah, some very unconventional lines being taken against Yoni today. It's a weird one.
Oh, cat's back.
Well, Miss Dynamite is saying, I thoroughly enjoyed the coverage throughout the tournament, so thank you from me, and thanks to the mods for keeping us up to date, and of course thanks to the commentators. Well, you are more than welcome.
Miss Dynamite.
It's very kind of you. Sixes this time. 21.5 bigs. Chishu does love a wide defend. The call is so obvious. I'll let Yoni know, boys and girls. Wow. Say a wide defend.
Henry, you can never make it simple with Kishu. He's thrown in many a curveball.
Has indeed. It's like, hey pal, you just want a decent hand? Never flatting here. Question is whether we're all in or folding. Does let it go.
Wolf under the gun, ace jack. He has been tussling today with Yoni. Making it 2.5x off a little over 30. You guys play a little bit more snug as that blind levels creep up and players behind him are picking up chips. Like Yoni, can really go to town on him now. This boy, he throws in some moves, Henry, some mixes, some confusion. Couple of live wires with him and Kishu. All right. As in ear. Okay, thank you for that pronunciation of ear. Air, sorry, air. There we go. Air rather than air. Thank you.
Makes sense.
In the chat, again, as always. We butcher these names. Please do let us know. No doubt in the big 10-9, Henry. Sub 10. Not going to peel.
Yeah, 2.5x open from under the gun.
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like we should probably be defending there.
Right,
Stop
but
and go.
I get it. I get the fold. Hand's open under the gun. I'm not going to try and flip a 10 and a 9. Hope to go with it. Going to wait. That's what he says. All right, well. Yeah, the bust outs have been updated. Oh, let's see here. And, well, sadly, our day one seed chip leader, Sonia, she's gone.
She is indeed.
Amongst others, obviously, you saw Alex Lakov depart here. Saw Skripkin depart. He was 72nd. He was the last to leave without the additional. So that flip, if it had happened just a moment later, would have made him an extra 1,800. Sakin also gone. We saw him earlier. Someone was asking about Mario Musbek. Or Musbok. I'm just struggling with names today, guys. Mario is no more as well, as we're down to the final 64. Ace 9-5. Wolf was dominated pre, and is now more than dominated post.
Yeah, the Voodie's been ducking and diving today, hasn't he? Just weaving his way through that money bubble.
Yeah. I think I'd like to see David get a little bit more amongst it, but did so with those 8s beautifully against Yoni. Ran a nice bluff in that hand.
Yeah. The rare 1/3 pot bet
Yeah.
with the bluff.
Davudi at it again, Henry with ace-jack. Wins this one, will be over 1 million chips. Question about Yo. Yo Barrel has got down to the final 64. We are 2 away from a pay jump. With 7-4 in the hijack with an Inquisition. Just randomly seems to get interested in hands, Henry. Doesn't play him, but just wants to have a little look.
Oh, man. Don't get me started, James.
Jackin in the chat asking, is Artemati Roshan still in? No. A little surprising bust out there. We don't know what happened, but big stacked out in the 80s somewhere, maybe even 90s. Yoni asking for a rough count before peeling from the big.
Currently 1 apiece. Yoni looking to go 2-1 up. And potentially send his man packing. Does defend. Almost. 9
right.
in the window.
All right, Henry. Davudi over 1 million. Got there.
Davudi over 1 million announced.
It's a good mark to get to. 1 million chips. Any tournament you play. Except for maybe the tournament you start with 1 million. It wouldn't be very good to get to. Well, still good to get to because it means you're in the tournament.
In before he checks flop and the turns of 7. Not this time.
Never check in this flop. Boys and girls, we've opened under the gun. Bet 75. Could go a lot smaller. I say a lot smaller. See min bet's 40k, but you would often see close to a min bet on this flop texture with under the gun versus big blind, just because of the respective ranges. And Yoni just doesn't want to give it any part. He's thinking about doing something here, but yeah, we can win this pot down the streets against the Broadway combos. But do we need to go after this spot? Davudi's capable. Against a player, Henry, who has the foresight to, he's going for it, to make that bluff early with the 8s is not someone I want to really take off against here.
I actually really like this hand, though.
The hand makes a lot of sense. I'll grant you that.
Like the hand selection. Very quick call from Davudi.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. I mean, we turn showdown, right? But
Marginally. Tiny amounts of showdown.
It's like we beat 7s.
Yeah. Maybe a hand like, you know, King, Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah.
Or King, Queen of Spades.
Yeah.
Which are probably potentially hands that wouldn't let us get showdown anyway. I don't know.
Well, let's see if Yoni keeps telling the story. I mean, it's such an awkward stack depth. 590 in the middle, 700k behind. He's doing it, James.
Yeah.
Davudi up to over $1 million, unless he folds. Small turn to Jam River, I assume. Such a nutted line. Yoni just saying, hey man, I have more 9x than you do from the big. You've opened from under the gun. Gonna put your ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king in a really tough spot. Davudi doesn't care.
Yeah, I still think he's not necessarily trying to make hands as strong as this fold. Oh my God. Here we go, Henry. Here we go. He's kept in hands like ace jack, ace queen, ace king, obviously with the smaller sizing on the turn. He's not tried to necessarily make them fold. But if you're going to follow up, Henry, a lot of your bluffs are going to be, well, clubs that have check raise flop and continued on this turn. I mean, if he's got to bet this river, right? If you come this far, he does. Just rip it, Henry.
Wow.
He rips it, and, well, I was saying Davudi's up over $1 million. He'll be up over 2 if he finds a call, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to.
This is such a strong line from Yoni.
Yoni peeled from the big. Davudi open from under the gun, remember, guys. Yoni then check raise flop, bet turn, jams a river when the 7 of clubs. The worst card Davudi could see, I think, Henry, in the deck rolls off.
Yep. He's just been talking up a storm, right? As you said.
I mean, the only thing in his benefit is obviously the Jack of Hearts kind of blocks. But I don't think Jack 10 with a heart is necessarily one of the combos that check raises. You're looking at maybe check raises Jack 10 of diamonds, Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of clubs. So the Jack of Hearts isn't perhaps too relevant here.
Yeah, I agree. Doesn't have much to do with anything in terms of the range that Yoni's repping. This is such a powerful line, man. I mean, SPR 0.6 going to the river. Been check raised on the flop. Your opponents follow through. Turn and river. How are you feeling about your ace jack? There is a little ladder as well, just round the corner. That may come into play. There is also a bit of history. They're one apiece. Davudi did bluff him earlier on. Will that come into the decision-making process? Is my man just trying to get me?
I don't think Davudi can call this, Henry. Ace jack, no club.
Wow.
Yoni.
Oh, boys and girls, live poker is back.
What a boy. I promise you there's a little grin underneath that mask. Well, well, well. Davudi just started to get things going, gets put in the bin by Yoni. And I can't fault him on this one, Henry. What's he supposed to do? See bet flop, call the check raise, cool thing, and the 7 of clubs rolls off. I don't think Yoni wins that pot if it doesn't come to 7 of clubs. I think he's just going to give up on a whole host of blank rivers. But he got the river that allows him to continue.
Such a strong line. It'd be so baller if he just turns around and goes 2-1. Although, he's a gentleman, boys and girls, so. What a sick line. So 64 left. A few of you asking for updates. And James, we can confirm. Yo, viral.
The departure.
Out in 65th.
Yeah, I didn't want to say too much, Henry. When I got this coffees, I saw him at the cash desk. He was regging maybe the bounty actually, but he is out. Well, popping up the button with 2 3s. Davoudi ripping Queen Jack of Diamonds from the big blind. And for 12 blinds, Henry. Wolf and a pair. Salt to fold pairs for 12 blinds.
500.
500?
500.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough.
You're getting,
Usually you're always flipping though, right? For a 30 a stack.
yeah, but you got to call 400 to win 660. Obviously, it's not as simple as that when you're playing tournaments. We know that. All chips are not equal.
Look at those eyes lit up. Cheeky bastard.
Yanni's caused this hand to go down by taking out the legs of Davoudi.
I want that hat. I wonder. I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna say
Which hat?
Yanni's hat.
Why do you want that hat?
Cat.
Why?
Cat's running around.
I think it's just a really cool hat.
It was the first time.
It's a Puma hat.
Is that a golf hat?
I have that hat in a couple of colours. Would you just use it as a pot hat, would you? Just point to it, Henry, in your cash games.
That's a great idea. I just texted you and I said, what place do you need to finish to give me your hat signed? So effing goated. See what he comes back with.
Kishu, Jack 10 of spades popping it up from +2.
Hold it. Check.
Kishu stabbing the ace-ace-4, having open, and Angelo with king high, king of diamonds on this board, facing a 60k bet. Certainly can't be folding just yet.
Hold it.
Does check call for the 1.5 blinds. Napkin on the turn. Kishu slows down with a check back with just the jack high, no draw. And Angelo now with a bit of decision on the river, really. Has a king high. Made a side hand strong enough not to bluff. Beat hands like this, but it would be painful to lose to a better king high. At the same time, he's going to have some weaker hands that can potentially bluff. Pardon me, ace-ace-4. He has hardly any weaker hands that can potentially bluff. Yep, this is a... I got confused there, guys. For some reason I thought it was ace-6-4. Back with you now. It's an entirely reasonable bet with one of the weakest hands you can have. Albeit, like I say, there's not many better hands you can make fold, but there are some. And most of the hands that could potentially call here are say most. A number of the potential hands that could call here would have bet a second time, I think, on ace, ace, 4, 6. Those pocket pairs probably bet again. Ace X is bet again. Diamonds may well bet again. And Kishu thinking hard about this one. I mean, don't beat anything. He's obviously thinking about raising, but I mean, Angelo gets to have loads of ace X and loads of flushes. It's not a range you want to be raising into, really, without blockers. He does let it go. Action making its way around to Yoni in the cutoff. Looks down a glorious ace queen. You've got the loose image, and then you find the big hand. Plenty of weaker will be ripping behind. Tavudi, well, it's going to be ripping the same hand behind for 16 bigs. That's the only way this is going, and Yoni will be making the call. And these two will finally have a showdown between them. Up to now, it's been a whole bunch of dishonesty. Yoni's going to enjoy it when he hears the all-in. And won't hate it when he sees the same hand.
All in.
The rest will get out of the way. And here we go then. These two finally showing each other some cards. And they're the same cards. Well, you know, Henry. They've been nicking pots off each other all day. And they finally get it in, and they got the same hand. Spades on the flop. This is cruel. You know what? Yoni obviously wants to win this, but I think he'll feel bad, and I think testament to the character of someone that he would feel this is a bit unjust if he were to hit this as much as he'd take it. Devu deserves better. Please find a brick on the river, dealer. This wouldn't be fair. Wow. Oh my word. Oh my word. That is just cruel, Henry.
Is indeed.
Yoni just kind of shrugs. Well, yeah. I mean, Tafudi. Yikes. Stupid game. Is indeed. Yoni's almost apologetic to the whole table for that one. You win any way you win, Henry, but you want to win if you can. By doing the best things, by being the best, by pulling the best moves. Not by getting it with the same hand as someone and just spiking like that.
3-1. Final result. Yoni up to over 4 million chips, James.
He's a going. So 5% of the chips in play. Average for the last two tables. Well, average for the last 20, I should say, not the last two tables. We are, of course, playing 9-handed.
Rough way to go. Rough way to go. How we doing, boys and girls? 1,700 of you currently with us on Twitch. Shout out to everyone on Facebook and YouTube as well. Haddad. Just 6 bigs. Gonna have to put in a third of his stack next hand.
Raise 100.
We'll continue with the 2.5x opens. Angelo's in the cutoff with the pair.
A pair of sixes.
Apparently, Yoni hasn't lost a flip. He's playing good, but running better.
Oh, I mean, yeah. When you get the ace queen off against the ace queen off and getting there, you've got to feel good about life. You've got to feel good about it being a day.
It's like people have forgotten about the 10-8 hand already. Wow, Angelos with the 3-bet.
Angelo going for it, clicking it up. Henry 325. Put the pressure back on Wolf. Wolf has been opening a lot from an early position. I think Angelo's seen enough of this and think, well, Yoni, if you're not going to have a go at it, I am.
What do you know, boys and girls? Casper up to 1.8. A lot of you guys were asking about him.
He was impressive yesterday, Henry. I have to say as well, guys, we're not a mile away from our next break. When we do come back, we will be switching up the tables this time. I don't quite know why it didn't happen the last time. I mean, other than just there was obviously some reason for it. Yeah, the table that was going to break or whatnot. But we will say goodbye to this wonderful cast of characters we've had for the first 4 levels today. Well, when we do come back, Henry, we've got a nice one. We've got Georgi, who we saw smashing away in the bubble, doubling people up, having a good time. Got a bunch of chips. He's going to be in the mix. And for a lot of those asking in the chat, no fear, Idemir is coming back.
No fear, Badir.
No, not no fear, Demir. I'm mixing it up. No fear, Idemir. I'm cheating. How is No Fear Badir doing? Try to star that out. I got my No Fears confused, Henry. It's early.
Are those stacks of 20 or no? More, right? No, more. 30.
Down to the final 58. Pay jump at 53. As Henry mentioned, the last of the big names to depart being Yo Viral. Oh, here we go. With 6-high flush draw. Having flat Yoni's open. Bets when checked to. Yoni with second pair.
Yeah, I was wondering how long this is going to take before decided to start to tango.
Here we go. Gets there.
Wow, really small double barrel.
105, quick bet. Looks like Yoni playing this one as a check call on flop. Makes this spot a little harder. He does get away from it though. Nicely done.
And chat, we'll say it again, Yo Viral out in 64th, I believe, 64th, 65th.
Well, here we go, Henry. This is the next feature table. And Georgi with bundles of chips there in the the 9 seat. These are the Warriors coming to the next beach table. Plenty of chips in play. The red one's 100Ks, remember. The white's the 25Ks. The blue's the 5s.
10 minutes, so I'm okay. No? 10 minutes? Yeah, I think they're gonna break the. They're gonna change the 8 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, this is a stack. Oh, is that my man? Have I got my 2 horses sat next to each other?
You do indeed. 8 million chip pot incoming. Oh,
Vlad
wow.
Dari and Yoni Eugenheimen are sat next to each other for, well, 10 minutes of feature table coverage. We got perhaps the 2 tournament chip leaders, Henry, sat next to each other. Vlad going to come in 3-bet him the first hand.
Wow. What a seat draw. I've been saying that Yoni's running good.
Yeah, this is, yeah, maybe spiking that spade was a bad thing.
Maybe.
For the sake of 500K.
Yeah.
I'm sure he might give up 500K to not have Dari there.
Raise 300.
First hand
Welcome. Welcome, Yoni, to a game of big stacks.
Oh, Air loves this, doesn't he? He loves having...
Red chips are 100K. Yeah, he's got a whole stack of them.
Loves this, doesn't he? What a character. Say, you young guns. Just let me remind you that I'm here. I mean, this is obviously just complete nonsense at this point, but hopefully you made them tremor on the inside. A dad cracking a joke. How much are you playing?
He's enjoying himself. Down to his last 150K. Gives him the old, how much are you playing? Yoni, it's been plain sailing until now.
Yoni gonna pill by the looks of things. And well, 4 mil stack v 4 mil stack. Let's see a flop dealer. I believe all the 6s were live. Ace 3 deuce rainbow.
Check leader.
Vlad Dari with the best of it. Got to continue small and wide, I'd assume. Say small and wide. This range shouldn't be that wide in this position.
Bad man, 40.
Old 20% pot being bet.
Yeah, this is going to get tough for Yoni Henry on nearly every turn. That one being one of them.
Check.
980 in the middle. See what sizing Dari goes for. Targeting this exact range. 6s through jacks. I think half pot. Could be wrong.
This is just crazy, isn't it? Yoni's had the free run at this table. That's the thing of the service, but he's not had any tough spots, has he? And he's kind of always been in control on the pots he's in. And now, first hand, Vlad's at the table. He 3-bets him. And he's facing a second barrel with a pretty tough hand to play with.
Two-thirds pot follow-up. And look at the amount of chips in the middle, boys and girls. 1.6 million. I mean, that's like tournament average, right? It's more than tournament average. Yoni in a really tough spot. He's well aware what Vlad Dari is capable of, and knows he is more than confident in his post-flop skills. Could be a bit wild.
I
Yoni
could
lets
fold,
it
Yoni.
go.
Gives them some respect. Keep my 2 horses alive, Henry.
9, 10. No.
Nines, tens.
Just asking. You felt like sit down, big flop. You seemed like really upset to fold.
Yes, I was very upset.
I love that.
Sit down, start with the big flop. Maybe. Oh, I wish I had
What?
something like ace queen, but no.
Yoni said, I wish I had something like ace queen right now.
Maybe not. Maybe no, Mr. Heavy. Maybe yes.
I don't know.
Anyways, close your eyes. Put your seatbelt on and wait for the best.
Close
Oh,
your
I
eyes.
love that.
Full house draw.
Had a 4 house draw. He did have a 4 house draw.
Hard to fold.
I think not for the or 5. Because that's you. I don't know.
All in.
In it goes. Haddad.
First time I'm hearing.
Yeah, I rarely fold full house draw. This time. 155.
155. All in.
4 bigs.
Give him the money. Double.
Gets it through.
Oh, I love a bit of table talk.
Okay, everybody, last hand.
Last
Wow.
hand announced.
I bet so. It's like gonna be last hand one.
Last hand announced by Haddad. It may well be. It's not official just yet, boys and girls. But we are coming to the end. I mean, Henry, 4 levels with these guys. It's been fun. We've seen the rise and rise of Yoni. Albeit small demise there. Credit to some of those who survived this long on this table. Arunas kind of been short the whole time. Still here, 680k. Had some really tough spots. Made what I think is a very good fold with aces, albeit would have won the pot. Tough to give your opponent credit to be bluffing in that spot. Kizu
Raise. 9.
up and down on this table. And, well, throughout the tournament, Kizu plays a mixed strategy, should we say. Wilf, well, been very active, been in a lot of pots. Here we go, last hand, Henry. 29 blinds, ace king.
Raise.
Does find the 3-bet.
255.
Oh, Vlad with a genuine decision here. Hijack open, button raise. 40 effective against Chishu. You always know with certain players when it's not posturing, straight away put his cards back on the card reader. He doesn't muck about when it comes to these pre-flop decisions.
This is where it's hard, Henry. When you just come to a table, you don't know what's been going on. You don't know how Kishu's been playing. You don't really know how Will's been playing. To then get in these spots is very, very difficult. So just fold. Wait until you got more information later on. Don't take big gambles when you don't know the playing styles. Avoid the big spots. Especially when you've got so many chips, such a comfortable spot, you can be able to leverage that stack on people as we head down towards the final 3 tables, 2 tables, and final table perhaps. Because it very much looks like Vlad Dari is going to be a factor deep in this tournament with that stack.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. Very capable of making Yoni's life difficult as well. So,
Shoot, Henry, here we go to the flop. Can he win one more big pot? These stalwarts of this table. They've been here since the off today. And ace-10 deuce. All right, Wolf. I feel like Wolf's not quite got as many chips together as he should have done, the way he's been involved in a lot of pots, hasn't he?
well, it's been a lot of like raise folding, right? And when you're opening 2.5x and then folding to 3 bets, the stack does dwindle away.
You're right.
But he's going to get some back here.
Bet 150.
Quarter pot. And Chishu, somewhat of a sticky customer. Got to keep him honest for at least one. Less than pot behind with Israeli. Wow.
Oh, wow. Henry. Henry. What is that? What even is that card? Where did they find that? Tsar Wolf. Yeah, you're right. He's been involved a lot. You're right. He's been made to fold a lot of hands, and he finally gets his hand. 3 bets ace king, gets pilled. So it's come ace-10 deuce. Gets a c-bet in, and Kishu's just binked one off on him, and he cannot see any danger in this turn 8. That looks like the safest card in the deck for him, Henry.
75.
How's your luck?
275. The bet Kishu just posturing. What should I do here? What should I do with my set? Now, what should he do, Henry? I mean, he can just rip it here, but it does just flat allow your opponent to potentially barrel off.
Yeah, I mean, Wilf needs to see like a jack. All right.
I mean, I don't think he thought in any way he was behind anyway. But ripping top 2 is always nice. Kishu checks once more. Wilf, no question about jamming this. He's high-fiving the dealer as he does so.
All in.
And it's a snap.
Call.
And ace, king, no good. 2 out of spiked on the turn. Wow. The last hand before the break. Tsar Wolf busting out in what, 55th place.
Oh, this is mine. I took only one from him. I cover him. This is 500.
Well, he's covered. He's covered. It wasn't too close. It wasn't miles away, but it wasn't too close. And with that, Henry, these guys go back to the tournament floor. When they come back, like the rest of the field, they'll be playing 20k, 50k, 25k, 50k. Let's call that probably. Yeah. Sorry, it confused me there for a second there, Henry. But Danut Kishu up to 57 blinds, courtesy of that rather miraculous run out. We'll be back in 15 minutes. More of this, the Millions Cyprus main event. Ripping in ace-7. Kizu will be flatting the 8s this time, taking on the short stack.
Kizu just has to flick in the 7 beans. Looks like he's going to ISO. Does. No, that is a raise. I like it. 8s is kind of grim to flat and then face a back jam of sorts. Although I don't think like pocket sevens is ever like back jamming, so. Queen 10 tray. Not
Struggles.
good for Greben.
Struggles, but got that security blanket on Henry, the $9,335 security blanket. Card away from elimination. And well, I'll have to make do with that 9.3k. Because he continues to climb, just shy of 2 mil. GG. For Greben, 97th place finisher. So the second to bust out since the money. Dmitry Gromov was the first to get in that payout line. It's going to take some time.
In it goes, boys and girls.
13, Queen 10 diamonds on the button, yeah.
Could limit this option, by the way.
My man's not limping, my man's ripping.
All in.
385 all in announced.
Pass. Call.
Snap from Yoni, and it's the fake flip, Henry. You're loving life when you get snapped with Queen 10 diamonds, and it turns out you're a 50-50 away from a double up.
Yeah, you only just said fair fight.
9-4-4. Not so fair now. Larkov does have some backdoors though, Henry, with the 9 of diamonds on board. No. Someone said Jack of Spades. 3 of diamonds is pretty spicy. Do you think it's coming? Well, that was a red one, but the wrong one. Yoni up to 1.7. Alex Lakov out of the door, Henry, but I think he played the best hand we've seen today.
Yeah. Enjoyed having him at the feature table.
Sit open.
Talkative.
Pass.
The old fake flipperoo. So, Shabanajad. Jacks under the gun. I mean, this guy has been patient. He has been ducking and diving. Wakes up with the 2 red hooks.
Call. Pass.
And
Pass.
with the aces.
Pass.
So, on their backs. Gets shown the bad news. 18%, 5 cards to come. How's your luck? Couple of spots away from a pay jump as well. 75 left, 71, 2K ladder. Ace in the window. Things are looking very bleak. Running jacks needed. Dead on the turn. And up to 3 million. Don't forget, boys and girls, final table average being 9 million.
Sit open.
So with average for 27 left, in a great spot. Seat open announced, couple of bust outs. So, back-to-back hands. Wilf with the open. And Yoni with the legit 3-bet. Wilf opening 2.5x.
240 raise.
And Yoni making it 240k. Again, wow. Skripkin with the ladies. This could be a big one, boys and girls. Classic flip for 40. I just don't think there's any way Yoni gets away from this. You're welcome. Chat. Just saying thanks for the infocasters. You're more than welcome. But anyways, back to the action.
All in.
All in announced.
Pass.
Red chips, use K, 1K, 100K. Good.
Asking what the red chips are.
Pass.
So we saw one ace folded.
Pass.
Yeah, Yoni doesn't like it, but he does make the call. This is a huge pot. Yoni Ukamayan with the ace-king against Skripkin. 2.4 million out there. If Yoni can improve, be up to over 3 million, will be one of the tournament chip leaders. Ace in the window. Couple of diamonds behind. Yoni has that covered as well. 9 repeating on the turn. 2 outs once for the Russian. And Yoni holds. 4 clubs on the river. I believe we have a new tournament chip leader, boys and girls. Hashtag Team Pro. Those are the flips you need to win in order to win tournaments. Yoni with average stack for the final 3 tables. Does defend. Almost. 9
right.
in the window.
All right, Henry. Davudi over 1 million. Got there.
Davudi over 1 million announced.
It's a good mark to get to. 1 million chips. Any tournament you play. Except for maybe the tournament you start with 1 million. It wouldn't be very good to get to. Well, still good to get to because it means you're in the tournament.
In before he checks flop and the turns are 7. Not this time.
Never check in this flop. Boys and girls, we've opened under the gun. Bet 75. Could go a lot smaller. I say a lot smaller. See min bet's 40k, but you would often see close to a min bet on this flop texture with under the gun versus big blind, just because of the respective ranges. And Yoni just doesn't want to give it any pot. He's thinking about doing something here, but yeah, we can win this pot down the streets against the Broadway combos. But do we need to go after this spot? Davudi's capable. Against a player, Henry, who has the foresight to, he's going for it, to make that bluff early with the 8s is not someone I want to really take off against here.
175.
I actually really like this hand though.
The hand makes a lot of sense. I'll grant you that.
Like the hand selection.
Fold.
Very quick call from Davudi.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. I mean, we turn showdown, right? But
Marginally. Tiny amounts of showdown.
It's like we beat 7s.
Yeah. Maybe a hand like, you know, King, Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah.
Or King, Queen of Spades.
Yeah.
Which are probably potentially hands that wouldn't let us get showdown anyway. I don't know.
Well, See if Yoni keeps telling the story. I mean, it's such an awkward stack depth. 590 in the middle, 700k behind. He's doing it, James.
Yeah.
Davudi up to over $1 million, unless he folds. Small turn to Jam River, I assume. Such a nutted line. Yoni just saying, hey man, I have more 9x than you do from the big. You've opened from under the gun. Gonna put your ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king in a really tough spot. Davudi doesn't care.
Yeah, I still think he's not necessarily trying to make hands as strong as this fold. Oh my God. Here we go, Henry. Here we go. He's kept in hands like ace jack, ace queen, ace king, obviously with this, the smaller sizing on the turn. He's not tried to necessarily make them fold. But if you're going to follow up, Henry, a lot of your bluffs are going to be, well, clubs that have check raise flop and continued on this turn. I mean, if he's got to bet this river, right? If you come this far, he does. Just rip it, Henry.
Wow.
He rips it, and, well, I was saying Davudi's up over $1 million. He'll be up over 2 if he finds a call, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to.
This is such a strong line from Yoni.
Yoni peeled from the big. Davudi open from under the gun, remember, guys. Yoni then check raise flop, bet turn, jams a river when the 7 of clubs. The worst card Davudi could see, I think, Henry, in the deck rolls off.
Yep. He's just been talking up a storm, right? As you said.
I mean, the only thing in his benefit is obviously the Jack of Hearts kind of blocks. But I don't think Jack 10 with a heart is necessarily one of the combos that check raises. You're looking at maybe check raises Jack 10 of diamonds, Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of clubs. So the Jack of Hearts isn't perhaps too relevant here.
Yeah, I agree. Doesn't have much to do with anything in terms of the range that Yoni's repping. This is such a powerful line, man. I mean, SPR 0.6 going to the river. Been check raised on the flop. Your opponents follow through. Turn and river. How are you feeling about your ace jack? There is a little ladder as well, just round the corner. That may come into play. There is also a bit of history. They're one apiece. Davudi did bluff him earlier on. Will that come into the decision-making process? Is my man just trying to get me?
I don't think Davudi can call this, Henry. Ace jack, no club.
Wow.
Yoni.
Oh, boys and girls, live poker is back.
What a boy. I promise you there's a little grin underneath that mask. Well, well, well. Davudi just started to get things going, gets put in the bin by Yoni. And I can't fault him on this one, Henry. What's he supposed to do? See a bit of action making its way around to Yoni in the cutoff. Looks down at a glorious ace queen. You've got the loose image, and then you find the big hand. Plenty of weaker will be ripping behind. Davudi, well, it's going to be ripping the same hand behind for 16 bigs. That's the only way this is going, and Yoni will be making the call. And these two will finally have a showdown between them. Up to now, it's been a whole bunch of dishonesty. Welcome back to the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa here in luxurious Cyprus. This is the Millions Day 3. We are deep into the money and we're mixing things up. Our new feature table, well, a whole bunch of chips up top. Not so many down towards the bottom. Those 1.3, 1.4 million chip stacks aren't so impressive anymore. Equating to just, what, mid-20s in blinds. Haddad, just 5 bigs.
Через 4 раза. Давай.
First touch. Yesterday.
He's been staying alive though. Ducking and diving. Weaving his way through.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck announced. Georgi, a regular in Sochi. One of James's favorite locations. He's made it out for this 5K and, as previously mentioned, has a lot of chips.
Bundles of bundles. Looks like he was having a lot of fun on that bubble. Getting it in, trying to bust people. It is fun, ruining dreams. Idorn. He was quite short yesterday, Henry, when we had him featured, so doing well to got up to 1 million. Be in the mix. Savicus. 500k. 50k big blind, Henry.
Couple of regular faces. Idemir fresh off that 10k high roller win. Deep in the main. He's clearly doing something right.
And players getting reacquainted with this table for some of them. For others, it's their first time on this feature table. The texts are out. Guys, I'm going to be on the feature table. Check it out. So like a ace jack, Henry. 10 bigs in the cutoff. Bottom of the hijack. Here we go. Cross the line, the chips will move.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at those payouts, see if there are any pay jumps. Well, there is one actually. 54 left. We're on a 2.5k ladder this very hand.
Yep. Every time we close a table, it's a pay jump.
So.
And yeah, with that information Henry has relayed. So we saw the departure of Sar Wilf, but also, Henry, we have lost the man, the myth, the legend. No fear, Badir.
No fear, Badir. Out.
There'll be no win, Badir, in this trip.
Whoa, easy, Tiger.
In this trip.
Easy,
He's
Tiger.
a future Millions winner, I'm sure, but
savage. James went and got some snacks. He's all fired up. Another regular. I mean, I feel like we know most of these guys now. 5 days of streaming. We've seen most of them. Some new faces. Some all too recognizable ones. That's one of them, Roland Rakita. Part of the Austrian Armada. Some of the toughest competition in the world.
Henry.
Yes, James.
Austria's a landlocked nation. There's no Armada in Austria.
Ah, come on, mate. Those boys are tough to tango with.
That would flummox you, though, wouldn't it? If you turned up and you had to deal with the Austrian Navy. It would perplex me somewhat. Before you knew what was going on, they'd have all your money.
Top and bottom, Ace Jack 5 Rainbow. Kita with the one big blind stab. And Haydon just 9 high. I'll let it go.
How are we all doing, guys? Everyone just joining us. You're down to the final 54 in the Millions Cyprus main event. Myself, James Dempsey, and Henry Corbin calling the action. We've still got to whittle these 54 down to the final 9. A lot of poker yet to be played today.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it lightly, James. A lot of poker.
Give us a shout in the chat, guys. Say hello. Some of you have been with us for a long time already today. Others just joining. You're all equal in my eyes. That's not true. Those of you here earlier, you mean more to me.
Hide on 20 bigs. King Jack O in the small. Facing the button open. Takes the rejam spot. Always nice when you don't get the snap call. Kasper Puzara is still in the mix, boys and girls. Spoke to him on break and he said, Henry, leave me alone. I'm busy playing a 5K here, mate. He said, let Twitch chat know. I'll be with them tomorrow for the final table. I said, no worries, mate.
Oh, fighting talk. Yogi!
I love him. Absolute champion.
Just under 4 mil. Maximum heart shown.
Loves it. Absolutely loves the game, that man. Savakis +1, 12 bigs. Oh, close to 13. King 9, I mean, you could get away with like min opening. Probably not with this hand though. Kadra. He's got a hand he wants to play. A couple of bust outs on the outer tables means that everyone is now guaranteed 15,000 and change. 3 binds. Not the worst start to live poker returning. As James said at the start of this feature table, obviously have Georgi with heaps, but everyone else kind of handcuffed with what they can do pre-flop. It's kind of only a couple of options for most of them, all in or fold.
Yeah, those early million stacks seem so impressive, Henry. Now, it's not a lot. My laptop is doing some weird things here, Henry.
You're doing weird things.
My laptop is doing some weird things. Very confused. Hey ho. Main thing is, I can still see my Twitch chat. My people. The legions. Her dad ripping from the small. Georgi calls from the big. This is for dust. Well, dust for Georgi. Her dad, it's for everything. 155k, just the 3 blinds. Well, flop looks pretty clean, Henry. The old 3-4. You want 2 cards under a 6. And you got A7 against A6, and he's found that flop. And it runs out.
Wow.
7 plays.
Now you can wait one more round.
Yeah, man, two more rounds.
I've rescued it. Rakita, 10-8 of diamonds. Gonna pop it up. What are we saying, people? Who have we got? Who's going to run it up in these 2 hours? We're down to 51. Falkenberg, Henry, the leader at the start of the day, is no more. Flying the flag of Turkey. Out in 53rd place. Imagine that. You come back as chip leader.
Wow.
Morale's high, but it can all change. It's a cruel, cruel game, this one we play.
So we've got Andy Black in the mix. Saying hi, James and Henry. Great work. Love you both. How is the condition you told me about, Henry? The condition? What's that? White magic? Not sure. Not sure what condition you're telling me about, Andy, but I'm doing well, my man.
How's the what?
Hope you're doing well too. Glad to have you with us. Next time, get yourself out here, mate.
AB. Andy Black, the man who, well, I don't think Henry's recovered. I'm frazzled.
What, from
like
the
me
condition?
looking for the Austrian Armada. It was... Andy, lovely to hear from you, my man. And yeah, like Henry says, forward to seeing you soon. Sad not to see you here. Thought the first opportunity you'd be out here mixing it up. But maybe, just maybe, doing what you need to get to the States, perhaps. Imagine maybe a full World Series coming up.
Certainly see that being on the doors for him. James, I want to see if these lights work, mate.
Henry, no. Idemir. Under the gun. King 10 off suit. Well, Idemir does give it a go from under the gun, popping it up. Savaikas giving up that button. Kadara in the small blind. Ace 7 of diamonds.
Я видал что. Твои карты я видал.
Потом посмотрим.
Я уже знаю твои карты.
One
У
ten.
меня
Five more.
live translation.
5 more.
Does flick it in from the small.
Монокорта сапер. Гена, Сандра карта. Еще тусой, это фиш.
See queen deuce tray. Kadara still the best of it, having peeled from the small. Idema gonna continue, Henry, for 100k as the opener. And this is where it gets tricky for Kadara, calling with these kind of hands from the small against that under the gun range. But he is sticking around with ace high and backdoor diamonds. And, well, turns the nut flush draw. Idemir checked two for the second time, Henry, and is pulling chips out for the second time with king high, no draw, and he's been called on this queen deuce tray flop, really going after those pocket pairs, perhaps sevens. I mean, eights have just got there, nines, sixes. Don't think he's really trying to make a queen fold. Make some ace highs fold, perhaps. But did check call flop. This one won't be one of them, having turned the nut flush draw.
Hey, blocks. King, queen, and queen 10 suited. Good couple of combos to block, especially out versus a small blind flat. I think I'm getting trolled by Hadley saying Henry's a medical condition. I'm not sure what you're talking about, my man, but hey, hey.
Wow. Wow. Kadara misses the flush, makes a pair, checks, and surely Idemir can't full up again, Henry. I mean, he does have quite a good hand in the sense that we block king, queen of clubs, we block queen 10 of spades, hands that are likely to call. And, well, I regret seeing letting Kadara win that with a 7. But maybe a little unnecessary. Butonkov in the chat asking for an update on Stoyan. Well, Stoyan was obviously on this table earlier, mixing it up, getting involved. Not quite sure how he's doing at the moment. Understand still in with we're down to the final 50-ish. I can't do it to you. I can't lie. It's 51 left. But in real time, Stoyan's out, unfortunately, in 46th, for those who wanted to know about him. Sorry, we're not going to see it happen here. He's out.
I was about to do it in Bulgarian.
I can't barefaced lie to someone, Henry, when they ask. I can't do it.
Не успя този път Тонков, за жалост.
The person who says Dari is a fish in the chat. I'm sure we can arrange a match. I'll take a bit of Dari action. I'll do some cross booking, as the kids call it. So the kids call it. That's what it's called. The man is a beast.
King high flop. Bit of a wide pill from Kadra. Maybe he had one of those feelings.
Yeah, I mean, Kadra peeled ace-7 suit from the small against under the gun, now peeling jack-7 suit on the button. Just wants to see flops, I guess. Can't argue with that. Got to be in it to win it, Henry.
That's right. Can't win if you fold.
You have something behind them? It's
Party Poker Live, Millions Cyprus, main event day 3. We are, well, heavily into the day. Robert Hydon looks down at ace-10 under the gun, playing 30 big blinds. He's going to pop it up. As of course, he should. Why not, Henry? Why not? Well, because maybe Sabaikas finds 2 jacks in the hijack. When I say as well he should, Hydon with the ace-10. On this table, I feel like it's a table where I want to be opening the ace-10 off. People seem to be peeling and doing some goofy stuff. I'm okay because I can get peeled by some inferior hands. On a tough table, I would not be advocating opening this ace-10 off. That was the point I was reaching for, Henry.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting, actually. I think we just fold. I just don't think ace-10's doing that well. That's the jamming range.
Right, you maybe 9s is the hand you want to see. Well, 9s would be jamming, but... There is, of course, the inevitable rip from Savaikas with 2 jacks. Hydon asking for a count. It is 10 blinds. It will feel pretty grim to fold. But Henry, I think you're right. I think it's the best hand we fold.
Yeah, it's just like... Oh, it does make the call, okay. All right, it's made the call. 3 overs to the pair, 2 live flush draws. How's he like Hydon?
And Henry, I've done a U this hand.
What have you done?
Both the jacks have been folded, so if it does come an ace...
Oh, boy.
There are now outs left.
Well, it needs a 9 or a 10.
I've ruined it.
Glimmer of hope and, well, drawing dead.
He is drawing dead. I mean, he's got 2 outs, but I did notice them both folded, guys. Don't usually count the folded ones, but hey-ho. Savaikas picked his spot, got it in good. I like that, Henry. Touch of class. Wishes luck to everyone on the table. Says goodbye. Makes his way to the cash desk.
No, you were shuffling
yeah,
chips like too close to his cards,
yeah,
so
that's what
paper all over.
yeah, but he told them that I was seeing them.
No, he said like you could accidentally roll them over.
Ah, okay.
It's weird, James. I expected the flurry of bust outs to happen as soon as we got into the money, because we did have that kind of prolonged bubble, but it seems to be this part of the tournament seems to be dropping like flies.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out here. What do we... let's see where we're at.
110.
So average stack, 1.6 million. So still only just over 30 blinds average, Henry. Could he?
Really? Is it really?
Really surprised we haven't got deeper.
Maybe... see, I started the sentence, but I feel like I'm going to jinx it. Maybe not as long a day as we had planned.
No, I'd say longer. I mean, we need to get more levels in to get to the 30 big average for the final. I hate to dash your hopes there,
Yeah,
Henry. I know you are. I know you're not
absolutely gunned down the plane, mate.
I know you're not exactly enthused for a marathon stream today.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Well, we'd all rather a short stream today and a deeper final table tomorrow, and that's just the truth. It would be more exciting.
Well, Hydon is going to take this upstairs, and
Yeah.
Samaska going to fold the ace-5, we assume. And I received an update from Yoni.
Okay.
How fair do you think he was when So I asked him, I'll let the chat answer as well. So what place do you need to finish to give me your hat signed?
Third.
Third? What makes you say third?
Podium.
Podium finish. Okay.
What's he said?
I'll see what chat comes up with. Give them a few seconds. See, I thought like he'd be like, yeah, final table.
Lucky hat.
Final table seems fair for me. Yeah, we are on a bit of delay, so chat will have time to answer. He came back with third as well.
There we go.
Yeah, bang on third. I thought you cheeky.
Third place seems fair. Although, if we come third, I don't want to give it up because it's a lucky hat.
I mean, I caddied for him. I was his mindset coach on the golf course.
Yeah, he lost.
That's true. That's true.
His mindset was the worst I've ever seen on a golf course. His golfing was the worst I've ever seen on a golf course. And his P&L was not ideal. There you go, Henry. Going to find you the cap.
Could be buying some golf gear, I can tell. Yeah, 10k profit for everyone so far. That's in for just one bullet.
It's exciting. If you're still in. We're getting to the business end. We're getting to where it really matters. The big bucks decided. Down to the final 48. Likes of Vlad Dari, Yoni Hyman, aka the two guys I chose. Second and third in Chips Henry. Just get that orange juice ready. Samaska ripping it from the small into her dad, who just has 5 behind. First card's good. I'm guessing it's a deuce. So with 48 left, Henry, we are into the $15,440 payout.
We are indeed.
Get to 44. We got best part of 3K. Starting to climb. Starting to get interesting.
Yeah, you creep into that 20k club and it starts getting exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, anytime you get to the last 2 tables where these jumps then happen every 3 spots and you're like, oh, hello.
God damn, I'm through saying I wonder what the golf money matches win-loss ratio is. Well, James had been buttering me up for a year and a half. We've been doing the commentary on the online felt. Golf this, golf that. thought I'd join the boys and see exactly what they get up to. And well, let's just say my first impressions have got me thinking about retiring from poker and getting really good at golf, because these boys are easy money, I'm telling you.
And that's how badly we all played. Yeah, it was a.
So if you're thinking of coming down to a Millions event and you know your way around a golf course, drop us a DM, because there's no Party Poker Millions without a round of golf with James Dempsey. That's for sure.
It's almost true. It's almost true. Forever brother, how long does this stream stay? To the final table? To the final table? Yes. We are going down to the final table. There is the, caveat with that. It's supposed to go to the final table, might not, but if it doesn't, there's a minimum number of levels we'll play today of 10. It's the absolute minimum. So you've still got a long time of streaming pleasure to go. Because we've only got through the first 4 levels of play so far today. So you've got this and another 5 hours at least.
Lux on pay patch on.
1K lasts longer. Be hearing about that a little bit later, I imagine, Harry. So who's still in the mix for that?
Yeah, I mean, great free roll.
Favorite kind of roll, that. I like a bread roll.
Yeah.
I like an egg bread roll.
You're right,
I like a sausage roll. Even like an egg roll. My favorite is the free roll. Samaska popping up 10-8 of diamonds in the cutoff. Does Haddad want to just rifle 4.5 in with Jack 10 suited? He says no. Says survival.
Ace 10 in the big. Has Samaska dominated.
Conjure up. Yeah. Let's flick it in and see a flop. Let's keep the dominated in. Well, now who's dominated Henry? That is what you call smacking the flop.
How's your luck?
No reaction on the face, Henry. Just got the nuts with the straight flush draw.
Hey, you already know what's going through the mind, though, right?
Even at Vegas and the delightful Mirage, I believe. Wow, he checks it back, Henry. Is this going to see Kadara stab? I mean, he's got ace high and he's got a gut shot, Henry. Maybe well, it's just got enough to not necessarily have to bet for Kadra, but oh, he's going big.
Oh, wow.
I love this, Henry. I mean, this makes sense, right? Your opponent just doesn't have a lot of this. You get to have a lot of it having peeled from the big. So he files full pot. And that, Henry, I presume, means that Samaska would just flat allow his man to keep barreling.
Yeah.
Keeping all the worst, keeping the bluffs. Obviously, there's part of him that's thinking, well, maybe he's got 2 pair and I can just stack him, but this sizing is saying I've got big draw or I've got
Oh, it's a polarizing
hand.
sizing, right?
Yeah.
The thought process that would be going through my head is, oh my god, my opponent just led into me for pot,
yeah,
and I have the nuts
have everything
on a board where I should be extremely capped.
Well,
That's a bit of a...
yeah. That's a disappointment. Kadra, Rivers top pair. Well, now I'm thinking showdown. And also the spades complete, which is a part of both players' ranges. So Masker maybe thinking, oh god, what if he's got 2 pair now? It's going to be really hard for him to call with the spade rolling off, with an ace rolling off.
Yeah.
I could easily have made aces up. I could easily have made a flush.
What size are you going here, James? Like 2/3?
No, I think I go quite small, but... Again, I mean, your opponent's supposed to have nothing or... Actually, I don't know. We do have... this is just a tough spot, Henry. Like a tough spot to decide the bet size, I think. It's gone from being a really easy spot on the flop when you've got the nuts with the straight flush draw.
I think 600k.
And that's 700k. Does unblock the pairs. That's the best thing about having a straight, guys. You unblock all those pairs, all the 2 pairs, the sets, etc. They're all there. Cadra, Henry. He unblocks diamonds, unblocks spades.
Yeah, the big sigh. Samaska knows that Cadra has a genuine decision and maybe regretting going this big. May have beat him to the pot for something like James said, 300, 450k. Because it's really tough to call with these 1-pair hands. These weak 2-pair hands as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a weird spot. I think I go the bigger sizing with the flushes just because I've got a warm, fuzzy feeling. It's not impossible that Cadra has a flush and checks it. We can't rule out that we're betting into better when we bet with this. I think the flush, I'd be happy going a larger sizing. I think with a straight, I'd go smaller because with the straight, also, you're just unblocking those 2-pair combos that I just don't want to give a chance to fold. Again, this is all me talking from a point of trying to get called. I'm completely unbalanced, Henry, but I'm down to the last 47 in millions, and I'm playing against a guy who's peeling with Jack 7. I'm going to play unbalanced. Shoot me.
Shoot me. It's really grim as well because it's just like, well, ace king, ace queen, do they float turn? I don't think so, not against pot. And when the ace of spades rolls off, leaves hands like king, queen, queen, jack, jack 10. You'd assume jack 10 probably bets flop. Really tough spot. I can understand flop. Really tough spot. I can understand the tank. Like, you don't bet this size with ace king. You don't bet this size with ace queen, ace jack. So options are really limited. Slow played set. Slow played aces. Only 1 combo of that left. Aces with the ace of diamonds does make a ton of sense. King, queen, jack, jack 10 of spades. Only really 3 combos of spades in my opinion. Time's been called. I think that's fair. It's a tough spot, but it's been over 2 minutes.
Yeah. I agree. This is not possible. This is not wasting time. But the players don't know that.
I do like going polar in this spot, but I think, as James said, as an exploit, I think I do size down, especially on the ace of spades. Like, you're just folding out, 9-8, queen 9, 10-9, 6-7.
But yeah, what's he doing with the flop 2 pairs? Like,
You have 30 seconds.
Has 30 seconds.
Dad deciding to be the floor person.
Oh, was that Haddad that said that, was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was the floor.
He
Nice
does
fold, well played.
Let it go. Samaska wins a big one. some friends popping by. Checking how their pals are doing, Henry, on our feature table. Well, they want to watch. There are plenty of screens all around this room, all around the poker room, the cash game room, I should say. All throughout the entire resort, Henry. Every TV you look at, in all the hotels, in all the land, there it is, being shown. And you can just sit in your room here, whack on the TV, put the sound on, and there we are, too, Henry.
Don't have our pretty faces on there, though, do they?
They don't have our pretty faces, no. They have to make do with what they've got. I see some comments in the chat, guys. I know there are some issues with the stream some of you are experiencing. Please do bear with us. I think most of you it seems to be okay, but some there's some maybe some drops and whatnot.
Oh, white mustard. You can rock, mate. British announcers always talking about the Queen. That's actually a good one. I mean, I did mention Queen Jack of Spades, King Queen of Spades, Queen Ten of Spades. So I mentioned it 3 times. Well played, well played. You can stay. I'll allow that one. Yeah, I probably want a spade to find the call there, boys and girls. Wow, Georgi taking it upstairs.
Getting feisty, going up Smasker after his
Pretty chunky 3-bet as well. Hijack versus button.
Okay, Smasker just thinking the best of it. Then Georgi get away with one. Georgi's like, yeah, you know that 300k you just won? I'll take 110 of it, please. We call it tax where I'm from.
Has anyone seen Neil Barrett? Georgi with piles of chips. A late position. Doesn't need a second invitation to open things up. 10-9-0. Good enough.
You will see the TV. Yeah, that's a good thing, yeah?
I can say now. Only you see.
After half an hour.
You block the queen.
Allah, you will see.
Block your queen.
You will see anyway. You will see.
Wow.
Andre giving Georgi a taste of his own medicine, Henry.
Yeah, boys aren't mucking about.
After 3-bet.
Andreev's like, you taxed him, I tax you. Double tax.
So yeah, Henry, the previous table we saw, I think, a lot more single raise pots. This table already seems like there must be quite a lot of 3-bet history going on. And Georgi having a little think with the 10-9 offsuit. Is this just a safe base, Henry? Or does he actually want to go to war? Strikes me as someone who might go to war at any moment.
He is definitely the type to go to war. I've had the pleasure of calling the action on a couple of final tables of his. One with you, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, let's just say there's a lot of leveling wars and whatnot going on with this man. He's going to do it. He's actually going to do it.
Here he goes. Here he goes. 765, Henry. Click it back at you. How'd you like that, Andreev?
If Andreev finds the 5-bet, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it may involve me going out there with my shirt off.
Henry, 10 years ago, this is the easiest 3 to 5 spot in the world.
Yeah, I was thinking that, and
This is my poker we're playing now.
these are the types of guys that I feel like could potentially do it.
It's my day. It's what we used to do for fun, these spots. 3 to 5 with the suited aces. Can Andreev do it with this much on the line? 46 remaining in a Millions main event. The answer is no.
Thought about it. Cappuccino, Run Dempsey?
Georgi. Yeah.
Or is it... It's not beer time yet, is it?
No, definitely not beer time, Henry. I don't want
Cappuccino time?
I was actually thinking about going... Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about... No, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was thinking about not having any more coffee, but we've got a long one ahead of us, haven't we? Yeah, cappuccino time.
Cappuccino time announced, boys and girls.
Sending him off. I expect some lovely little barista art when Henry returns. If I don't get that, I know he's gone to the wrong place, and I'll be very upset with him. He's out of earshot now, guys, but he best not be back without it. Haddad ripping ace, 10 of diamonds for the scratch. Marzian sits down, looks down at ace jack of clubs, and is going to give this a spin for 4.5 blinds, that's for sure. Question is it a click or is it a flat? He himself has 38 blinds. I think popping it up to 500k here seems fine. Flatting also seems fine. Feels like 3 blinds feels mandatory to raise when it's 4.5. And you've got 40 blinds. There's plenty of hands that are going to call and not want to get it in. You don't necessarily just get to ISO. Clicking though also fine, just to sway those peels behind, and you're going to have some hands that, some strong hands that click get it in, some like this that can click fold. Looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to make it the 500. I like this. Quarter of the chips go in the pot. And Haddad, well, very nice looking ace 10 of diamonds, but up against it, Marzian holding ace jack of spades. Needs help. Dad spent many an hour on our feature table over the last 2 days in this event. Is his run going to come to an end? 1 diamond on the flop. 3 pairs the turn. All right, got a small chance. King or a 4. Get him a chop. 10 gets him the win. There it is. King on the end. Chop it up. Haddad survives. So laughs, smiles, jokes. He's a happy boy.
Good luck.
Garrick Marzian gets the chop with that ace jack having just joined our table. Name that for some reason is bugging me. Where have I come across him before, the Armenian? Not quite sure. Idemite 13 blinds. Haddad, well, gets to survive, but just 6 bigs remaining. Kadra, Rakita in the mid-20s. The rest all looking pretty comfortable, but it is Georgi leading the way, full betting the 10-9 off a moment ago. Getting Andre to fold. Easy game.
Raise 110.
Kadra gets one through with the hand that he ran into earlier, 10-8 of diamonds. Norwegian, I don't need your judgment today, my friend. Welcome to the chat. I am actually eating a cookie as I read your message, which is really rather disheartening. Don't know what's gone on. Just thinking how I haven't eaten properly all day. Keep missing out on the main food. Andreev had a shot. Georgi didn't work with the ace-4 suit. Got put in the bin.
Raise 100.
Rakita popping up with Queen Jack on the button. Samaska finds the boots in the big blind. Rakita opening off 24 bigs. This may be a flat, guys. Samaska may just call here. I'd like a call. He does do just that. Lays the trap. There's just not enough hands he's going to raise call off with. There are some, of course. You want to have some traps in the big blind, and the ultimate hand to trap with is, of course, the boots. And here we go, Rakita going to potentially put himself in the bin, having flopped top pair on this Queen 6-6. He's going to bet this flop always against big blind peel, and he's going to bet turn and river a lot, depending on the run out, but there aren't many that he checks back. Well, very small c-bet as well, one blind. Makes sense on the Queen 6-6 against that big blind peel, I'd say. But to this sizing, there's potential for Samaska to even raise, although I think aces and the ace of clubs doesn't need to, although that's what he's decided to do. Well, it's a good game, Rakita, barring a fortunate run out. I much prefer this line with red aces. But hey ho. Well, heart rolls off in the turn. I mean, kind of insignificant, but also kind of not. Some of the bluffs that Samaska's going to check raise with on this flop will be hands that wrapped around the 6 with backdoor hearts. Something like You know, the 5, 7 of hearts, 7, 8 of hearts, these kind of things. 3, 4 of hearts, 3, 5 of hearts even. So it's a card that he's likely to fire off on the turn. If you're sat in Rakita's shoes, you get kind of excited when you see that card. And for that reason, I think once this bet goes in, you know, Rakita holds position, but he may just rip this in for half pot more. He also may just call and allow bluffs to continue, but it is an option, just because a lot of the bluffs do have some equity, and there's some, well, there's more than some value to denying equity at this stage of a tournament, but it's just tragic if you call and they're not going to bluff rivers, and you give them a free shot at it. But he does have a lot of hands that can call here and don't really like calling a river. And to defend those parts of his range, he's electing just to call once more with the queen. 3 rolls it off on the end. Like I say, it's not an irrelevant card because there are some hands that approve on that, like the 4, 5 of hearts gets there, the 3, 4 of hearts, these kind of things. It could be in the range. Henry, a fun one you've walked back in on.
Yeah, I love that breakdown of the hand, my man. It's, yeah, very true what you're saying. Hands like 7, 5, this, that, and the other. I'm gonna...
Well, there is the third barrel. You can see Rakita. You know, all that on the side. You can also just have a whole lot of 6s.
Yep.
But those 2 flush draws missing, I don't see how you can ever get away from this.
Yeah, I agree. Tough one to get away from, especially up against Samaska, who it's a tough opponent. These spots are studied quite a bit by these boys. These button versus big blind check raise spots, especially on these paired boards.
And especially, Henry, I'd say, you know, we saw Samaska flop the nut straight with flush draw a minute ago, but he also ended up bombing kind of a peculiar spot on the river just a few minutes ago, and that's got to play into Rakita's mind. If he's following that hand, he's got to think, well, hang on a second. This guy's already put someone else in a coffin on the river. Now here he is doing it to me.
Yeah, I think with this exact hand, we have to call. Unblocking clubs, like unblocking clubs and hearts. Yeah, he does flick in the 1-chip call.
Does. Sees it was a trap from the off. 2 aces. Turns the hand over, as he must when he's all in. Rakita eliminated. Samaska up to 3.5 million. Just the cruel one, Henry.
Does miss out on that pay jump as well, Dempsey. 45th. Everyone now guaranteed 18. But Ronan Rakita walking away with 15.4.
Lines up.
Maybe squeezed in that pay jump. There might have been something on the outer tables. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, that's one where you hope that notice you busted for a couple of minutes. You just kind of skulk around. So, we are going up 30-60.
Raise 120. Raise 300%.
Georgi v. Andreev for round 2. Just as James mentioned, blinds creeping on up. This one, different positions. Yeah, Georgi, no mucking about. No mucking about.
It's all fun and games here in Cyprus. Down to the last handful of tables, Henry. It's when you stand up, you look around at the other tables, it's like, oh, it's only these ones left, huh? It's gone from a whole room. The winner's got to come from just this small group of players.
Yeah, 840 odd entries. Whittled down to 5% of the field, my man. We're getting there. 5 days in, still the most important day to go. Cut shot for Gorgi. Swing and a miss for Samaska.
Justin asking, did he call him with the Jack Queen? Yes, that hand ended up with a call off.
Raise. 285.
Love this. Love this. Gorgi chipping up 4.6 mil. How the Sunday grind's going, boys and girls? I assume a lot of you are early into what will hopefully be a profitable Sunday in the online streets for you boys and girls. 6 p.m. Central European time. Hashtag never miss a Sunday. Hashtag good luck grinders.
Good luck, grinders.
Oh, tricky one. Yeah, good reason. Very good reason.
Drev deuces in the muck. Animir 11 bigs also finds the muck. Get it to that stage, Demps. Samaska, who, I mean,
Certainly is getting to that stage. It's exciting.
has been maybe the most active player.
Yep, so far what we've seen, obviously these guys have been battling it out all day. Well, Haddad hasn't on this table because he was with us on our previous feature, but he's here with us now. And ace 8, 2.5 blinds. He says, run it.
So, Tamasian probably going to get a count, see if Samaska has a step. He doesn't. Most likely going to be 3 ways to a flop with Haddad in very tough shape, or rough shape I should say. Times are tougher for Haddad. Does have a heart. Samaska with the nut heart draw. Dry side pot. Samaska doesn't care. Comes out firing. Haddad stands up, needs help from the deck.
Yeah. Need a lot of help. Just
Yes,
avoid the killouts for starters, Henry.
Yeah, let's 3 of spades is a fair card.
Well, he did get an unlikely split a moment ago. This one, not possible for a split.
No dice. Love to have men at the tables. The got to give credit where credit's due. He's been nursing a short stack ever since we got into the money. So to see him, well, bust him 41st with 98 places paid. Fair play, my man. GG's. Team Norwegian saying, haven't started my grind yet. Got a party poker GPKO event starting in a few hours that I plan on winning.
Here we go.
I like your style, Team Norwegian. You plan on winning. That is a great strategy.
Samaska coming in again to 6s.
Yeah, been a great feature table for him so far. Came in with around about 1.4. Up to 3.5. He has got the table captain on his left though, who's been making his life difficult. Not the first time he's 3-bet the Lithuanian. This time we are going to see a flop.
King 8 trait. Henry, do you think Gorgie's ever 3-bet and I was about to say 3-bet and slowed down? He has. Just saw it.
He does, and then he gets the 9 of spades on the turn. Just in case he needed a reason to start barreling. Oh, it's a chunky one.
505.
Samask, are you flop kings? Flop top set?
It's good, isn't it? If you're that much of an aggressive player, that when you check back, everyone just gives you top set.
Yeah.
It's hard to lose.
That's,
All I gotta do is check back and bet turns. Easy game.
just have to smile to yourself, don't you? Ah, the boys just finding out 10-8 of diamonds.
That makes you feel a lot better, Henry.
My birthday, St. Henry, we were waiting for you. PLO 200 streets. Is that how it is, my birth name? You just come in here, 3,000 viewers across the board, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and you're just telling me open seat, eh? All right, all right. What is your new nickname? Wouldn't you like to know?
Dun dun dun. State secrets are kept less closely guarded than Henry's screen name. Otherwise, well, the site may crash at times. Baybar's joining the table here, Henry. Sits down. It's disrespectful, isn't it? You rock up, you sit down first hand, you just had to pop it up and plus on with Queen 10 when you just joined the table. Come on.
That's disrespectful.
Of 12 blinds. You know, where's the respect for Georgi? It's his table. Tomazian appeals to button with 7s. Kadra in the small with Queen Jack offsuit also decides to call. I mean, this is a table where you could win a lot of chips if you got something going.
No one liking the look of this flop.
Ace King 9. Well, I've got her for a couple.
And well,
7's quite useful for someone here, Henry. It's nice as well. Everyone's checked with the flop, and you bet the turn when checked to the second time. It just kind of looks like garbage. It looks nonsense. It's like, really, pal? Really? We've all just shown a bit of weakness, and you decide to stab.
I like the smaller sizing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, no one with any of it. Ten bigs in a dream. Everyone guaranteed. Very decent payday, but coming this far to go home with 18K is, well, always a bit of a bitter taste.
Yeah, yeah. It's so much different, isn't it, Henry? The sneaking into the money and cashing your short stack feels like a win. You bust out 40th and you feel like, wow, I was close to getting to some serious wonga.
Some big dough. Baybar's trying his best to get something going.
Yeah. Forcing the action somewhat, Henry. You come to a new table and just start popping it up with all these weak hands in early position. It's ballsy.
Kadra is, he just loves it.
Loves Jack 7 suited, Henry. His
He really
favourite hand.
does. Maybe it is.
That's what I figured out. Jack 7 suited on the button. He woke up this morning, had a dream about it, and decided we're going to play that relentlessly. Now, Queen 6 tray. The opener checks you. How hard do you have to try to win pots when you're flat with Jack 7? That's the question.
Have to start firing if check 2. Picking up a gut shot. Jack high. Never going to be good. There it is.
180 will get the job done. So, we are getting down towards the final 4 tables. Not a million miles away now, Henry. Into the, what, 40 or high 30s of players left, still showing us 40. And just looking around the chip counts for the other tables, and I see Vlad Daria has dropped down to 5th, down to 3.2 million chips. He's taken a bit of a hit. I'm scrolling, Henry, trying to find Yoni. He's down to 2.5 million. So the two of them on the same table, don't forget. Well, they were when we left them. Both taking hits.
Wow.
Dominic Panker, someone was asking about, still in there with 2 million in chips. Sergio Panau, who we saw in the 10K. No, was it in the earlier in this, or was it in the 10K final? I can't even remember. The days are merging so much. Maybe it was earlier in this. Still in there with 1.5 million.
All the days merging together.
Paybar's in action once again, Henry, unsurprisingly. Going for the odd 100% VPIP since moving here.
Panic Fish saying, grind just started. Good luck, my man. Check out the tables. I mean, this is why Kadra does it. Opening King 5, he's just getting away with murder.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind this part so much. It's some of the peels have been a little optimistic, I think. But hey, if you can open up the King 5, get away with it. Why not? Do it until they stop you doing it. That's always my motto.
Shifty say just made an FT. Wow. Didn't see that one. He snuck that one in.
Nice. Good luck. Action round to Bay Bears in the small. Going to keep the VPIP at 100. This one for 4 blinds with King Queen. Makes sense. And High Dawn. Going to give him a spin. Dominates Henry and get back to where he was. Bay Bears.
Very sure he look.
Ace King 5. Bay Bears. Bay Bars, pardon me. Flops. But High Dawn is live for Broadway. Well, Broadway now just a chop. It's a bad card, even though it has improved his hand. Unless, Henry, it comes. Oh, I thought I was going to be so gangster to do the commentary like that. I was going to roll off. I gambled. It didn't. Double up for Bay Bars. Keeping it 100% VPIP. Do you reckon it stays 100%, Henry?
I think so.
How many more hands do you reckon he puts the chips in?
KLV saying, is Gikovanu still in? The guy who won his biggest pot at Cash Game Omaha this year. I think you're talking about the guy that won the biggest pot against me, right? I say biggest pot. It was like, it's like a 3K pot, I think. Like 2.5, but it was for a lot of big blinds. It's like a 600. We were playing like 5-5. And I got it in pretty dead.
Bear Totem, welcome to the stream. Yeah, you are watching a live stream, uninterrupted coverage of the Millions main event, day 3. Yeah, we choose a feature table and we show you all the hands. You seem to be maybe more used to alternative styles of coverage, edited, where they do take you out to outer tables and show you key hands and highlights and all that. You're watching this live, my friend, albeit on a delay, of course, for game integrity. But hence the different style. Far more immersive. You get to know everything that's going on. We get to know all the little ins and outs, the little bits of history, the dynamics that are going on. We hear all the table talk. Although there hasn't been too much of it on this table.
Bear Totem saying, tell the cameraman to walk to another table. All right, 1 second. Be right back. Your Royal Highness.
I'd admit, in the cutoff, flopping overs and a flush draw, and he's going to see a c-bet from Andreev. Henry, this may just be an easy rip and get better to fold.
Well, I don't think he's deep enough to get better to fold, but the crazy thing would be is if he does rip, gets hook called, and then bricks out. And then king high.
Yeah, you're
Pretty
actually
good.
270 more. Don't know. Is he really going to call here with... Yeah.
No, wow. What?
270 more. No pair, no draw.
Are you kidding me? No, come on, man. You have 2 overs, backdoor straight, you're getting 3 to 1 on a call, like, you need 25%. You're up against the pair. You have that, like that's crazy.
Call me crazy.
I will. An absolute madman.
I'd admit, ace, 8 of clubs in the hijack. Well, I got that one through.
Criminal saying, excellent commentary. Thanks. Criminal, you're more than welcome. Thanks for the kind words.
Samaska in the small with 2 4s. Is he going to try and elicit a fold out of Idemir? No. He's not. He's going to let him get away with an open. He's going to put him in the bin. He's going to let Georgi, the policeman behind, do all the work.
Yeah, it's just like a fold, right?
I mean, it's Georgi. Not folding, are we? Got a 6 and a deuce of the same suit. Going to see a flop. And going to flop a pair. Checks it on over to Idemir.
How are you feeling about this spot now, Demps?
Well, Idemir has got backdoors galore. And the ace high comes up betting 110. We've got a pair. Fortunately, no backdoor flush draw on this rainbow board. But we have got a pair, Henry. 110k to go. We continue. See a king roll off. Not a bad card for Idemir to follow up on if he knows his opponent's in here with a 7 or a 6. Obviously, there were plenty better cards he would have seen here. All those additional outs were possible with the backdoor draws he had. Second barrel gets the job done. Bear in the chat asking how far would they play today to the final table or all the way? Well, certainly not all the way. The final table takes place tomorrow. We're going to try and play to the final table tonight, but it may be a case that we stop after 10 or 11 levels. All kind of depends. Still plenty of play to go because this is what, block number 3. So this is our 6th level of the day. So we've got at least 4 more levels after this, possibly 5. Before we were to finish. And that may be quite near to the final. It may be a little bit further away. The average stack a bit shallower than perhaps I'd expected. The flurry of bust-ups hasn't really occurred yet. Pots just aren't playing that big, guys. It's been relatively passive. As we go, 3-way to a flop. Cadra popping up 2 9s. Hydorn flooding in the cutoff with ace-jack. Samaska coming along with jack-10 suited from the button. And Cadra sees a good flop for 2 9s. 7-6 deuce. See that. Pulls in a not insignificant pot.
These guys, tough to play against when they're in there with all sorts.
Certainly. Oh, Henry. Well, Henry did mention, of course, earlier that your boy Stoyan, one of your Stoyans, or the Stoyans, the boys of Henry, had departed. Other players being asked about, of course, Casper Pizarro also gone, unfortunately. Arunas Sepetificus within our table has gone. There are 40 remaining. Bay bars.
Cadra thinking about it. Let's go. Baybar's just ducking and weaving.
Yeah. He's played a lot of hands for someone who's only just come here and has a short stack. PP Live 2021, that's the password. Head on over to Party Poker. Free roll. Why not, Henry? It's a Sunday. Get grinding.
Get in there.
Check it out. $500
If you're not in, you can't win.
to be handed out, to be given away. All you got to do is head on over to Party. Use that password, PP Live 2021. Get amongst it. Bear Totem says, who are the commentators? It is, as always, myself, James Dempsey, and Mr. Henry Corbin of many different fames. King tray 4, Andreev from the big with ace 5, lots of gutter. This feels like just a normal hand, Henry. Let's just have a normal hand where the opener's going to c-bet because they got some back doors like diamonds and whatnot, and the big blind's got a gut shot on ace high, and let's just play a normal hand. What do you think?
Normal hand sounds fine by me. This is what, round 4 between these two?
You just know what's going to happen. 100k bet, going to be a call. Some potential spice on the turn, like the nut card for action rolls off. It's just a normal hand, Henry.
Feels like a disaster of a card to actually barrel, though, versus the big blind range. Just so tough. We get check raised. Yeah, we'll see. Trev improving to an open ender. Just lets it go.
Yeah. Georgi piles on the pressure. Mara G asking, where is Yoni? Yoni is out on one of the other tables. We had him on here earlier for 4 hours. He was ducking and diving, running and riding. Ended up riding a rush. It's a big stack. We've since learned that he's dropped back a bit, but he's still out there in the field with 40 players left. Marzian, I'm raising 125.
Oh, Kadra reaching for raising chips, would you believe?
King 5. Just having a go, Henry.
Yes, boys and girls, that is right. You do need a vaccine card and a negative PCR test to get here. So, enough of that. Tomasian cut off versus Button.
Good card? The left 3-bet.
Marzian, put a spot here. I mean, we've seen Henry Kadra be quite happy to peel with a lot of hands. So suddenly a 3-bet looks real strong. And he passes Henry, just throws the ace-jack away to the 3-bet. I think that's just a dynamic, a sort of flow read there where here's a guy who V-pips quite a lot passively. Now suddenly 3-bets me. I'm going to put him on a strong hand. And it's hard to fault that logic.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kadra has been taking the passive routes pre-flop. Although his pre-flop passive routes have been out of line. Get some respect. Drunk Hell saying, when's the new feature table going to be? After the break,
Yeah.
we will be having a new feature table, which is going to be in around about 20 minutes time, I believe.
End of this level will be a break. Yep.
Less. 10 minutes time, boys and girls.
We're that close already, eh?
Bear Totem saying, if I was there, I'd ask for a 40-way chop, lol. Someone wants to do the math. How much would a 40-way chop equate to? What's it going to be? It's going to be somewhere around about, what, 60k, I guess?
Yeah.
60, 70k? Deuce of hearts on the turn. Baybars needs to find a diamond. Paddy Bob saying, how many party poker pros will be flown to the WSOP, Henry? I'm not sure, my man. I know Yoni's going for the series.
That's a good question. Yeah. Who knows?
On a brick river, I mean, if this goes check, it'd be insane.
Yeah. It's entirely possible. Hide on stabbing. And there is the brick river. And there's the check. Hide on going to give it up.
Well, I mean, there's 800 in the middle. Baybars has been check calling.
Oh, he does rip it. And oh, a breath, but I love it. I wish he just checked him. I wish he'd won with 9 high at Showdown. Those ones are great for the banter.
One Love saying, isn't King 5 okay to 3-bet bluff? It is indeed, my man.
Yeah, sorry. Obviously, it's the kind of hand that we do like to bluff with. Where you're kind of more likely to see that maybe from the big blind with a hand like King 5 off on the button. You're going to have some better hands to select. But like I say, this is I'm enjoying this because I'm taking Henry a little bit out of his GTO theoretical commentary that we all know and love from him, the technical, because well, you're on a table where that stuff's not quite as relevant. It's more flow, like I say. Like, he hasn't really made a 3-bet, so he just decides to throw one in. And we open a fault ace jack. Old school poker.
All in announced. Baybars looking to spin again, and well, it's these two again.
Yep. Hydon goes for his table mate once more. 9-4 deuce.
It's a fair fight.
Baybars needs to see a paint card.
Pair outs mean straight draws for everyone else. Wow.
That's a bad one. Takes away the jack of spades as an out. Queen or jack? Queen it is! There it is. Baybars with another double up through his neighbor. Here we go. When we come back, Henry, this is going to be our next feature table. And look, Yoni on this one. We're getting him back for the Yoni fans. I see Yanis in the mix here as well. In what, seat 6 or so? See Ramon back in here as well. We saw him double up on the bubble, I believe it was, with the boots. Was he one of the players to double up with the aces? Or
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Halle in the mix as well.
Yeah. Alex Halle. Fun table coming up. As Henry says, that break not far away now. That is the table when we return from the break.
$17 bigs for Idemir.
You look very strong with this race. Sunglasses too. Very strong.
And the one you see, right? They make bluff.
Samaska with the needle. They look very strong. Putting the sunglasses on.
Sound like ace queen.
Ace queen?
Around that.
Queen 7, no? Maybe H-Jack spacing.
Why not?
Possible. Because if you see it TV, I can lie you. Yes. H-Jack spacing. Nemo! Ne bu turu almam için.
Some smiles and jokes for those still in.
Emir'e sözüm var Emir'e.
800 players have busted this tournament, Henry.
It's a lot of players.
Down to the final 38. Which, of course, does mean we're very close to a pay jump. 3K pay jump, which is not insignificant. Don't think it will change how anyone plays a hand, but it may change the pace at which they play it.
You're playing crown too?
Cadra popping up in +1 with 7-5 suited, Henry. He likes to get amongst it, this lad.
25?
Flat from the small from Samaska.
A rare fold from Georgi in the big.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. There it is, Henry. The 5 rolls off. King 9-5. Samaska checks from the small. Now, Samaska hits a lot of this King 9 board. Gets all those Broadway combos. They're going to want to continue. For that reason, Cadra is going to check back this flop a lot. Does so here. Queen rolls off. Even worse now for Samaska from that point of view because he has to have a lot of strong hands. And that may mean he doesn't get action from Cadra.
These boys have already played a big one. Cadra knows Samaska can get tricky. Overbet.
Yeah. Unblock all of those pairs, Henry, in. As much as Cadra, as much as Samaska has those broadways playing from the small, so does Cadra, Henry, opening from +1. It's a board they're both rich on. Samaska hoping perhaps to be against a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack, maybe check the flop. Maybe some King X that checks back. 9, 10, 9 Jack even. Really put them under pressure with a big bet size. Don't quite know what Cadra's thinking about with 7-5. It's just going to be a fold for this one.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a fold, but Cadra in the tank. Is he really thinking of
No.
doing something ridiculous?
I mean, it is against his old foe, but he saw before his old foe had the hand. His old foe's turned over the hand a lot.
Cards are still not in the muck, James.
He's not playing this, Henry. He can't play this. Yeah, there are some hands he can beat, of course. But not many. Ace 10 of hearts, 10 8 of hearts. Ace Jack of hearts, those kind of hands. But no. Must be down to 36, Henry, if the table's filled up. About 3 million in chips.
He gets told you only get to play one hand. They're not wrong.
Gargle. Celia Gargle was one of the, yeah, I mean, has 3.3 million, has lots of chips, but was one of those with a big snack early on today, I think. Adamir +2 with 20 blinds. King, Queen.
113.
12 starting stacks. Just cash me out. Give me 60k. I'll be on my way. Gurgi looking over at the clock. Everyone telling him just wait 20 seconds. So they don't get another hand in. Well, Tomasi, I'm not going to need to wait because he's going to defend.
Yeah.
I think you want plus.
Ace Jack 6. Tomasian from bottom pair. Backdoor spades. Faces a quick bet from Idemir. And I think this is a spot Henry if we had like 5-6 without a backdoor flush. I could just give it up against the +2 open. But with the backdoor spades, we've got to stick around.
I think he might just fold with this table talk. Adam is like, I want to go for a cigarette.
Yeah, it feels like that, but I think just the spades is enough to... Oh, you're right, Henry. There we go. You got it right. Shows him it was an honest-ish hand. As these players depart for a break, they will be moving back to the tournament floor. When we come back, it'll be the likes of Yoni and co. But Georgi taking the chip lead on this table. Back to the floor. Halil Baybars sticking around still with 10 bigs. When we come back, it will be 40k, 80k. And that'll be in about 10 minutes. See you then. Or is it a flat? He himself has 38 blinds. I think popping it up to 500k here seems fine. Flatting also seems fine. It feels like 3 blinds feels mandatory to raise when it's 4.5. You've got 40 blinds. There's plenty of hands that are going to call and not want to get it in. You don't necessarily just get to ISO. Click in, they're also fine just to sway those pills behind, and you're going to have some hands, some strong hands that click get it in, some like this that can click fold. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to make it the 500. I like this. Quarter of the chips go in the pot. And Haddad, well, very nice looking ace-10 of diamonds, but up against it, Tamazian holding ace-jack of spades. Needs help. Dad spent many an hour on our feature table over the last 2 days in this event. Is his run going to come to an end? 1 diamond on the flop. 3 pairs the turn. All right, got a small chance. King or a 4. Get him a chop. 10 gets him the win. There it is. King on the end. Chop it up. Her dad survives. So laughs, smiles, jokes. He's a happy boy.
Raise 100.
Rakita popping up with Queen Jack on the button. Samaska finds the boots in the big blind. Rakita opening off 24 bigs. This may be a flat, guys. Samaska may just call here. I'd like a call. He does do just that. Lays the trap. There's just not enough hands he's going to raise call off with. There are some, of course. You want to have some traps in the big blind, and the ultimate hand to trap with is, of course, the boots. And here we go, Rakita going to potentially put himself in the bin, having flopped top pair on this Queen 6-6. He's going to bet this flop always against big blind peel, and he's going to bet turn and river a lot, depending on the run out, but there aren't many that he checks back. Well, very small c-bet as well, 1 blind. Makes sense on the Queen 6-6 against that big blind peel, I'd say. But to this sizing, there's potential for Samaska to even raise, although I think aces and the ace of clubs doesn't need to, although that's what he's decided to do. Well, it's a good game, Rakita, barring a fortunate run out. I much prefer this line with red aces. But hey ho. Well, heart rolls off in the turn. I mean, kind of insignificant, but also kind of not. Some of the bluffs that Samaska's going to check raise with on this flop will be hands that wrapped around the 6 with backdoor hearts. Something like, you know, the 5-7 of hearts, 7-8 of hearts, these kind of things. 3-4 of hearts, 3-5 of hearts even. So it's a card that he's likely to fire off on the turn. If you're sat in Rakita's shoes, you get kind of excited when you see that card. And for that reason, I think once this bet goes in, you know, Rakita holds position, but he may just rip this in for half pot more. He also may just call and allow bluffs to continue, but it is an option, just because a lot of the bluffs do have some equity, and there's some, well, there's more than some value to denying equity at this stage of a tournament, but it's just tragic if you call and they're not going to bluff rivers, and you give them a free shot at it. But he does have a lot of hands that can call here and don't really like calling a river. And to defend those parts of his range, he's electing just to call once more with the queen. 3 rolls off on the end. Like I say, it's not an irrelevant card because there are some hands that approve on that, like the 4-5 of hearts gets there, the 3-4 of hearts, these kind of things. It could be in the range. Henry, a fun one you've walked back in on.
Yeah, I love that breakdown of the hand, my man. It's, yeah, very true what you're saying. Hands like 7-5, this, that, and the other. I'm gonna...
Well, there is the third barrel. You can see Rakita. You know, all that on the side. You can also just have a whole load of 6s.
Yep.
But those 2 flush draws missing, I don't see how you can ever get away from this.
Yeah, I agree. Tough one to get away from, especially up against Samaska, who it's a tough opponent. These spots are studied quite a bit by these boys. These button versus big blind check raise spots, especially on these paired boards.
And especially, Henry, I'd say, you know, we saw Samaska flop the nut straight with flush draw a minute ago, but he also ended up bombing kind of a peculiar spot on the river just a few minutes ago, and that's got to play into Rakita's mind. If he's following that hand, he's got to think, well, hang on a second. This guy's already put someone else in a coffin on the river. Now here he is doing it to me.
Yeah, I think with this exact hand, we have to call. Unblocking clubs, like unblocking clubs and hearts here, does flick in the 1-chip call.
Does. Sees it was a trap from the off. 2 aces. Turns the hand over, as he must when he's all in. Rakita eliminated. Samaska up to 3.5 million. Just the cruel one, Henry.
Does miss out on that pay jump as well, Dempsey. 45th. Everyone now guaranteed 18. Of deuces in the muck. Animir 11 bigs also finds the muck. Get it to that stage, Demps. Samaska, who, I mean...
So he's getting to that stage, it's exciting.
It's been maybe the most active player.
Yep, so far what we've seen, obviously these guys have been battling it out all day. Well, Haddad hasn't on this table because he was with us on our previous feature, but he's here with us now. And ace 8, 2.5 blinds. He says, run it.
So, Tamasian probably going to get a count, see if Samaska has a step. He doesn't. Most likely going to be 3 ways to a flop with Haddad in very tough shape, or rough shape I should say. Times are tougher for Haddad. Does have a heart. Samaska with the nut heart draw. Dry side pot. Samaska doesn't care. Comes out firing. Haddad stands up, needs help from the deck.
Yeah. Need a lot of help. Needs to avoid the killouts for starters, Henry.
Yeah, let's 3 of spades is a fair card.
Well, he did get an unlikely split a moment ago. This one, not possible for a split.
No dice. Love to have man at the tables. Got to give credit where credit's due. He's been nursing a short stack ever since we got into the money. So to see him, well, bust him 41st with 98 places paid. Fair play, my man. GG's. Team Norwegian saying, haven't started my grind yet. Got a party poker GPKO event starting in a few hours that I plan on winning. Just made an FT. Wow. Didn't see that one. He snuck that one in.
Nice. Good luck. Action round to Bay Bears in the small. Going to keep the VPEP at 100. This one for 4 blinds with King Queen. Makes sense. And High Dawn. Going to give him a spin. Dominates Henry and get back to where he was. Bay Bears. Ace King 5. Bay Bears. Bay Bars, pardon me. Flops, but High Dawn is live for a Broadway. Well, Broadway now just a chop. It's a bad card, even though it has improved his hand. Unless, Henry, it comes. Oh, I thought I was going to be so gangster to do the commentary like that. I was going to roll off. I gambled. It didn't. Double up for Bay Bars, keeping it 100% VPIP. Do you reckon it stays 100%, Henry?
I think so.
How many more hands do you reckon he puts the chips in?
KLV saying, is Gikuvanu still in? Guy who won his biggest pot at Cash Game Omaha this year. I think you're talking about the guy that...
Old school poker.
All in announced. Baybar's looking to spin again, and well, it's these two again.
Yep. High Dawn goes for his table mate once more. 9-4 deuce.
It's a fair fight.
Bay Bars needs to see a paint card.
Pair outs mean straight draws for everyone else. Wow.
That's a bad one. Takes away the Jack of Spades as an out. Queen or Jack? Queen it is! There it is. Bay Bars with another double up through his neighbor. Of course, does mean we're very close to a pay jump. 3K pay jump, which is... Welcome back to the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa. Allegedly, at least. I haven't found the spa just yet. Millions Cyprus main event, day 3. We are down to the final 4 tables. But that's 3 tables too many. This is how things look with our new cast of characters. And we have a host of short stacks. Henry, look at that. 8 blinds, 11 blinds, 12 blinds, 13, 13, 18. In fact, only Axel and Harpreet above 50 bigs. Our boy Yoni, the only other one really comfortable with 29. Stuff's going to go down here.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it, Dempsey. What a table. I mean, are we going to be down to 3 tables in just a matter of a few orbits?
May well be. May well be.
Not really much room for these boys, bar the 2 big stacks to, well, really get creative and see flops. Only one move. Well, two. Only one way to win the hand, though. For a lot of these stacks.
Yanis. I didn't even know he was here, Henry. He snuck under my radar. Here he is. With 13 blinds. And in they go. Ace jack, +3.
Yeah, I believe we're on a pay jump. So
Yep.
maybe.
Yep.
Just maybe.
A long tank, put in orbit a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, boy.
975k the bet. Left a chip behind.
He knows what's up.
If you're wondering, as
3K
Henry says,
ladder.
it's a pay jump. So, you bet everything but one chip. If someone then puts you all in, you tank for as long as it takes until someone calls clock on you. Or someone busts out on another table. Well, we're going to find out here. Roman Kalailas going to rifle this in for, well, less actually. I'm surprised. Yeah, well. He may have tanked for forever, Henry, before calling it off.
Well. Coilus in great shape for a Michael Double. Ace King v Ace Jack. What a great hand to come back to. A little drama late into day 3. And well,
Jack 8-5. Yanis gets there. For now, needs to fade a king.
drama it is. Broadway card is fair. That is not a Broadway card. That is the 3 of diamonds, boys and girls. 3 outs once for the Spaniard. Whoa!
King. On the river.
Hello.
Ramon with the double. Yanis down to dust. Exactly a blind left.
I
That one
flinched.
hurts.
Did anyone else flinch?
I
did.
flinched. I flinched.
I flinched at that one. That one hurt. I mean, I'm sure you get it in Ace Jack v Ace King, but the little tease, Jack high flop, late into day 3. Drama. Look at this, Dempsey.
Getting comfortable, lad.
I am. I'm ready. I know we got a long old way to go. So, no pay jump just yet. Well, spin time.
He's going to tank for a long time.
Yep.
Someone's had to call the clock on him, you would think. This is entirely correct play. If he had one chip more, he could put it in and do all that, but...
Yeah, it's pretty brutal that he has exactly one
Right.
big.
Because these guys might think he's just wasting time. But he could say, look, I'm playing the hand, but I'm going to do what's right. If this was a time bank tournament, he'd burn all his time banks, bar 1 maybe or 2. I mean, he should be doing this even if he was going to fold as well, Henry, right? Just for that bust out. Or maybe there's been one, because he put it in pretty quickly there. Looking around. Ramon going to finish off the job, Henry. 2 3s. He's going to attempt to finish off the job, should we say. Oh.
Passes up on the opportunity.
I'm confused, Henry.
Ah, makes sense. He's still early position. I understand where you're coming from. Maybe like ISO up to 3 bigs, but
Even limp. I wouldn't hate that. I mean, yeah, I'd ISO, but I'm just saying.
25 bigs. So Halle just scanning the other stacks.
And he does pop it up. Ooh.
Wow, a few pairs here. Could have a 3-way all-in, James.
Not going to attempt that name, Henry. Need help.
Kala Djurdjevic.
Dejan. Check the first name. That'll do me. Not as brave as you, Henry.
I think we're going to have a 3-way all-in. So I said just shy of 3 bigs. 750k to call.
Now, if he does call and hit, for example, it would be Yanis who would come 36th. Dejan would become 35th by virtue of the fact that he has more chips. It would not be a ranking of who came first, second, third in the hand for those that are curious to such things.
Yeah, Yanis loving this, by the way, the additional tanking going on.
I mean, for starters, Halle's put in chips that he might get to win without having to win, as it were. But
Wow,
here we go.
that's cool.
And like I say, he only... Yanis can win a big pot here, really, for the 80k.
So dealer going to run it out and then deal with it afterwards.
It's like the old cash game. Just run it and hope the big stack wins, if you're a dealer. 9 trade, deuce, looks safe. Ace, the same. Yanis looking good for the triple up, quadruple up, and more.
Everything holds.
Everything holds. There we go. No bust out. Yanis up to 360. Dejan, big winner in the hand as well. Halle, the only loser. You can afford it, Henry. Bundles of chips.
Doesn't ever feel that way, though, does it?
No.
About 360, right?
Should be 360. 480s and a 40.
Nice hand.
The rare 4 pairs being dealt, boys and girls.
I just realised, of course, the 3s, Henry, they folded.
Yeah, you called that one early. Would have finished the job, like you said.
Yanis with a new lease of life. Still 36 left, still on this pay jump. Again, yeah, it's just going to take time. Folding, why not? It's a pay jump.
Yeah, gonna have to put in a third of his stack in just 2 hands. So most likely gonna have to go with it.
Yeah, post 80 dead. 80 live. Leave himself 200k behind. Someone said, you got it. Pay jump. Someone said, I'm sure I heard someone say, you got it, the pay jump. Dejan ripping it in from the small. Ace deuce. Didn't see the exact effective, but it's pretty shallow there. Against the big blind, this table it seems quite shallow. We saw that when we set up some of the stacks below 20 bigs.
Yeah. Yanis knows he's going to have to put in his stack next hand. So he'd rather take this than a random hand.
Yeah.
So you got 4.5 bigs.
Would I not rather a random hand?
8-5, you can make it straight.
It's true.
It's like much better than like Jack Deuce, right?
Yeah.
Kalidas looking to finish off the job. Oh boy.
Rokas Nyberka. Two kings, ripping in from the small. We go three-way, the 8-5 off, the ace-10 off, and the butchers. This is an extremely shallow stack table, guys, hence the hands we're seeing clashing in these all-ins. But Yanis has secured that ladder up, as has Nyberka if he were to lose this one. Can afford to gamble. Whoa, an 8 on the flop. 8-5 or ace. We'll do it. 3 pots in play here. 2 pots in play, pardon me. Kings looking good for the knockout and double up. 1 card to fade. Well, more than fade. Improve. Yanis out in 35th, but does get that all important pay jump. So guys, that's stalling. Case in point. We saw it there from Yanis. The tanking, the stalling, made him $3,000.
That is a pretty good owlie, if you ask me, my man.
Yeah, it's like you stall for 2-3 minutes, you make $3 grand. Done.
Yeah, just signs. He's a true professional. Ace Jack into Ace King for, what was it, 13? Nothing you can do.
Yeah, against this man. Jack on the flop. Cruel, because it was followed by King on the river.
So, triple up for a couple, well, I say triple up. A couple of the shorter stacks. Doubling and then some.
Well, the one thing we're guaranteed, Henry, with all those stacks below 20 bigs was it wouldn't stay that way for long. Poker tournaments dictate chips move in the middle.
Eventually.
Only +2. Thinking about it, Queen 7 suited.
Scanning around the table.
Stefanov. Ace 10 for 15 from the hijack. Says, that'll do me. Rifles it in. Maberka. King Queen this time. 15. Henry, you can dominate some things with King Queen.
You certainly can, especially against an open jam from the hijack for 15.
I think King Queen suited though maybe one we can consider. King Queen off, gonna be hard.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of the benefits as well of just like open jamming in that spot. Is you do put hands like that in a tough spot, whereas min opening, taking ace 10-0 to a flop out of position, things can get dicey. Long old few days for these boys. But trophies and hundreds of thousands of dollars don't come easy nowadays, James. So Gil on the button. Queen 10-0. And a huge stack. Way over 6 million.
million. Anyway, so early he was running one up on the Poker News updates.
Yeah, I have to assume, Dempsey, that he's tangled with Vlad or Yoni somewhere along the road.
Yeah,
To
maybe.
this feature table.
Maybe. I mean, Yoni has lost chips. Gil has a lot. They're on the same table, so it's certainly possible.
Kalidas with I think first 2.25 actually like it's close. I don't hate jamming versus anything over 2x. I think ace 5, ace 6 suited, ace 6 O's obviously a dicey one.
Oh, it's a dicey flop.
It is a dicey flop.
Gil with top pair, gut shot.
Yeah, just one we're not deep enough to float with. You could check raise, but I mean the SPR is just so low already. Don't really get to. Gil with a big bet. Basically sending out the invitation, playing for stacks. Kalidas declines.
Party Poker Live, Millions Cyprus, main event, day 3. We're getting deep. 8:30 in the evening here in Cyprus. Marathon event for those still in. Many an hour sat here. Playing the 40k, 80k level. Level 25, Henry. That means they've played over 24 hours of poker so far. Assuming you read from the start.
That's true.
Some may have just popped in at the start of yesterday. Barely barely 10 hours in even.
That's the way to do it.
Potentially 11 hours in. Could have regged after 3 levels yesterday.
Open jam spot for the Spaniard. Don't really want to raise. Call off. It's going to complete. Limp jamming also a fine option. Still have some fold equity. You can get 3.5, 3 bigs out of your opponent. That's what we call a print. Jack, 7, deuce. I think our range wants to bet on these disconnected boards where you're rarely going to get raised. Have, you know, a decent amount of equity against a deuce, a 7, 1 over to a jack, turn, some additional outs. Look at this from Halle. Floats flop with 5 high. 10 of spades on the turn. So he is improving to second pair.
I like the fight, Henry. I don't think we need to call with the 4-5, but I like the fight.
Oh, it really depends though, right? Like if your opponent's stabbing flops and then giving up turns at a very high frequency, if they've been sat next to each other for a while, if that's something that Halle's picked up on, difficult to say how these blind v blind battles have been going down, but I agree with you, Dempsey. I'd say optimistic is the word that comes to mind.
A bigger bet on the turn, having picked up that 10, going after the 7x, the deuce x. Of course, there are some diamond draws potentially, and even some weaker 10x, like the 10-9, 10-8 that call the flop. Even some ace highs.
Bulgarian under the gun.
JG Poker in the chat. All right, Jeff, how's it going? Our man Jeff is
JG.
got a day 2 tonight, I believe. Saw him, Henry, firing off from the bounty earlier. Caught him on the break. He's about to go reg. And 2K bounty. And he was on a table with Killian, a.k.a. Tufts.
Oh boy.
And Killian just went all in blind.
Wow.
And Jeff first at the table, looks down, finds an ace, calls. See you later. So, there you go.
Did you see what Killian had?
Jeff just told me call with an ace, and that was that. He was out. I don't.
He had the absolute rags. Yeah, Killian, a fun one to play against, that's for sure.
It would be fun to play against.
Glad to see our man JG in the mix on the live felt after a long old wait. That's a flop. King, Queen, Jack, BVB. Halle with top 2. Yoni with ace high. Gut shot to Broadway. It's a bit cheeky. It's a very cheeky sizing. I think we could, well, I don't think we can ever fold, but it's just like such a tilt sizing.
115 at 240, yeah, need 2 blinds. 10, 5.
Yeah, I mean, Halle absolutely loving life. Bet 2 into 3.
Yeah.
Got a very disguised top 2. And a board where your opponent's going to keep you honest for a couple of streets. More likely than not when they call 1. Unfortunately for him, and unfortunately for the Yoni fans out there, that is not the case this time around. This hand sent me on life tilt. I'm just so tilted at the sizings being used. Taking it to heart, James. Going after our man?
Going after our boy.
Really? You come to a Party Poker Millions event? And you bet big twice? Not happy, James. Why couldn't we just have the ace 10-0? Knuckle it back.
Yeah, Yoni's still not necessarily done with us. He's curious, Henry. Well, some 10x, some turn diamonds, perhaps. But it's going to be a raising range from the small blind, right? It's not always going to be limp, so some of these strong hands may fall into that. Jacks, queens, kings, king, queens, the queen jacks, the king jacks. They could all raise some percentage of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Yoni for tanking this. Obviously, 2 polarizing sizes being used.
Here we go.
And you'd assume a lot of the King X, Queen X, Jack X that want to bet for this size would be raising pre.
That is a grim river for Halle. Yoni, all the pair plus diamond draws stick around, the pair plus straight draws stick around. He has all of these things. Halle is in a spot of bother potentially here, Henry. Should he face a big bet? I mean,
could block fold. Actually, I'm not sure about block. Yeah.
I don't know, Henry.
Check calling seems really grim.
Well, you call twice here in Yoni's shoes, and you somehow got through with ace high. Henry, it feels like a mandatory. And Halle, well, the king queen does work quite nicely, and like I say, it's one of these weird spots where you do block actually some of the hands that get there, like a hand like king 10 or queen 10, ones that could call flop and turns. You do block some, but there are so many others, Henry. So many combos and get to the river here and make a hand.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of Yoni's 10x contain pairs, right?
Yeah.
So you bang on.
500k, such an inviting bet.
Yeah, this is just trying to get a 9x or a jack x to fold, I think.
It just screams value. You know, it just screams like, hey, I've got there, I've made my straight.
It's really awkward, like we're blocking
Right.
2 pairs. Like Yoni doesn't have much ace x.
We unblock the diamonds, which are potentials. King bit of diamonds, jack bit of diamonds, 10 bit of diamonds, ace bit of diamonds.
Could Yoni ever be doing this with a
Wait,
weaker 2 pair?
Okay, so what are the bluffs, Henry? There aren't any, right? I mean, it doesn't look like there are any.
There aren't many, my man. That's for
Like,
sure. It's like
what,
this.
Ace jack? Right.
Don't think ace jack checks.
I mean, it's really hard, right, to think of bluffs. I can't think of any bluffs. I can't think of ace 8's in here, so what else could it be bluffing?
Bet big on the flop, pot on the turn. He only stuck around for 2 streets. James
I think he's
is
folding.
as perplexed as I am.
I think he's folding because I don't think I think he expects 2 pairs probably just to check back against the sizing on the flop and turn. And the 9 of diamonds, everything got there. And even though he's getting the surprise 4-1, Henry, how many hands can you beat?
Yeah. You make a great point. Like, you're getting 4-1, you need to be good 20% of the time, and it's just like, okay, that means that Yoni has to be bluffing or valuing himself 80% of the time, and it's like, well, is he? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
what hands?
yeah, I just don't.
There's this.
I think he just checks back King Jack, which is the only one that,
I agree.
like, the Jack Queen's going to check back.
I agree.
King-
Yep.
uh,
I understand the frustration.
I think he's going to fold, and I'm 100% understanding of the fold, and you've just been owned by Yoni.
I think he's going to flick in the 1-chip call. Just because of MDF. Like, I just think because of minimum defense frequencies that you just flick in the 1-chip. You convince yourself of the price. Pot odds, blah, blah. But yeah, I'm in the same camp as you are, Dempsey. It's really tough to think of natural bluffs here. This is one of the very few hands.
Chat saying cool versus this sizing. Easy call. Getting
Yoni.
5-1. Too good a price. The chat saying it's cool. I don't think he's going to call. And I actually think that's a really good fold. Albeit,
Wow.
Yoni
with a smile. Hello.
I was trying to figure out if you were value betting worse than my hand.
Exactly.
Got that.
Exactly. Nice to see someone thinking at the table, James Dempsey. Let's get him in the booth at some point. He said exactly what James said. Halle was just trying to think, is there a possible combo or two that Yoni bets by value earning himself?
Or maybe not.
Is there a possible value hand?
Hard to have a bluff there, I guess.
What a fun hand, James Dempsey.
impossible to have a bluff, you'd think.
Wow, well, we were.
I
We've been
say
spoiled for
actually,
some
I
hands.
say actually impossible to have a bluff. Oh, there's some hands like
All of his... I know
Queen
what you're going to say.
it's Queen 8. Is Queen 8 potentially a hand that he could call pot with on the turn and bluff river?
No.
Okay.
No. I was
I'm
thinking,
trying to find more bluffs.
Yeah, same here. I was thinking the exact same. Like, all of his, like, King X, Queen X, Jack X with diamonds, with 1 diamond, I just think fold versus pot. And they just knuckle back.
Yeah.
Like, you now beat the 9X barrels. The 9-7s with the gut shot. Halle is going to see that hand, and oh, Yoni with a big old smile on his face, deep into day 3. And Halle saying, I raised 400,000 versus Gil's very honest open. I mean, Gil has been somewhat quiet. It's only been a few amount of hands.
About 475. Yeah, I mean, 475.
Don't think Gil is going to fold. That's my favorite hand of the day.
I think Halle is especially unlucky the river came the 9 of diamonds. He's, well, more than especially unlucky, he's joke unlucky. It's insane. Insane card. It means you just can't win the pot. Gil, popping up King 10 of diamonds, gets 3-bet by Halle.
Oh, James. What a whale. Always all in with a 10. Cool versus sizing. Easy call.
Yeah, easy call. These guys sitting at home can see the cards. It was not an easy call at all.
No. That was some very high level poker played by both players.
Well, we get some chips back potentially here, Henry. 3 bets the ace 8. Gets peeled by Gil having open +2. They each flop a pair on the ace king 5 2 club board. Gil with backdoor diamonds.
JG saying Yoni for Prezi. Up the boys. I'm free rolling a signed cap. Need 6th or better now.
Oh, he changed it?
He did indeed. He saw me on break. He was like, I think it might have been just after that hand as well. He's like, I'll give you 6th.
Hello, with the 300k C-bet. Going to be C-bet and ace king 5 when you 3-bet nearly range. There are some hands to check back, but some mix.
Jeff saying, must be on life tilt. Ace 8 0 3-bet, the scariest guy to play poker against. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I be very intimidated.
He's reaching for
to play against
more
him.
than calling chips. He's got a whole load more than calling chips in his hand, Henry. Those reds, 100k pot. Just takes 3 of them to see the turn. And, I mean, don't do this, kids. Don't do this. This hand plays perfectly fine as a check call. And he check raises the second pair. All right. Some things have obviously been going on this table, Henry. Hello.
It's like
I mean, what hand's check raising me here on this flop? What hand flats my 3-bet and then check raises ace king 5?
just like ace jack, ace 10 of clubs, all right? Just like grim.
I mean, they've been playing together. I'm guessing he's seen Gil take some rather bizarre lines before now. I doubt this is the first one when he's got 6 million in chips, Henry. I reckon he's probably turned over some peculiar hands before now. I mean, on paper, this is a horrible spot for LA, but just with that in my mind, I'd be imagining he knows this is a live one. Is it just clubs, Henry, when you get check raise on this board? Is that what he's thinking?
Yeah, the problem is you just get him dead sometimes, all right? Like,
He does rip it in, Henry, for another 800k, and now Gil's put himself in a bit of a spot. Second pair, scratches his head. This would have been easy just to call with, Henry.
yeah, just can't fold. 3.6 in the middle.
Right,
Getting over 4-1 on a call.
might be priced in indeed. Always got backdoor diamonds.
Don't think that's what you want to hear. It's just like, is he just like check raise flop with like ace 10, like ace 9 now saying he might be priced in?
Nah, I think he's probably thinking maybe it's like a gut shot or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Like queen jack with a club. Or
Yeah, that's true.
Although you're right, it could be yeah, ace 10. It could be something silly like that. I mean, if it's king 10, it can be ace 10.
If Gil calls, gonna have a 4 million chip pot on our hands, boys and girls. Average for, well, almost final 2 tables.
And they will get back the chips that Yoni stole. If you were to fade, of course.
JG saying his biceps are bigger than my head. He's
There are a few hands here, right, that Gil's ahead of, like Jack 10 of club, something like that, Henry. I mean, I'm clutching here, but
yeah. I mean, when he tanks, he just never has Jack 10 of clubs, right? Like, he's just always like snap calling.
I mean, I'm saying from Gil's point of view, can he be ahead of any of Hele's hands?
Yeah. I mean, Gil's loving this. He's just like, I'll take the fold. I don't care if you got like a gut shot. I'll take it.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Hele will just be quite happily take a fold at this point. You can see 76% equity against this hand. Laying more than the correct price, so definitely wants a fold.
Yeah, if Gil could see the equities. I believe Collis has called time. It's one of the short stacks.
Oh, there it is.
Ace King's good.
Ace King's good, he says. A lot better than Ace King. Well, he's live. Henry.
Sunk out. Sunk out.
Sunk outs indeed. King or 10.
Oh
well,
boy.
a lot more now.
Oh my god. Please, deuce off. Go.
Oh boy.
Yes.
That's
Running
how you
diamond.
become chip leader.
Makes the nuts via the back door. Just short of 9 million chips. Hele, Henry,
I was priced in though, you know?
off to the bar.
I got 2 priced in.
Well, he got 2 priced in. I priced himself in.
Well, well, well.
40k, 80k, 4 of them below 20 bigs. Dejan just above that mark. Yoni, well, should seem pretty comfortable with 37 picks, but Gil with 111 big blinds at this 40-80 level, courtesy of that runner diamond flush to make the nuts. Just imagine, Henry, as bad as Hele will feel busting out, but imagine if he did have a hand like Ace King and lost to the pure runner. He lost to the pure nuts. A bad couple of hands for Hele. See him depart in, what, 35th, 34th, something like that. So picking up 21k.
Yeah.
Scant consolation when a minute ago had a few million chips. Life looking good on an actiony table as well.
Yeah, sick thing about that hand is if he holds, he's actually 5th in chips, and that's yeah, pretty grim runner.
Knocks almost all the time when I can. Yeah.
My friend plays for them.
Oh, who's that?
Granlund. Granlund.
Oh, Granlund.
Marcus, yeah.
Oh, sick. Nice. I was more like, I still watch them, but like,
Yoni dropping
I'm
the
gonna
hockey
start following
breaks.
them. Like, I still go to like at least 10 games a year. But like when they made it to the finals, is when I was really watching it.
Yeah.
Like with the Sabines.
Yeah, he had a sick team that year.
Yeah, retarded team for like 3-4 years. And fuck, we never won it though.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Helsinki, Finland.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we had like Sabines were like rocking, but like we just couldn't like. I feel like we had the best team for 2-3 years, but never won it.
Balwani gets one through. Down to 32.
And Boston fucked it up.
Garrick.
Fun to watch what happens with
Tomazian, no more. What's on offer table before the last break?
Yeah. We're gonna keep him. We're not gonna let him go.
yeah.
That's the only jersey I have of the new players.
Really?
Yeah.
Gil under the gun with the chip lead.
175.
Well, if I was going to play aggressive before, going to play even more so now. Ramon with ace, 10 of hearts in the hijack. Under 20, but I think Henry just going to flat most likely and take Gil on. Probably going to try and play pots in position, see some flops, see some straights after what perhaps he's just seen. Gil, a live one. He does. decide just to flat.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Oh boy. Don't think we're going to get to see a flop, James.
All in.
Now, Burka, you're quite right, Henry. Ripping it in for sub 20. And Ramon getting squeezed. And it looks at this because it's... Right, your opener's opening really wide. We know that. It was king 9 offsuit. Ramon is going to 3-bet get a lot of hands in, so therefore doesn't have too many hands that can flat call off. So therefore this squeeze is going to be relatively wide, but at the same time, it's also going to be loads of good hands. It can be wide, Henry, is the point. Ramon doesn't have too many better hands that flat this open. So it is tempting. Gets away from it. Questions about Yovar or long gone, I'm afraid, friends. Dejan. 2 5s on the button. But look who's in the big blind, Henry. Kind of normal rules go out the window. I mean, I wouldn't have begrudged just ripping it here, Henry.
Yeah, I think
20 bigs.
All the options are on the table. I wouldn't mind limping. He ain't folding.
Ace, ace, 8. Gills king high will look okay on this board. Dejan's 5s looking better.
100.
And he's going to fire out 1 red chip. And Gil can't go anywhere just yet with king high. And improves to a 4. I wonder if we see another really small bet here, Henry, like a 150 bet, quarter pot, followed by a check back on the river.
Check. $125.
And real small value here with the king 4, Henry.
Kala Djurdjevic. Wow, makes the call pretty quickly.
Yeah. You know, you're going to have all the queen jack, jack 10s, these kind of hands that can fold. Can't be folding pairs. Probably didn't expect to see a 4 too often, but...
Collarless looks like he's in severe pain.
Yeah, it's a table you're probably happy to be on, Henry. You see Kill there with mountains of chips, and hey, it might be the end of you, but at the same time, they're not nailed down. They're accessible, those chips. Pawan, he's going to have a shot at getting 11 big blinds worth of them. Calling up here with King 10 against the Queen 8 jam.
How's your luck?
Deuce, deuce, 5. So far, Barwani's luck is holding up, as is his hand. Well, shouldn't have said anything. Queen on the turn. Shake of the head, says it all. Gil spikes. Yeah, a completely reasonable spot. This one, of course. Ripping from the small with that hand. Cannot fault that play. Barwani, just, that's the race run. Another one. Sent packing by Gil.
Final table average, James. 9.3 million.
Yeah.
It's the FT average.
Yeah. There we go. That's what we call a big stack.
Only big blind. $160. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Let's see what the small blind wakes up with. Oh, sorry, the big blind. No dice. Only with the ladies.
Yoni didn't want to get that one through.
Pass. 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 $175.
Gil popping up on the button. Ramon, Henry, ace deuce of clubs. This feels way strong enough against this range to send them all in there.
Yeah, I mean, Gil could be up to over 10 mil.
Pass.
It's like,
15 blinds, so you
Yeah.
get a count.
Most likely you're getting called.
Most likely you're getting called. Not what Ram wants to hear when he's got a deuce in his hand, Henry.
But I do have a hand. Oh, fuck. I think I'm priced in.
that's not what you want to hear.
We've heard that one before.
175. Amazing price. 1.175?
We've heard that line before. Last time it was with the same hand.
Call.
Came running diamonds.
Hello.
Oh, you can't fold that.
Suits crushed. King of 10 are live. How good can Gil run? Can he get past the 10 million chip mark? Oh, Jack 7 tray, no help so far. 8 or 9 will give some additional, as would a queen.
Wow.
Well, 10 spikes. Ramon needs an ace on the river. A deuce, no use.
Unstoppable, this guy.
It's open. Yeah.
Unstoppable, this guy. The last words of Ram Kalias in this event, Henry. And Gil is over the 10 million chip mark.
Would you believe it?
Wow.
Maybe we finish today, tournament.
No.
Is that fast?
No. It's designed for 4 days. Trust me. I've been through this before.
You know how it goes?
Yeah, I like had to grind a short stack all the way to second place. Like couple, like yeah.
Well, Harpreet Gil 132 blinds. Nearly 100 blinds more than the second best stack
That
at this
is
table.
insane.
Yoni in there, Dejan, Rokas, Milan, just watching carnage unfold all around them. I think we're going to have a brief pause here. Not a pause in play. We're not going to break or anything, Henry, but just...
We need players.
We need punters. He's killed them all. It's going to take a second to rebalance these tables with just the flurry of action. It's Canadian. Like a wrecking ball through this field.
I've never been, but I heard it's beautiful.
Time for a little chat between these table mates.
Let's try them. Yeah, I wanted to go last time, but I didn't. Maybe next time I'll go.
I suppose it's like a 2-hour flight for its place.
No, didn't take long. Action back in play, and Gil not at the table. So we can't win this hand, Henry.
50K, 100K.
And the blind's 50, 100. Starting stack is a big blind, Henry.
5k a pop. Anyone want to play some?
2.5, 5, yeah. Yikes.
Yoni, small blind, 29 bigs. What was this for 14 effective, I believe? Maybe less, actually. I wonder if we want to, like, induce with King Queen. Wow, Milan Stefanov saying it's okay to give us a walk.
It's a pause.
Michelangelo's coming back to our table, Henry, the feature table, with just 15 bigs. Another lamb for the potential slaughter.
They're just sending them in, aren't they?
Can we straddle? What game is that?
Sending them in.
Pass. 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 Pass.
If you are just joining our stream, first of all, where have you been?
We were winning hands.
Been waiting for you all day. But if you have just joined us, this is the Party Poker Live Millions North Cyprus main event, day 3. We're down to the last 4 tables. Not far from the last 3 tables, it has to be said. Especially with the rate of attrition, courtesy of the man in the middle of your screen there. Harpreet Gill just going berserk, knocking them out for fun. There you go, 28 left.
Pass. Not that crazy. Play my card. I'm from price then. Pass. I don't back up. Pass. Yeah.
Stefanov. 10 bigs, ace king on the button. High five the dealer, slide him in.
All in. 980. All in.
Redram from the same hand, and well, My Burke at Henry with ace-10 suited in the big against a 10 big giant, 10 big blind jam, sorry, on the button, and a rejam from the small. This is close. Wow. Have it, boys. He says it's not close. We're on a pay jump. It may have some aspect to it, but also just ICM in general. Diamond in the door. Dejan.
Oh, shit. No, if it wasn't a big blind, I would have called for sure. No, I'd probably still lay it down. All in, he got a lot of shit.
Suited or off? Suited?
No, if it's suited, I'd maybe call.
No.
Double suited.
Another new lamb.
Double suited. Hello.
How much is it, 100? Yeah.
Who we got?
I believe that's Fabian Bernharzer.
Plus.
There's a bunch of chips.
Plus.
I see he's been smart, Henry. He's got the old maple leaf on his hat. Canadian cap to trying to ward off the power of the Canadian who's running a rough shot across this table.
It must be so intimidating for Karađorđević. It's kind of like somewhat comfortable, but opening into that tower of chips. I mean, it's just incredible how many chips Gil has.
Well, last time he had a pound the button, popped it up, managed to get 2 streets of value, one by betting, one by calling. This time, he's raised up with deuces and the 10-7-5 ball, not quite so appetizing.
200.
Gil coming out leading.
Yeah, I guess deuces going to the mark.
It's hard. You can be ahead, but you got no idea what the bad cards are. You got a hyper-aggressive opponent. So let's just give it up.
Almost 11 million chips, boys and girls. 110 starting stacks. Do you reckon he would take the cash out option? Little 550k.
Nah, he's come for the diamond, the trophy.
Tournament. We have 5 players at the moment. And we're going to start in the next couple of minutes. So, once again, if you're interested to play the 7-day tournament, you can make your way to the cash desk, register. It's going to be a 25-minute blind tournament with 10 levels of play grade. And it's going to be played on the left side of the room.
Dejan mixing up now with a limp from the cutoff. You suggested this might happen, Henry, with the kind of likely resistance behind.
Angelos just asking for a count. I think always going to knuckle this option, Dempsey, surely. Wow.
All right, does go for the punishment. Dejan has to fold. Gil folds. And nice pickup.
Oh, Gil making him sweat. Maybe he's born in 1995.
Mm.
4 tables of 7 left.
Pass.
Gil Queen at suited on the button. This is getting played. Stake my life on it. 2.5 blinds is the bet.
Pass.
People saying Gil is my hero. Gangster hat.
Call.
Bernhauser defending ace-6 of spades, and once more Gil connects with a board. Queen 9-9.
375. 375.
Quickly bets big as well. 375. Are you going to continue with ace high now? Backdoor spades now, pal. The turbo big C bet, Henry.
Really grim spot for Bernhauser. It's one of those ones, James, where I feel like as much as it may feel like we're getting pushed around, we have 35 bigs. We're on the left
Right.
of the aggressive stack. Like, we can find better spots.
There will be lots of them.
And calling, pots can be 1.4. We got 3.1 behind. Turns a spade. It gets dicey. Gets shown the queen. Welcome to the table. 11 mil for this man. Was 2 cards away from being down to 4 million.
All in, I probably don't call.
Running diamonds bailed him out for a more 4 million chip pot, and it's just been an absolute steamroll ever since then. Coming up to a pay jump. Couple of spots to go, but it's a hefty one. 6.5K.
When they get over a buy-in, Henry, that's when you know you're getting deep.
And it looks like, James, we are down to our final 3 tables.
Yep, in the boys come.
200.
Tables filling up.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
So it looks like Gil's getting some help from the tournament director. Some of the walls of
Yeah, a little colour up.
5K chips getting taken out.
Little colour up. Is that our boy Vlad in the mix? So I saw Boris sneaking in there as well, Henry.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Bernhauser, ace-king on the button, 35 blinds.
Raise 200. Pass.
Stefanov sub 10. Gonna see a flop. Go for a stop and go.
Stop and hope.
Check.
Queen deuce straight. 2 clubs. Bernhauser has the ace of clubs.
Wonder if jamming's better than betting small.
125.
I mean, we're never folding, so.
Hello again.
Pass.
11 million in chips. And Queen 9 of diamonds.
Pass.
Bernhauser second in chips at this table, 38 bigs. The dominating hand. Yeah, gonna take the lower variance option. I'd like to see Gil start opening smaller, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Here he is.
Hello.
Our boy, 5.1 milli. Bernhauser just flat with the ace queen suited. Dari's not going to resist it, is he? This is too tempting for a man like him.
And Bernhauser gonna be presented with the rare back jam opportunity, especially against Dari. If he does decide to raise, doesn't. Angelov,
Pass.
Yoni,
Pass.
find the muck. Wow, Stefanov, Jack 10. I wonder if jamming here ever makes sense.
Yeah, because you might get an ISO, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's already our stack out there. Like, there's 1 mil in the middle. We have 730. Like, we just jam. This is a really awkward spot. Wow, he just has to pass. Doesn't like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Pure bubble, I mean, not pure bubble, on a pay bubble, I guess. It leans you that way, but I might have just desperation had a look. Jesus, Gil. Have you missed a flop in your life? Well, he's missed this one technically, Henry, and does check it.
Check.
Looks like Gil is counting out his turn bet. No, he's not.
Check.
Action checks through. Oh man, my Jack 10 is feeling a bit sick now.
Check.
Double gut shot. Now for Gil.
It's a pot worth fighting for. It's a tough board to do it on with these hands.
Check.
Sorry, knuckles. And well, ace queen gonna be good at showdown.
Amazing.
And as James said, Stefanov gonna be sick.
Check. Check. Hold on.
Certainly did miss everything. Yep. Your luck will turn, Gil, don't worry. Won't always be like this. Henry, he's hit every all-in pot. He outdrawn everyone, and now he's absolutely distraught that he's missed this one. Look at him.
The one bet I missed today.
Did he just say the one time I missed today?
I think it's the one bet I've missed today. I think he's upset with himself not betting.
But you know what? I was getting greedy. I don't know. I should have better for sure.
Flash draw, gunshot, everybody. Nothing.
Pass. Witcher. Pass. Race 200. Pass. 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 Pass.
Bernhauser back-to-back hands by the looks of things.
Call.
Stand corrected.
Check.
10-5 Dewey.
Do you play about 1500?
Bernhauser going to c-bet on this 10-5 deuce. Yeah, action from worse. Deuce X that's potentially peeled. 5x. A little bit of protection. Some more playability with the 8 of clubs as well. Continue.
A few people saying Gil's going to win it. Others willing to place bets that he doesn't. Long old way to go yet, boys and girls, but, I mean, does have average for 8 left.
Pass. Thank you. Race 200. Pass. 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 Pass.
Dari popping up 2 3s from +2. Niburka, 15 bigs, 2 kings in the small. Puts it in. And that should be the end of it. Dari having open +2.
He always looks so...
Pass.
I don't know, man. He just like... Eyes are always gleaming. Just loves the game, you can just tell. More red chips being brought.
Color in. Up.
25 red chips.
Pass. Pass.
Angelov. Ace Queen O. Alley position. The waffle.
Raise down it.
Boris
Pass. Pass.
enters the fray.
Don't blind.
I work a king jack on the button, but I think offsuit against +2. May just let this go. Suited to be in.
How much was the rate? 200. Sorry, wait. Oh. Pass. 200.
Wow.
Cool.
Batman Ace Queens.
Yeah. But curious. I think he's. I don't know. I feel like he's just going to flat Henry. I think he's going to be probably in the mood.
2 million?
No, 2 million he'd be raising. 3 million. I think he's going to feel confident enough to just, you know, things are going all right. I won't jeopardize my position. No. I don't know Gil very well, do I, Henry? The guy's taking every spot, so.
Just putting them into tiles of 20. How much have I got?
The monstrous leader here.
Waffle v waffle.
Oh.
Okay, that's just cool. I thought he would, Henry. Ace Queen suited, he's going to pack the small, he's kind of very much in control. I don't think he's going to want to free bet, have to decide with this hand.
Pass.
No, go heads up.
Got a big hand? No?
Spade, spade, club, both with backdoor flush draw. Angelov. I wonder how I read into that tank pre-flop from the small blind. Does he think that was a hand that might be raising me? Does he think it's a hand that was thinking about folding? And if it impacts his decision at all here. Or he's just going to bet regardless.
175, call.
It does bet. This will be a swift call, I'm sure. Well, very swift. Swifter than I could even notice. Yeah, Angelov picks up nut spades now on the turn. After being snap called on the flop. It was a little bit more dicey. Obviously never want to get blasted off this, and Gil's the kind of player who Henry may just check raise with all sorts of random hands that he probably shouldn't. The strategy of, or the thought of betting here because you never get check raised doesn't really apply.
Yeah, that's very true.
If your opponent doesn't play by the same rules, as it were. Now, river bricks. I mean, Gil doesn't need to bluff with this hand, but he,
425.
he does decide to bluff with it, Henry, and I mean, he's actually going to bluff off. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to bluff Angelov off the same hand.
I wonder if... it just doesn't make sense to when we check turn, right?
Yeah, I don't think we get to go crazy here with the ace of spades. I know what you're thinking, Henry. And bizarrely, yeah, I mean, his stab here gets the other ace queens to fold and ace king to fold, and pretty much everything else calls, I think.
Yeah, Angelov's just like, why don't I bet small turn?
Literally bluffing into the exact part of the range he wants to be bluffing into. Hidden luck in poker, boys and girls.
Don't forget, for the player that needs the TCR, in the lottery, you don't put for 50 minutes, TCR test, if you need on the lottery, the exception, for 50 more minutes, there is the service of the TCR if you need it.
11 Milski. My man. That Dari.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Angelos in the small blind. Does just give Burnhouser a walker. Well, he would have been there to pounce.
Nice line. Nice line. Go ahead. Have a nice hand. Ah, you look. Never look. Why? What did you have? What did you have? I had a nice. Good for him. He didn't go all in.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Good timing says it all. Yeah, sometimes you need to win 20 flips to win a tournament.
Pass.
Other times you just have impeccable timing. Pick your poison. A lot of factors involved in tournament poker. Butterfly effect's my favorite one.
Pass.
In it goes. Stefanov gonna have to put in a third of his stack in just 2 hands. And a similar spot to
All in.
an earlier one.
Pass.
Right, it's better to take this
Pass.
than to take the random hand in 2 hands time.
Yeah, this one a lot stronger than random, this one, isn't it?
Maybe getting looked up here.
Oh, yeah.
Vlad in the small.
Oh, yeah.
Stefanov going to be pairing, jamming, you know, 6s through 9s, king, queen, queen, jack.
$7.30.
Does make the call. Wow.
Angelov behind Henry with the butchers. Easy rip. He's going to chill. He's going to have a look, a little bit of acting. The ISO jam.
$26 bigs.
All
Stefanov with the chance to treble up, courtesy of the Bulgarian ISO.
Yeah,
Bulgaria v Bulgaria.
it's true. It's hard to win, but if he does, you're getting great value. One ace, of course, departed.
And well.
There it is, ace 10, 5. Look at that, Stefanov would have flopped 2 pair and still been behind. Had the ace 10 stuck around, runs out. Ooh, diamonds. Angelov has got the wrong kings, Henry.
Does indeed.
Stefanov with the triple up. Here we go, Angelov below 2 million. Gambini asking, are there any deals allowed at a farm table in this tournament? Yes, there most certainly are. I think there'll be an amount that is required to be left behind for the winner, but they certainly can do deals. It's their money. Mr. Right, any command seed domination of chips? Well, there isn't, but the reds are 100k, the whites 25s, the blues 5s. Red, white, and blue, hey?
Could be trouble for Angelos. He's very lucky. He's found the offsuit combo. Here's a +1 open off 18. Wouldn't blame him for it. Khalad's gonna have some raised folds off 18, but not too many. He's gonna go for the 3-bet fold option. I like it. Pretty gangster.
Just trying to sneak one, Henry. It looks so strong, doesn't it?
This is always like, this is hilarious because this is always like ace 10 off and king jack suited. It's brilliant. And sometimes aces or kings.
All in.
You got to take shots in life, Henry. They don't always work out. That was one of them.
If you don't shoot, never gonna hit. It's the shots you don't take, James. You normally end up regretting.
Dejan puts it in the bin, as will Nyberka. Gil, been quiet for a little bit. Looks down at king 9 offsuit +2, but a much fuller table than before when we saw him open his hand under the gun. So it does relinquish.
Average only 30 bigs. you say 1.3? Or 2.3? Ah, okay. 2.3. Stefanov gonna 3.5x. 750. I think Yoni's gonna fold. Alright, just lets it go.
Pains him. It pains him. Limp follow hand as good as that. Hurts blind on blind.
I'm doing terrible on these sports buff questions today.
I've not played a single one since we've been here, Henry, so you must be racking up the points on me. Well, you would be if you got them right, ever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a day of bricking. Couldn't hit a barn door with a shovel at the moment.
Big Toro wants to know if tomorrow's the final day. It is. Tomorrow will be the final day. It will be the day of the final.
Question is, will it be the final table?
I think we'll have more if we only play as planned, Henry. I think we need to play some additional to get to the final. We'll see how that goes. At the moment, the plan is, well, to finish this level off, which has only got about 15 minutes left. Then they go on a dinner break, come back, play at least 2 more. I think if we're close to a final, Henry, they'll probably decide to play another hour.
Yeah.
If it looks unlikely, then they'll...
What do you think if it's like 14 left?
I mean, I think we need to play another hour anyway. Maybe I just... Fair to play another hour.
Yeah, I agree.
I think even if we're close, we'll play another hour to get closer, and if we're not that close, we'll play another hour to get close. So either way, we'll play another hour, I think.
Do you know what I've noticed, James Dempsey? It's not often that I actually disagree with you. Other than some of the dance moves you were trying to teach me last night.
Wise.
Said Henry, try the robot, looks really cool. Started cutting some shapes on the dance floor. He also told me to bet on Europe.
So Europe for good value. I stand by that statement. It's not over yet. Just need to turn around 5 games and win the others. My one bet today was Rory at 2s. I said, how can Rory McIlroy be 2-1 against anyone in a game of golf? And he's smashing it today, so there we go.
Do you know if golfers are allowed to bet on themselves?
Well, actually, that's a good question. I mean, obviously, most sports, no, I'd imagine.
That would fire you up, right? If you see you're at 2s and you're like...
Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to bet enough money to make a difference to their lives.
True.
The richest sports people in the world.
Golfers?
Some of, yeah.
Wow, didn't know that.
Was it Patrick Cantlay made this year $18 million in prize money, something like that? It's not bad, is it?
Not bad for just going out with the boys, catching a tan.
Yeah, endorsements in golf, ginormous as well. I mean, Rory's got to be worth, well, will be worth $1 billion soon enough, I'm sure. Don't think he can get too much on at twos to make it that exciting for him.
Yeah, but like even the money we bet, it's like not life changing, but it's just a fun sweat, right?
They may have had a little bet between them. Go out of the match, right? We'll bet a dinner on it next time we're at a tournament.
Sure.
Dari with the loose-ish open. Kind of Djurdjevic flatting out on the small,
Yeah,
turning the second nuts.
Just 20 million a year from Nike. It's not bad, is it? 100 million deal with TaylorMade.
I think Dari just gets away from a turn probe, to be perfectly honest with you. Blocks, king, queen. That's pretty much it. Loses to everything else. First that sizing, he may stick around. Does. 1 mil out there. 10 starting stacks.
Yeah, I'm with you, Henry. This probe.
Yeah, king, queen, and trying to convince myself that Khaled sometimes has like 7-6 suited. I don't know. We do lose to everything else. Like I say, no, they can't bet on themselves. That's a shame.
I don't know. It's not a tour event, the Ryder Cup, so I don't know.
Dari thinking this one through. Deep in the tank.
I need a hero.
So difficult to think of bluffs here. Blocking hearts as well, although somewhat irrelevant. Having the 9 of hearts. Because Khaled should never have like... Well, we lose to king 9 anyway, so yeah, let's it go. Those are the chip counts, boys and girls.
Henry, I hate to say it, but Gil's been quiet for the last 30 minutes or so. 11.2 million in chips. Still the monster leader, not just on this table, but in the field for sure. Fabian Bernhauser, second best place on this table, just below 5 million. Vlad Dari, he has just over 30 bigs. The rest just below. Angelos with the shortest stack. Angelov, not far ahead of him. They continue to play 50-100 for what, about another 10, 15 minutes maybe, I think, until they get their well-earned dinner break.
It's been a grind. And yeah, Gil really has been quiet since we've had a full table, really. He bricked the queen nine of diamonds, got the little bluffski through with ace queen v ace queen, and that's pretty much it. I mean, he could just bag up for the day. Go to bed. Come back with like final table average 9.7. Stefanov with an ace in the cutoff does cover everyone bar Gil in the big. Oh, hello. Hello, complete from the small blind.
And Burka, yeah, 17 in the small, Gil in the big size just to rip it.
Whoa.
And he's going to get looked up, Henry.
Wow. Wow, he's like, I'm going to have to call you.
Priced in.
Huh?
I think you're priced in.
It's a big hand. I'm only like, I got nothing in there.
Oh, boy.
Getting in with his line, Henry. Getting in with his priced in line.
1.8 million?
1,850,000.
Oh, just 1 million. 1.7. 1.7.
I think he's going to call Dempsey.
I think. No, Burka did a good job there of not auto-correcting when Gil thought it was just 1 million.
Oh, if I laid this down.
Life skill there.
Everyone's saying just tank for 40 seconds because
Ah,
we will
that
be going on
close.
break afterwards.
That close to the break, huh? He's not folding this, Henry. Not in a million years.
Well, well, well.
Okay, bye-bye.
Everyone's saying, see ya. Did a break. No Burke saying break. Hey, be careful, mate. You might not be going to break. You might be hitting the showers.
Yeah. Does make the call. My Burka says, let's gamble.
Yeah, I got the best hand.
It's fairish, Henry. 37%
I
chance.
can't believe you went all in with that. You're crazy. You're psycho.
Could have up to like final 6 average if he just holds here.
Well, that's more than a hold, Henry. Queen high, 2 clubs, straight flush draw, the lot. Running hearts. Not to beat, Henry. Drawing dead on the turn. Gil sends another one home.
I had to. That one I had to. It was like,
Wow. 13 million, Henry.
Wow, indeed.
That is insane.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this, James. Not on the live felt, anyway.
Well, it's not just how many chips he's got, Henry. It's just how he just never loses an all-in. Every single time he has won. All right, guys. The players are going on their dinner break. When we come back, I gather we're keeping the same players. There's going to be a redraw at the last 18, so it makes no sense to start chopping and changing tables now, so it won't be long we stay with them. When we come back, it will be 60k, 120k, and you can see the stacks as they are. Harpreet Gil will be miles out in front, and the likes of Angelos have their work cut out. All right, guys, we'll see you in 45.
182. 182.
Kizu just has to flick in the 7 beans. Looks like he's going to ISO. Does. No, that is a raise.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I like it. 8s is kind of grim to flat and then face a back jam of sorts. Although I don't think like pocket 7s is ever like back jamming, so. Queen 10 tray. Not
Struggles.
good for Greben.
Struggles, but got that security blanket on Henry, the $9,335 security blanket. Card away from elimination. And well, I'll have to make do with that 9.3k. Kizu continues to climb, just shy of 2 mil. GG. For Greben, 97th place finisher. So the second to bust out since the money. Dmitry Gromov was the first to get time.
In it goes, boys and girls.
13, Queen 10 diamonds on the button, yeah.
Could limp this option, by the way.
My man's not limping, my man's ripping.
All in.
385 all in announced.
Call.
Snap from Yoni, and it's the fake flip, Henry. You're loving life when you get snapped with Queen 10 diamonds, and it turns out you're a 50-50 away from a double up.
Yoni just said fair fight.
9-4-4. Not so fair now. Larkov does have some backdoors there, Henry, with the 9 of diamonds on board. No. Someone said Jack of Spades. 3 of diamonds is pretty spicy. Do you think it's coming? Well, that was a red one, but the wrong one. Yoni up to 1.7. Alex Lakov out the door, Henry, but I think he played the best hand we've seen today.
Yeah. Enjoyed having him at the feature table. Talkative. And so, Shabanajad. Jacks under the gun. I mean, this guy has been patient. He has been ducking and diving. Wakes up with the 2 red hooks. And with the aces. So, on their backs. Gets shown the bad news. 18%, 5 cards to come. How's your luck? Couple of spots away from a pay jump as well. 75 left, 71, 2K ladder. Ace in the window. Things are looking very bleak. Running jacks needed. Dead on the turn. And up to 3 million. Don't forget, boys and girls, final table average
75.
So, back-to-back hands. Wilf with the open. And Yoni with the legit 3-bet. Wilf opening 2.5x.
240 raise.
And Yoni making it 240k. Again, wow. Skripkin with the ladies. This could be a big one, boys and girls. Classic flip for 40. I just don't think there's any way Yoni gets away from this. You're welcome. Chat. Should say thanks for the infocasters. You're more than welcome. But anyways, back to the action.
All in.
All in announced.
Pass.
Red chips, use cake, 1K, 100K. Good.
Asking what the red chips are.
Pass.
So we saw one ace folded.
Pass.
Yeah, Yoni doesn't like it, but he does make the call. This is a huge pot. Yoni Ukamayan with the ace-king against Skripkin. 2.4 million out there. If Yoni can improve, be up to over 3 million, will be one of the tournament chip leaders. Ace in the window. Couple of diamonds behind. Yoni has that covered as well. 9 repeating on the turn. 2 outs once for the Russian. And Yoni holds. 4 clubs on the river. I believe we have a new tournament chip leader, boys and girls. Hashtag Team Pro.
Action making its way around to Yoni in the cutoff. Looks down a glorious ace queen. You've got the loose image, and then you find the big hand. Plenty of weaker will be ripping behind. Davudi, well, it's going to be ripping the same hand behind for 16 bigs. That's the only way this is going, and Yoni will be making the call. And these two will finally have a showdown between them. Up to now, it's been a whole bunch of dishonesty. Yoni's going to enjoy it when he hears the all-in. And won't hate it when he sees the same hand.
All in. Pass.
The rest will get out of the way. And here we go then. These two finally showing each other some cards. And they're the same cards. Well, you know, Henry. They've been nicking pots off each other all day. And they finally get it in, and they got the same hand. Spades on the flop. This is cruel. You know what? Yoni obviously wants to win this, but I think he'll feel bad. And I think testament to the character of someone that he would feel this is a bit unjust if he were to hit this as much as he'd take it. Davudi deserves better. Please find a brick on the river, dealer. This wouldn't be fair. Wow. Oh my word. Oh my word. That is just cruel, Henry.
Is indeed.
Yoni just kind of shrugs, well, yeah, I mean, Davudi, yikes. Stupid game. Is indeed. Yoni's almost apologetic to the whole table for that one. You win any way you win. Kuzu up and down on this table. And, well, throughout the tournament, Kuzu plays a mixed strategy, shall we say. Wilf, well, been very active, been in a lot of pots. Here we go, last hand, Henry. 29 blinds. Ace King.
Raise.
Does find the 3-bet.
255.
Oh, Vlad with a genuine decision here. Hijack open, button raise. 40 effective against Chishu. You always know with certain players when it's not posturing. Just straight away, put his cards back on the card reader. He doesn't muck about when it comes to these pre-flop decisions.
This is where it's hard, Henry. When you just come to a table, you don't know what's been going on. You don't know how Kishu's been playing. You don't really know how Will's been playing. To then get in these spots is very, very difficult. So just fold. Wait for you got more information later on. Don't take big gambles when you don't know the playing styles. Avoid the big spots. Especially when you've got so many chips, such a comfortable spot, you can be able to leverage that stack on people as we head down towards the final 3 tables, 2 tables, and final table perhaps. Because it very much looks like Vladar is going to be a factor deep in this tournament with that stack.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. Very capable of making Yoni's life difficult as well. So,
Kishu, Henry, here we go to the flop. Can he win one more big pot? These stalwarts of this table. They've been here since the off today. And ace 10 deuce. All right, Wolf. I feel like Wolf's not quite got as many chips together as he should have done, the way he's been involved in a lot of pots, hasn't he?
Well, it's been a lot of like raise folding, right? And when you're opening 2.5x and then folding to 3 bets, the stack does dwindle away.
You're right.
But he's going to get some back here.
But 150.
Quarter pot. And Chishu, somewhat of a sticky customer. Got to keep him honest for at least one. Less than pot behind with Israeli. Wow.
Oh, wow. Henry. Henry. What is that? What even is that card? Where did they find that? Tsar Wolf. Yeah, you're right. He's been involved a lot. You're right. He's been made to fold a lot of hands, and he finally gets his hand. 3 bets ace king, gets pilled, so it's come ace 10 deuce. Gets a c bet in, and Kishu's just binked one off on him, and he cannot see any danger in this turn 8. That looks like the safest card in the deck for him, Henry.
How's your luck?
275. The bet. Kishu just posturing. What should I do here? What should I do with my set? Now, what should he do, Henry? I mean, he can just rip it here, but it does just flat allow your opponent to potentially barrel off.
Yeah, I mean, Wilf needs to see like a jack. Wow. All right.
I mean, I don't think he thought in any way he was behind anyway. But ripping top 2 is always nice. Kishu checks once more. Wilf, no question about jamming this. He's high-fiving the dealer as he does so. And it's a snap
call.
And ace king, no good. 2 out of spiked on the turn. Wow. The last hand before the break. Tsar Wolf busting out in what, 55th place.
Oh, this is mine. I took only one from him. I cover him. This is 500.
Well, he's covered. He's covered. It wasn't too close. It wasn't miles away, but it wasn't too close. And with that, Henry, these guys go back to the tournament floor. When they come back, like the rest of the field, they'll be playing 20k, 50k, 25k, 50k. Let's call that probably. Yeah.
Got to go with piles of chips. On late position, doesn't need a second invitation to open things up. 10-9-0, good enough.
You will see the TV. Yeah, that's a good thing, yeah.
I can say now. Anyway, you see.
After half an hour.
You block the queen.
You will see.
Okay, please.
You will see anyway. You will see.
Wow.
Andre giving Georgi a taste of his own medicine, Henry.
Yeah, boys aren't mucking about.
With the 3 bet.
Andrea was like, you taxed him, I tax you. Double tax.
So Henry, the previous table we saw, I think, a lot more single raise pots. This table already seems like there must be quite a lot of 3-bet history going on. Georgi having a little think with the 10-9 offsuit. Is this just a safe base, Henry? Or does he actually want to go to war? Strikes me as someone who might go to war at any moment.
He is definitely the type to go to war. I've had the pleasure of calling the action on a couple of final tables of his. One with you, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, let's just say there's a lot of leveling wars and whatnot going on with this man. He's going to do it. He's actually going to do it.
Here he goes. Here he goes. 765, Henry. Click it back at you. How'd you like that, Andreev?
If Andreev finds the 5-bet, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it may involve me going out there with my shirt off.
Henry, 10 years ago, this is the easiest 3 to 5 spot in the world.
Yeah, I was thinking that, and
this is my poker we're playing now.
These are the types of guys that I feel like could potentially do it.
It's my day. That's what we used to do for fun, these spots. 3 to 5 with the suited aces. Can Andreev do it with this much on the line? 46 remaining in a Millions main event.
The
answer is no.
Thought about it. Cappuccino, Run Dempsey.
Georgi. Yeah.
Or is it? It's not beer time yet, is it?
No, definitely not beer time, Henry. I don't want
cappuccino time.
I was actually thinking about going. Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about. No, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was thinking about not having any more coffee, but we got a long one ahead of us. Haddad, I'm ripping ace 10 of diamonds for the scratch. Marzian sits down, looks down at ace jack of clubs, and is going to give this a spin for 4.5 blinds, that's for sure. Question is it a click or is it a flat? He himself has 38 blinds. I think popping it up to 500k here seems fine. Flatting also seems fine. Feels like 3 blinds if it was mandatory to raise when it's 4.5. And you've got 40 blinds. There's plenty of hands that are going to call and not want to get it in. You don't necessarily just get to ISO. Clicking though also fine, just to sway those pills behind, and you're going to have some hands some strong hands that click get it in. Some like this that can click fold. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to make it the 500. I like this. Quarter of the chips go in the pot. And Haddad, well, very nice looking ace 10 of diamonds, but up against it, Marzian holding ace jack of spades. Needs help. Dad spent many an hour on our feature table over the last 2 days in this event. Is his run going to come to an end? 1 diamond on the flop. 3 pairs the turn. All right, got a small chance. King or a 4. Get him a chop. 10 gets him the win. There it is. King on the end. Chop it up. Her dad survives. So laughs, smiles, jokes. He's a happy boy.
Raise 100.
Rakita popping it up with Queen Jack on the button. Samaska finds the boots in the big blind. Rakita opening off 24 bigs. This may be a flat, guys. Samaska may just call here. I'd like a call. He does do just that. Lays the trap. There's just not enough hands he's going to raise call off with. There are some, of course. You want to have some traps in the big blind, and the ultimate hand to trap with is, of course, the boots. And here we go, Rakita going to potentially put himself in the bin, having flopped top pair on this Queen 6-6. He's going to bet this flop always against a big blind peel, and he's going to bet turn and river a lot, depending on the run out, but there aren't many that he checks back. Well, very small c-bet as well, one blind. Makes sense on the Queen 6-6 against that big blind peel, I'd say. But to this sizing, there's potential for Samaska to even raise, although I think aces and the ace of clubs doesn't need to, although that's what he's decided to do. Well, it's a good game, Rakita, barring a fortunate run out. I much prefer this line with red aces. But hey ho. Well, heart rolls off in the turn. I mean, kind of insignificant, but also kind of not. Some of the bluffs that Samaska's going to check raise with on this flop will be hands that wrapped around the 6 with backdoor hearts. Something like, you know, the 5-7 of hearts, 7-8 of hearts, these kind of things. 3-4 of hearts, 3-5 of hearts even. So it's a card that he's likely to fire off on the turn. If you're sat in Rakita's shoes, you get kind of excited when you see that card. And for that reason, I think once this bet goes in, you know, Rakita holds position, but he may just rip this in for half pot more. He also may just call and allow bluffs to continue, but it is an option, just because a lot of the bluffs do have some equity, and there's some, well, there's more than some value to denying equity at this stage of a tournament, but it's just tragic if you call and they're not going to bluff rivers, and you give them a free shot at it. But he does have a lot of hands that can call here and don't really like calling a river. And to defend those parts of his range, he's electing just to call once more with the Queen. 3 rolls off on the end. Like I say, it's not an irrelevant card because there are some hands that approve on that, like the 4-5 of hearts gets there, the 3-4 of hearts, these kind of things. It could be in the range. Henry, a fun one you've walked back in on.
Yeah, I love that breakdown of the hand, my man. It's, yeah, very true what you're saying. Hands like 7-5, this, that, and the other.
Well, there is the third barrel. You can see Rakita. You know, all that on the side. You can also just have a whole load of 6s.
Yep.
But those 2 flush draws missing, I don't see how you can ever get away from this.
Yeah, I agree. Tough one to get away from, especially up against Samaska, who it's a tough opponent. These spots are studied quite a bit by these boys. These button versus big blind check raise spots, especially on these paired boards.
And especially, Henry, I'd say, you know, we saw Samaska flop the nut straight with flush draw a minute ago, but he also ended up bombing kind of a peculiar spot on the river just a few minutes ago, and that's got to play into Rakita's mind. If he's following that hand, he's got to think, well, hang on a second. This guy's already put someone else in a coffin on the river. Now here he is doing it to me.
Yeah, I think with this exact hand, we have to call. Unblocking clubs, like unblocking clubs and hearts. Yeah, he does flick in the one chip call.
Does. Sees it was a trap from the off. 2 aces. Turns the hand over, as he must when he's all in. Nikita eliminated. Samaska up to 3.5 million. Just the cruel one, Henry.
Does miss out on that pay jump as well, Dempsey. 45th. Everyone now guaranteed 18. Of deuces in the muck. Animir 11 bigs also finds the muck. Get it to that stage, Demps. Samaska, who, I mean...
So he's getting to that stage. It's exciting.
It's been maybe the most active player.
Yep, so far what we've seen, obviously these guys have been battling it out all day. Well, Haddad hasn't on this table because he was with us on our previous feature. But he's here with us now. And ace 8, 2.5 blinds. He says, run it.
So, Tamasian probably going to get a count, see if Samaska has a step. He doesn't. Most likely going to be 3 ways to a flop with Haddad in very tough shape, or rough shape I should say.
Information for all the players in the audience, if you wish to have the PCR test tonight between 7 and 9 at the reception of our hotel here, you can have your PCR test.
Times are tougher for Haddad. Does have a heart. Samaska with the nut heart draw. Dry side pot. Samaska doesn't care. Comes out firing. Haddad stands up, needs help from the deck.
Yeah. Need a lot of help. Just avoid the killouts for starters, Henry.
Yeah, let's 3 of spades is a fair card.
Well, he did get an unlikely split a moment ago. This one, not possible for a split.
No dice. Love to have man at the tables. Got to give credit where credit's due. He's been nursing a short stack ever since we got into the money. So to see him, well, bust him 41st with 98 places paid. Fair play, my man. GG's. Team Norwegian saying, haven't started my grind yet. Got a party poker GPKO event starting in a few hours that I plan on winning. Just made an FT. Wow. Didn't see that one. He snuck that one in.
Nice. Good luck. Action round to Bay Bears in the small. Going to keep the VPEP at 100. This one for 4 blinds with King Queen. Makes sense. And High Dawn. Going to give him a spin. Dominates Henry and get back to where he was. Bay Bears. Ace King 5. Bay Bears. Bay Bars, pardon me. Flops, but High Dawn is live for a Broadway. Well, Broadway now just a chop. It's a bad card, even though it has improved his hand. Unless, Henry, it comes Oh, I thought I was going to be so gangster to do the commentary like that. I was going to roll off. I gambled. It didn't. Double up
290.
for Bay Bars. Keeping it 100% VPIP. Do you reckon it stays 100%, Henry?
I think so.
How many more hands do you reckon he puts the chips in?
KLV saying, is Gikovanu still in? The guy who won his biggest pot at Cash Game Omaha this year. I think you're talking about the guy that...
Old school poker.
All in announced. Baybar's looking to spin again, and well, it's these two again.
Yep. Heidorn goes for his table mate once more. 9-4 deuce.
It's a fair fight.
Baybars needs to see a paint card.
Pair outs mean straight draws for everyone else. Wow.
That's a bad one. Takes away the jack of spades as an out. Queen or jack? Queen it is! There it is. Baybars with another double up through his neighbor. Of course, does mean we're very close to a pay jump. 3k pay jump, which is not insignificant. Don't think it will change how anyone plays a hand, but it may change the pace at which they play it. Cadra popping up in +1 with 7-5 suited Henry. He likes to get amongst it, this lad.
125. Fold.
Flat from the small from Samaska.
A rare fold from Georgi in the big.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. There it is, Henry. The 5 rolls off. King 9-5. Samaska checks from the small. Now, Samaska hits a lot of this King 9 board. Gets all those Broadway combos. They're going to want to continue. For that reason, Cadra is going to check back this flop a lot. Does so here. Queen rolls off. Even worse now for Samaska from that point of view because he has to have a lot of strong hands. And that may mean he doesn't get action from Cadra.
These boys have already played a big one. Cadra knows Samaska can get tricky. Overbet.
Yeah.
400.
Unblock all of those pairs, Henry, in. As much as Cadra, as much as Samaska has those broadways playing from the small, so does Cadra, Henry, opening from +1. It's a board they're both rich on. Samaska hoping perhaps to be against a hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack, that maybe check the flop. Maybe some King X that checks back. 9, 10, 9 Jack even. Really put them under pressure with a big bet size. Don't quite know what Cadra's thinking about with 7-5. It's just going to be a fold for this one.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a fold, but Cadra in the tank. Is he really thinking of
No.
doing something ridiculous?
I mean, it is against his old foe, but he saw before his old foe had the hand. His old foe's turned over the hand a lot.
Cards are still not in the muck, James.
He's not playing this, Henry. He can't play this. Yeah, there are some hands he can beat, of course. But not many. Ace 10 of hearts, 10 8 of hearts. Ace Jack of hearts, those kind of hands. But no.
For a lot of these stacks.
Yanis. I didn't even know he was here, Henry. He snuck under my radar. Here he is. With 13 blinds. And in they go. Ace Jack, +3.
Yeah, I believe we're on a pay jump. So
Yep.
maybe.
Yep.
Just maybe.
A long tank, put in orbit a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, boy.
975k the bet. Left a chip behind.
He knows what's up.
If you're wondering, as
3K
Henry says,
ladder.
it's a pay jump. So, you bet everything but one chip. If someone then puts you all in, you tank for as long as it takes until someone calls clock on you. Or someone busts out on another table. Well, we're going to find out here. Roman Kalilas going to rifle this in for, well, less actually. I'm surprised. Yeah, well. He may have tanked for forever, Henry, before calling it off.
Well. Colorless in great shape for a Michael Doublé. Ace King v Ace Jack. What a great hand to come back to. A little drama late into day 3. And well,
Jack 8-5. Yanis gets there. For now, needs to bet a king.
drama it is. Broadway card is fair. That is not a Broadway card. That is the 3 of diamonds, boys and girls. 3 outs once for the Spaniard. Whoa!
King on the river.
Hello.
Ramon with the double. Yanis down to dust. Exactly a blind left.
Well, spin time.
He's going to tank for a long time.
Yep.
Someone's had to call the clock on him, you would think. This is entirely correct play. If he had one chip more, he could put it in and do all that, but...
Yes, it's pretty brutal that he has exactly one big.
Because these guys might think he's just wasting time. But he could say, look, I'm playing the hand, but I'm going to do what's right. If this was a time bank tournament, he'd burn all his time banks, bar 1 maybe or 2. I mean, he should be doing this even if he's going to fold as well, Henry, right? Just desperate for that bust out. Or maybe there's been one, because he put it in pretty quickly there. Looking around. Ramon going to finish off the job, Henry. 2 3s. So he's going to attempt to finish off the job, should we say. Oh.
Passes up on the opportunity.
I'm confused, Henry.
Ah, makes sense. He's still early position. I understand where you're coming from. Maybe like ISO up to 3 bigs, but...
Even limp. I wouldn't hate that. I mean, yeah, I'd ISO, but I'm just saying.
25 bigs. So Halle just scanning the other stacks.
And he does pop it up. Ooh.
Wow, a few pairs here. Could have a 3-way all-in, James.
Not going to attempt that name, Henry. Need help.
Kala Djurdjevic.
Dejan. Check the first name. That'll do me. Not as brave as you, Henry.
I think we're going to have a three-way all in. So I said to just shy of 3 bigs. 750k to call.
Now, if he does call and hit, for example, it would be Yanis who would come 36th. Dejan would become 35th by virtue of the fact that he has more chips. It would not be a ranking of who came first, second, third in the hand for those that are curious to such things.
Yeah. Yanis loving this, by the way, the additional tanking going on.
I mean, for starters, Hale's put in chips that he might get to win without having to win, as it were. But
wow,
here we go.
That's cool.
And like I say, he only... Yanis can win a big pot here, really, for the 80k.
So dealer going to run it out and then deal with it afterwards.
It's like the old cash game. Just run it and hope the big stack wins, if you're a dealer. 9 trade deuce looks safe. Ace the same. Yanis looking good for the triple up, quadruple up, and more.
Everything holds.
Everything holds. There we go. No bust out. Yanis up to 360. Dejan, big winner in the hand as well. Hale, the only loser. You can afford it, Henry. Bundles of chips.
Doesn't ever feel that way, though, does it?
No.
Yeah. Yanis knows he's going to have to put in his stack next hand. So he'd rather take this than a random hand.
Yeah.
So you got 4.5 bigs.
Would I not rather a random hand?
8-5, you can make it straight.
That's true.
It's like much better than like Jack Deuce, right?
Yeah.
Kalidas looking to finish off the job. Oh boy.
Rokas Nyberka. 2 kings. Ripping in from the small. We go 3-way. The 8-5 off, the ace-10 off, and the butchers. This is an extremely shallow stack table, guys, hence the hands we're seeing clashing in these all-ins. But Yanis has secured that ladder up, as has Nyberka if he were to lose this one. Can afford to gamble. Whoa, an 8 on the flop. 8-5 or ace. We'll do it. 3 pots in play here. 2 pots in play, pardon me. Kings looking good for the knockout and double up. 1 card to fade. Well, more than fade. Improve. Yanis. Out in 35th, but does get that all important pay jump. So guys, that's stalling. Case in point. We saw it there from Yanis. The tanking, the stalling, made him $3,000.
That is a pretty good owlie, if you ask me, my man.
Yeah, it's like you stall for 2-3 minutes, you make $3 grand. Welcome back, one and all, to the Millions Cyprus main event. It is day 3. The bellies are full. The table's not quite so much. We're down to the final 3. We're playing at 60k, 120k, and it's Angelov and Angelos who need to do some work here. Both very short. In fact, everyone really not exactly deep, bar Hotpree Gill, who has a whopping 13 million chips. Well, that stack's full. My belly's full, Henry. How's yours?
Yeah, mine's not doing too bad. And you mentioned some of the short stacks there, and you also mentioned our chip leader. I mean, if Gil continues on the same ball run as he did prior to the break, then, I mean, this could be over in just a couple of hours.
No.
No?
No. On that topic, guys, just had a little liaise with Christian, tournament director. And he said we're going to play the next 2 levels, take a break, and then play 2 more. So the plan is we'll finish the 120-250 level. And that should get us pretty close, Henry, in my book.
So James reckons 4 more levels. How's everyone's Sunday grinds going? We get to that time of the evening where some runs could be occurring. Yoni with the open. Faces the cut-off jam. He doesn't like it, James. This could be it.
Thanks. It's good.
Yeah. No graphics for this one, Henry. We have to play it along with Yoni. Well, we can't play it along with Yoni, but he's open from the hijack, been jammed on by the cut-off. First hand back. Just over 20 effective.
Maybe a hand like ace-jack suited.
Yeah. Something like
pocket 8s.
7s, yeah. That's going to be where we're looking at here if he's thinking this long. I think 8s will probably lean towards the call. Well, 8s, 9s will be calling, 7s will probably be folding. Close. 7s and 8s the middle ground. And you say, Henry, ace-jack suited. Ace-queen offs.
Wow. He's really thinking about it. Peeks back. Love to know what he has. One of those ones as well, James, where he thinks he just has a huge edge over the table.
Yeah, there's definitely maybe part of that, Henry, from the what we've seen in this tournament. Yeah, ace queen would be calling.
Maybe ace-jack off. Ace-10 suited.
What's the pair you call here?
8 for sure. I don't know about 7. 8 for sure. You? Yeah, the pair. He says.
Well, we know what the line was, Dempsey. 8s for sure, according to Vlad.
I'm with him. It's the line we drew, Henry.
It is.
It's reassuring to know us and Vlad are on the same page.
I wonder if Yoni cut a slightly finer line, 1 pip higher, and let go of the 8s.
Maybe. I don't think so, though.
You missed just 1 10. So how many hands did I miss? My big blind? Just 1 10. Fuck, 4 blinds and 2.
I think you call 7s.
I call 7s?
I think you call 7s. You would call 7s. I don't know about 7s, really. For myself, I don't know. Maybe like 6s, no? Eights.
Snap call?
I'm not snap call. I'm not like really happy, but what can you do?
Maybe it was the 8s. I'd have called, you'd have called, Vlad would have called, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think I fold 8s.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. This structure, it's been a wild table. I think there are better spots.
Channel 2. Raiding. With a party of 359. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for joining us. We are just back from the dinner break here in Cyprus. This is the Party Poker Live Millions main event. We're down to just the final 24. Everyone guaranteed $27,800 for reaching this stage. Prizes start arising. Next jump at 21 will be 31K. Climbing though, Henry, all the way up to that first prize of 683K, which of course will not be decided until tomorrow. Stefanov popping it up from +2. Gil, flat King 8 suited. He likes the action, doesn't he? Angelos on the button, rips it in for sub 10. And Dari in the big. Well, these are the weird spots you're going to get on this table.
They are indeed. Yeah, Jill with the... Are we going with Jill Demps? I feel like I've been...
Jill.
Jill.
Let's go Gil.
Let's just call him like table captain.
Gil.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Gil on the fish.
I think so. Seems reasonable.
Henry got there. Took a moment. Anyway.
Anyways. I mean, if we're like 4.5 mil deep, I think calling to them for wow, he does take it. What a sicko. I mean, this kid.
Well, Gil's asking. He ain't calling. I think he's just making sure. Reasonable. Just in case you come up from dinner, you fold and turns out it's 10 bigs. Yeah.
Let's do a split.
Angela says, I'll take a split. Dari's amenable to it. There's overlay.
Yeah, and Gil aggressively slammed the table for some reason.
That's a nice PLO hand.
And he says Jack 10 double.
It
You only can't help
will be.
it. He sees what he sees, Henry.
Ooh.
Well, take a split now. 10 on the flop. Angelos vaults to the lead. Dari still live to the jack and picks up Broadway as well as backdoor spades. Just king or jack will do it.
7 outs once.
There are 10 paint cards. 7 win it. That's not one of them.
Well. What a time to hit a 2-outer. Deep into day 3, eh? Yoni in trouble. Still a little bit of breathing room. Boris the shortest at the table, 14 bigs. Do have an 8-handed table though. And an hour-long clock.
Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time for all of these players. We have just started the 60k, 120k level. Like I say, we're going to play this. We're then going to play the 8160 level. Go on our final break of the night. Come black, play 1-2, and then 120, 250. It seems to be 125, 250. Yeah, it will be. And that will end it for the day. And Henry, at the end of that level, we'll be very close to the final table, I'd say.
I trust you.
You know, we're going to play shorter and shorter handed. The average should rise at those points. You never know. Like we say, Gil wins a couple of all-ins, goes faster. He doubles a couple people up, takes a lot longer. Simple as that.
Bernhauser. Suited king on the button. I must say, Been very impressed with this young man's table demeanor and just his overall presence at the table. Seems very composed.
Angelov is going to defend Henry with the Queen 4 suited, getting a lovely price off a short stack.
The old stop and go.
I mean, he keeps saying stop and go, but they never do the stop and go.
I know,
it's old school.
Because they keep missing. They just keep on missing.
You know how many levels we're playing today? Like 2 more? 10? 2 more levels?
This one and 3 more.
And 3 more?
All right. Got a long way to go.
125.
How many boys suddenly realised it's best pace themselves?
Yeah.
How many of you? This is level like...
Gonna be a grind.
This is 9th level today, I believe.
Gonna be a grind.
Oh, that's a lot of levels. 2 more.
Bernhauser with the C-bet. King high. Picks up the pot. Questions regarding the other players in this tournament. Obviously, we're getting to the stage where we can see nearly half of them, Henry, but some heroes still in the mix that we've seen on our table at this point. Robert Hydorn still in there. Danuk Kashu, Henry, he's still in the mix. We love the bit of Kashu knocking around earlier. Zulu Air still in the mix. Dominic Panker still going out there. Sergio Banal also still competing.
Wow.
And we are playing down to our final 18, Henry. Then there will be a full redraw for the final 2 tables.
Bernhauser looking to send one packing. Get closer to that redraw.
255.
Maybe time to take those 5k chips out of play, eh? Ah, not possible. 6120. I'll shut my mouth.
Pass.
So heads up to a flop. Bernhauser dominated.
Jack 7. Got some backdoors. The club on board.
Check.
It looks like he'll get to see a turn. Assume he'll check this one back.
Check.
And here we go, Henry. Backdoors galore.
James Dempsey. How about a little ace of clubs on the turn? It's an annoying one because when you get knuckled 2 twice, Stefanov just always has showdown value, which most of the time beats our showdown with ace 10. Can start betting, but yeah, I like the fact that he's realizing here. Seems very aware, this young man from Austria. May try and get a cheeky little like 1/3 fruit. Does not.
Check it back. Lose the ace king high. It's okay. He had a shot at one.
Cole saying I'll stick to playing Zinger poker. This is too intense for me. You and me both, mate. Gil. Wow. Let's go the King 10-0. Is he locked up?
He's got a text to send. An email to read. Something going on.
Maybe someone's texted him and said, hey, pal, you have average for 6 left. 6th gets 135k. What's this? 11.
Queen 10 feels like good to go.
It's close. It's close.
Good to go.
I think I... I'm not sure, James. I think I like min opening. But then, yeah, kind of a disaster, right? Oh, well.
Oh.
Good luck, boys.
At least we get to realise, Henry.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You want to see 5, right?
Angelov taking on Stefanov. The offs from Bulgaria. 1 in 5. Pure flip.
As fair as it gets. 28k guaranteed for both these gentlemen. Oh, wow. Oh, oh.
Queen, Jack, 10. Now the outs for Angelov. The big cards. There it is. Turn of the turn. Stefanov. Needing the 2-outer. Crossbar.
Close.
It was red and it was 3 o'clock, Henry.
You're a sicko, James. You can just tell how much blind flips you've done, like gambling in the Vegas houses, for rooms, for dinners, where you've just squeezed your little heart out.
Squeeze that little 3 across. Just squeeze her out. And we're looking for a red one, because we're holding black cards. Just want to squeeze that little... Ah, it's not there. It's unlucky. It's 50-50 once it came 3 across red.
Big Alex saying, Ace of Clubs on the turn. Are you tired already? Do you know what, guys? I actually thought
you said that.
I thought I said Ace of Clubs, and no, you didn't say anything, James.
Well,
I was like, okay.
I thought I must have heard him say, I must have misheard you, because 8 of clubs does sound like Ace of clubs.
Yeah.
That's why I was going to correct you. I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I'm
But
glad.
you thought it yourself as well, did you?
Well, I'm glad the chat are keeping me honest here. They're not letting me just get away with things. Appreciate it, Big Alex. And Forever I'm saying going to be a long night. Team Norwegian saying Henry sounds like he's really old when he keeps saying this young man. Well, I mean...
Yep, that is something. He does say a lot. Because this young man impresses me when he's 12 years old himself. Angelos with the aces. I can get away with saying it because, well, I'm in my 30s, Henry. I'm an old man.
It's the last year you get to say that, isn't it, mate?
Clinging on.
Clinging on for dear life.
This is the last 26th of September of my 30s. Scary, scary times.
Angelov with his nearly found chips. Gonna get out of the way, one would assume.
Yeah, a little speculative against +1, but Henry.
What do I know?
Speculation is the name of the game.
Oh, I don't. Does he even know? Did he even know there was an open? Did he just try min opening?
Let's set opposite each other.
I hear what you're saying, but he was looking around and he's like min opened.
You don't.
James, I honestly think that.
I don't think that can happen when you're set opposite each other. Like, I know what you're saying, but he can't have missed. He can't have missed the open from the man sat right opposite him. I hear you. I hear you. You've sat in seat 9. You might miss like seat 2 or whatever opening. It happens, but you're sat opposite the man. You're not missing that one.
Really small C-bet from the Cypriot. Understandably so. Some arguments to just checking this one, James.
Let's see if there's any conversation about that.
It's probably not the thing you would admit, though, would it?
I don't know. It's quite funny.
Well, fortunate to not connect. Tens.
Nice little run.
Well, 7 hands behind Dempsey.
You small blind 60. Only 60. 120. Raise.
Nice little run.
Pass. I put 62, so then. Pass. 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 Pass.
Oh boy.
Well, I think I was just going to call Henry. He doesn't strike me as the kind who's going to take this one upstairs. We've seen him in much more likely spots for 3-bet just for that, like the ace-queen suited we saw before dinner. He likes splashing around, Henry.
Hasn't played a hand in a while, though.
Well, he was eating dinner.
It's true.
What are you playing around? 2-7, 3. I have a lot of reds. So you do have a lot of red chips.
He does have a lot of red chips. The red's worth 100k. Not as many as this man, though. Each one of those towers worth 4 million, Henry. The average stack, not worth one of those towers.
Gil is thinking of something here. I'm not quite sure what the plan is.
My plan is to call.
It's taken 3 off top.
I know.
James, what's going on?
Yeah, he's calling. Huh?
Wait, what?
18. Raise 3. Oh, how much 18?
Well, we're talking about misclicks. Yeah.
380, yeah.
I think he meant to call Henry. I can't be sure.
I mean, it's been a long day. I'm misclicking in the commentary booth.
I honestly forgot the blind for the tire. I honestly forgot the blind for the tire. I was going to raise you more.
Oh. Now he's claiming he meant to re-raise, but meant to raise more. Just forgot how high the blinds were. I don't... Is that something you say when you misclick raise? Or is that something you say when you're being honest?
Wow, I mean, he just went to snap call there. James, what is going on, man?
I think he misclicked raise and he tried to make out that he meant to raise more because, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't be on it. You wouldn't say, "Oh, I thought the blinds." It sounds like he misclicked, and he tried to get some more credence from it. And also, I didn't waste much time. I would have thought longer before doing this.
Do you think the speech had anything to do with the jam, or?
I think if he, no, because it happened so fast after the speech. I think you need time to digest what he said and think why he would have said that. I mean, I wouldn't have believed him when he's saying, I meant to raise more. But I would have taken a minute to figure that out. Truly bizarre.
I'm perplexed. It's been a long 5 days. We're deep into day 3, hundreds of thousands of dollars up for grabs, and we got people min 3-betting and all sorts going on.
I mean, we've got to fold now. Like, don't throw good off the bad, albeit it's a flip. He doesn't know that.
He's been on a run.
You're not doing very good against the under-the-gun 4-bet jamming range when you're holding king-queen.
I agree.
And you've only put 380 in. Just recognize, Gil, you've made a mistake. And swallow the loss. It's fine. You may feel like he's taking advantage because you've obviously misclicked. But it's still an under-the-gun opening range. I mean, king-queen doesn't do that great against the open range, really. Even if he jams with every hand he opens with. I mean, what is the open range there, Henry, do you think? Sub 30, 23 left.
James, I am as confused as you are. They want to hit him with the E-price then.
Chat catching up. It's you know, what they think. Misclick. Some sort of weird angle. They've still got 3.5 hours of play, Henry. They're getting this perplexed already.
Doesn't like folding, does he?
Angelo doesn't seem too concerned, does he? You know his worst way to flip.
Pass. We'll see anyway. What do you have? I have pocket 10. Fuck. I said I called you. I have king queen suited.
I'm just really happy.
Let's listen. I want to see if he...
I almost called you. Like, so close.
Oh, come on.
I think you are better than pocket five.
We'll see in half an hour.
You have queens or something for sure.
We'll have a bet. We'll make a bet.
You're gonna see it in 30 minutes.
$15. Cheap.
Henry,
Pass.
I'm not sure in that hand.
Pretty gutsy though.
All I'm thinking, James, is me and you
Pass.
start going on tour.
Pass.
Get back on the circuit grind.
That's not any.
Start satting in. Yoni with the hooks.
I like it. 240. 240.
17 bigs. This is what you want to induce.
What do you reckon, chap? When he said, oh, I meant to raise it more, do we think he's being honest, or do we think he's trying to cover up the fact that he misclick raised?
It's, well, I mean, somewhat fortunate that he didn't, because I think if he had raised to like 700 or whatever the 3-bet amount would have been.
Come on, he's not raising king queen there. He was always trying to call.
Oh, so you think he was trying to call?
Yeah, he misclick raised, and then And then try to make out, oh, I didn't misclick raise, I meant to raise more.
Right, okay.
To stop that happening, to stop him getting jammed on.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Mr. Dempsey.
Yeah, he's trying to cover up the misclick.
I will choose not to play this.
Vlad's always up to no good, man. He's hilarious.
Choose not to play this hand.
Raise to 40. Pass, pass.
Yoni. Just to raise it up again, this time ace check of hearts.
Oh boy.
And Bernhauser is going to rip it in from the big. And, well, anyway, we saw him with a decision with what we can only assume is eights, given the conversation that went down afterwards. Now, we're going to see him with a very similar situation, holding ace check of hearts.
I think this one's a lot easier to get away from.
I think so, but it's still the borderline he's on again, Henry.
It's annoying, that's for sure.
He's still on the border. I mean, his queen is calling. He knows it because he's on the border. Poker's funny. Sometimes you get easy decisions, sometimes you get hard ones.
Thing is like, how often are people taking like the Jack 10, the King Queen?
I'm with you.
The Ace 10
I think he's going to fold.
rejams.
Anyway, his instant reaction was he's folding. He instantly reacted like, oh, really again? One of these spots pops up. And, like the last hand he opened with Jacks would have taken the jam. This time he's got Ace Jack and he gets jammed on. Before he opened with eights, would have been right on the border. Ends up folding. This Ace Queen, he's going to call Ace Jack. I think he's going to fold.
Don't do it, Yoni. Stay calm. Stay composed. Still got 20 bigs. Very close to flicking in the one chip.
No, he's got more discipline than that, Henry. He's got lots of experience.
He does indeed.
He's been in many a game where things start going against you and kept his head. Experience pays. And I'm not talking about just tournaments. I'm talking about cash games and just any long grind you go through. You've just got to keep the composure. The amount of times you talk to people and go, well, it was the best hand I'd seen in 2 hours, or this sort of thing. It's like, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Watch and learn, guys. It's like, oh, well, this is irrelevant. What is the value of your hand? What is the value of their range? How does your hand do against that range? It's all that matters.
Yep. Experience does pay, James Dempsey. That is true. Hopefully, this day does not end as a frustrating one for Yoni. Looks like he's going to limp. No, opens 240.
Pass. 240. 240.
It's a very small 3-bet. Unfortunately for Yoni, he's only playing 2 mil.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I mean, it is a small 3-bet, Henry, but it doesn't have to be any bigger when Yoni's opening off sub 20, I don't think.
Andy Black in the chat.
It was suited.
100% misclick. That's what I would have done.
If you have Jack 10 suited, what can you do?
Yeah. And he's been around.
What did you fold it to him?
Who
You
knows?
can say.
Nope.
It's gonna be in 15 minutes. Ace Jack
Ace Jack suited.
suited.
Okay.
Pass.
Snap call?
I don't know.
Crying call?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I don't know.
He knows.
He knows, yeah. He knows.
Annoying hand.
Dejan, ace
Yeah, I think
10.
that was good.
240. Pass.
No more folding. Folding is
No more folding. Well, what's Dejan going to do?
Around 3 million.
Because Angelo may well put him to the test here to see if he's folding.
2.67.
Wow. Karađorđević, bang on. Said I started the hand with exactly 2.67.
Should know your chips, Henry.
I agree.
It's a lot easier in these days with the big blind ante.
It's just refreshing to not hear someone say, "Oh, you can see my stack. Oh, around 3 million."
But it was hard to know exactly in the old days, Henry, when you're posting antes constantly. Well, he just goes to go for the full rip with, I suppose, only the cutoff, only the button behind that had a similar covering stack. That'll get this done. Ace 10 offsuit, not going to call off. Down to the last 3 tables. Redraw of the final 18. That'll be the final 2 tables. 60k, 120k. Plenty of stacks, sub 20 bigs on this table and the others. Make no mistake about it. It doesn't help that Gil has basically all of the chips so early on. It's greedy, Henry.
I got a fair share of close spots, James, at this table.
Pass. Pass.
Oh, hello, rejam spot.
Tari, Jack 10 suited.
Is it 18.7? Karađorđević just raise folded. 1 seat earlier this time. Range going to be a couple of pips tighter. Yep.
Does.
In she goes.
Rifle them in.
1.725. Pass. 1.725.
No more folding announced. This is going to get through.
That's the information is that today we're going to play other 3 more levels until the end of level 30. Tomorrow the final day is starting 2 p.m. So you have 12 hours in between.
Okay.
Okay?
Why wouldn't
Until
it
the
end
end
2
of
hours
30.
earlier? Or not?
Tell me, I don't understand.
Oh no, that's fine. I said, why wouldn't this end it 2 hours earlier today and started 2 hours earlier tomorrow?
It's impossible. It's impossible because it's scheduled like that for the TV stream.
Okay.
So it will be 3 more levels, okay? And tomorrow 2 p.m. Or if we go down,
It's become a job.
Okay, Christian, just reiterating what we already knew. They will play down to the end of that 250 big blind level. Unless we reach the final.
Poor old Khaled.
Yeah, let's go race fold, another race fold spot. Also, worth noting there, of course, when Christian's saying 2 p.m., our stream will, of course, begin at 3 p.m. local here in Cyprus.
240.
For those of you watching, thinking I'll tune in tomorrow at 2 for the final, we'll be live at 3 on the stream.
Pass. Pass.
This one not a common rejam, but Vlad Dari, not exactly your common poker player.
Yeah.
A lot of talent coming out of Romania, James.
This feels grim, doesn't it? For Dayan, he's gone raise, fold, raises, and now Dari's tanking on him. And all three are hands he's supposed to raise fold, Henry.
Yep.
It's a nonsense game.
It really is. Just lose a quarter of your stack by raise folding. Ace 10, King Jack suited. I don't think. Yeah, it's close.
Does he think he's going to go for a small sizing? A real mess with him sizing.
Yeah, he could actually. I like that idea.
625 or something.
I really like that idea.
I prefer that. Because I think all the close race fold spots he had under the gun here are getting mucked. Given he just race folded twice in a row. And thankfully he's going to get this through, Henry. And I feel like he just needs a little breath. A little chance to just feel some comfort.
Oh, Vlad made him sweat. Made him earn it. Made him earn it.
Angelos thinking about having a little raise fold go of his own. Bernhauser, well, he's not going to pass up this opportunity for a raise fold. I mean, I'm sure he's going to hopefully do a raise win, but...
Raise 250.
Dari, just come on, stop bullying these people. He's going for it, Henry. He's going for it. I just love Vlad Dari. He doesn't like passing up on any spot.
Does it without missing a beat. Oh boy.
Yoni! Welcome. You're about to get double up with interest.
Hello. What a time to pick up the kings, and he's got to pretty much double up without even seeing a flop.
Well, is he? Is he not going to get called for 800k more?
I don't think so. Got him.
I mean, it's getting way the chip price, obviously, but the chips are worth more. I just don't think you can fold Henry for 800k. I mean, it's getting such a great price. You got an ace. Well, he just, yeah.
Oh no.
He does cool. He
Oh
found that
no.
it. Yoni.
Oh no, James. No, don't do it. Your two boys going at it.
My two boys. My two picks. Vlad Dari, Yoni Yukenheimen.
Oh,
King in the window.
In the window.
5 rolls off. There's a couple of backdoor straight draws here, Henry.
There will be a sweat.
Wow, Yoni calling the sweat.
There it
Why
is.
would you do it? Why would you do that to yourself, James?
I think it's coming.
You think?
No.
If he says it's coming.
No.
Ooh. It's in the right ballpark.
What's his Gil doing? Gil saying, I think it's coming.
Yeah. If you think it's coming, you think it's coming. You've got to let everyone know.
Good on.
Wow. Yoni.
All going off. Yeah, Yoni said some tough spots. That one was an easy one. And a relatively sweat-free run out.
Oh, Remigus in the chat, giving us some hand histories from the outer table. Appreciate it. Saying over on the outer table, Sergio Bernal raised to 325k, and then called an all-in when Dominic Panker pushed from 2 seats over. Ace, Queen, O for Bernal. King, Jack of Spades for Panker. And, well, it looks like Panker turned a king and rivered the flush. So Panker up to 5 mil. It's my boy on the outer table.
Yep. Bernhauser. Ace, 10.
Don't do it,
Dari. Vlad. 1.2 mil, 10 bigs. Is he going to try and get another one? An optimistic rip.
It's never a bluff second hand, right? Why is it always got to be a sweat? We are on a pay jump.
Yeah. Perhaps that's why we are seeing a tank or two. Maybe not. Maybe Vladari hasn't even noticed that yet, because he's probably thinking lofty ambitions for that last hand.
Yeah. A little 3.5k pay jump, James. Not too shabby.
Dayan. 2 jacks in the small. Rifle these in. And we're going to see yet another prime raise fold candidate raise fold. There's been a lot of this.
We don't mind it.
It's what it is, isn't it? A couple of pips off from seeing a lot of raise calls, Henry.
Now it says 2 million. This kid knows a trick or two.
Yeah. Leave a couple back for the pay bubble.
Kana Djurdjevic. Back to where he started, James, after a couple of raise folds.
Yeah, a couple of raise folds. Ray's got one through. Now gets a 3-bet jam through. That's what we call profit in the business, Henry. Meanwhile, in amongst this, Gil has been very quiet. It's all going up around him. Vladari, the one creating all the action, making all the excitement. Bernhauser with, again, another candidate that is going to raise and most likely fold to further action. 2 8s.
Raise to 15. Pass. 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 Pass.
Wow, Jill.
250.
Like seeing flops
Yeah.
with these types of hands.
Oh, this is reasonable, Henry.
Call. Pass.
Got a big stack, want to get involved. Put some pressure on these guys. These other, well, medium stacks, but pretty big stacks really in this event. 9-4-3 Rainbow with 1 club for Gil. I don't think we're going anywhere just yet. Interesting to see if Bernhauser bets this one, Henry, or likes to check it back. I think, you know, the theoretical thing is you check back here. But when Bernhauser sees Gil's ranges a lot wider, well, no option. Gil comes out leading Henry, been peeled from the small. It's never easy.
You see the 9-4 tray Rainbow. Sat there with 8s.
Yeah.
You get led into.
I think the hands he thinks that are legitimate that might be leading here, he kind of does okay against as well. Like maybe this hand's like 5, 6, 7s.
Check.
I think he's going to just get this to showdown, Henry.
Yep, I'd say so. Bernhauser will be up to over 5 million if he can fade the 3 outer. And well, maybe earn himself a few extra chips on this river, James.
Yeah, I think Gil might go small here. And actually, this is really weird spot for Bernhauser, right? This is the odd bet check bet, potentially. And I mean, does he just think Gil, I think, just has a 9, but no, okay, does check, yeah. Checks back.
One there.
Shows the ace-7
Yeah,
as well.
I wouldn't have shown that if I didn't have to. I know they're going to find out in 45 minutes. I mean, Bernhauser flipped the cards up, showed him the 8s. We'll see, it was the ace-7 to show first.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Dan, Henry. They keep giving these guys with 20-odd bigs these hands. King Jack in the cutoff. Here we go again.
240.
And wouldn't you know it, a decision may well be coming his way, Henry.
You think Gil takes us upstairs, James?
I think against cutoff he probably will. It's hard to predict Gil. He's shown kind of like a propensity to play pre-flop fairly passive and make a lot of moves kind of post-flop. But
How's having a look over at the clock? It's tough, right? But you kind of want to when Gil flats on the button.
yeah, I mean, you know, I don't mean this disrespectfully. Obviously, Gil's kind of player that might give you way too much action. So getting in here with the 8 deuce, obviously not something you would do if Fed or flat the button, but maybe when it's Gil doing so well. Look at this flop for Dayan. Second pair, king high diamond draw. Gil though has him beat. The ace jack could be a dicey one here for him. And these are the sort of hands I'm talking about. Like Gil post flop, he shows a lot more aggression. Even spots like this where maybe you're not supposed to, but he's just like, well, I've probably got the best of it. Let's just start putting chips in, which isn't a bad strategy. To be fair, if you think you've got the best hand, get chips in. I mean.
Chunky bet, James.
No, that's what he does. He doesn't bet small. Oh man, Gil.
Chunky bet.
575.
Yep.
Do we check jam now? Gets awkward on the turn, right?
No, I think
if we brick.
I think we just play the jack for check call and don't fold turns.
Ooh, you have to fold turns though.
Do we?
Well,
Against Gil? I don't know.
I feel like turns like a deuce of spades. Like,
I don't think we have to fold. I think we can call here and just call turns against Gil. He strikes me the kind of player who's going to overbluff down the streets. Like I say, he kind of plays a little bit more passive pre-flop Henry, but maybe too aggressive post-flop is how I've read Gil up to now. And there we go. He has put him in, and I think Dan just said, I'm just going to wait a minute. So I think he's already decided that he's going to take that line, Henry, if the check call. But with the pay jump on the horizon,
it's just so sick.
He's going to be sick when he sees his ace jack, isn't he? Yeah, just checking the tables. I mean, it doesn't strike me he's thinking about calling. He's calling Henry. Yeah, he just wants to see how many are left. The pay jump is how much? Is it?
3.5K.
3.5K. Yeah.
Yeah. Take as much time as you want, my man.
Yeah.
What just happened? Did someone just say 10 seconds?
No. Well, he has made the call now. He shows his hand, and oh yeah, I feel grim seeing that one. That one's not supposed to go bet jam, Henry. You're supposed to get to showdown against that hand, aren't you? You're supposed to not have to risk all the chips. Supposed to maybe check through the flop or check back the turn. But Gil plays very aggressively post and has forced his situation. Queen repeats on the end. Gil with another dagger to a heart, one of his opponents.
Wow.
Dayan out. Gil up to 15 million. Wow, wow, wow.
Remember, James, average stack, final table 9.3 mil.
Yeah.
Wow. Well.
It's good for me just before 5 seconds to increase the big blind. Not now. Not now.
Blinds up. 81.
No.
Hey, Vlad.
Blinds up. No. I don't want to finish every one.
Really?
I think I had you that time too.
I don't think it's gonna be.
Like I think I would have hit the 10. I think I would have hit the king against you. Yeah, I have to call. You had a little bit too much chips.
80, 160.
Blinds up. 81, 160. Thank you. Yeah. Pass. Blinds up. 160K.
Everyone gets that pay jump. 31K locked up.
Final 21, Henry.
Pass.
We've rattled down from what, 110-ish to start the day, maybe 109. And down to just the final 21. Dari deuces in the big. Well, this is a spot for a stop and go, Henry. Just 5 blinds. Old school stop and go. Peel, jam any flop. Well, in the old school, Henry, you used to peel and jam any no ace, no king flop. Because everyone's got ace king back in the day. But, yeah. Dari's still in the tank. I think the only option, I don't know if he really ever wants to think about folding this hand. I don't think you can. Fold down to 20 now. Lost another player on one of the other tables.
You got aces or kings, just go all in, I'll pay you off.
I don't know if that's what you want to hear when you got deuces.
Right. It's just always good. This is the only player, Henry, I think. Call and just basically rip.
Any low board?
Any board, really. I think any flop. 9, 7, 6. Yeah, it's going to be one of them.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can't fold, can we? Come this far.
It does, and now it's all in.
Yep, snap from the top pair. That is that. Dari needs a deuce. He's perplexed look on his face. I mean, I don't think he could do anything but this. He wasn't sure what the best move was. King for rub. Needs a deuce on the river, Henry.
That doesn't really matter.
Not to be. Vlad Dari, well, he wowed with his aggressive play. He made a lot of moves, Henry. We saw him 3-betting yesterday with the likes of 8-3. We saw him trying to squeeze out a 3-bet here with 8-3 yesterday. Sorry, ace-3 today. Ran into Yoni's kings. And look at this, Henry. Just more chips heading to that C.
Yeah. 2x final table average now.
Gil
or thereabouts.
With all the gold.
I don't need to incriminate you. You got away with it. I had a big hand. A really big hand. You said a suitor though. Wait, think? One on, like, you know what? I put you on.
So, another case of needing players, boys and girls.
Yeah, 6 here. We'll just check out actually what's going on over there, Henry.
Yep, I believe we have a final 2-table redraw, James.
I think that might be what's going on here, Henry. I think, yep, there have been bust outs elsewhere, and just like that, it took a while. The 21 bubble, they've gone bang, bang, bang. We're down to the final last 2 tables. So, guys, there's going to be a redraw break, and it's going to last 15 minutes-ish. So please don't go too far. We'll be back for those final 2 tables.
knows what's up.
If you're wondering, as
3K
Henry says,
ladder.
it's a pay jump. So, you bet everything but one chip. If someone then puts you all in, you tank for as long as it takes until someone calls clock on you. Or someone busts out on another table. Well, we're going to find out here. Roman Kalailas going to rifle this in for, well, less actually. I'm surprised. Yeah, well. He may have tanked for forever, Henry, before calling it off.
Well, Kalailas in great shape for a Michael Doublé. Ace King v Ace Jack. What a great hand to come back to. A little drama late into day 3. And well,
Jack 8-5. Yanis gets there. For now, needs to bet a king.
drama it is. Broadway card is fair. That is not a Broadway card. That is the 3 of diamonds, boys and girls. 3 outs once for the Spaniard. Whoa!
King on the river.
Hello.
Ramon with the double. Yanis down to dust. Exactly a blind left.
I
That one
flinched.
hurts.
Did anyone else flinch?
I
did.
flinched. I flinched.
I flinched at that one.
I think this is entirely correct play. If he had one chip more, he could put it in and do all that, but
Yes, it's pretty brutal that he has exactly
Right.
one big.
because these guys might think he's just wasting time. But he could say, look, I'm playing the hand, but I'm going to do what's right. If this was a time bank tournament, he'd burn all his time banks, bar 1 maybe or 2. I mean, he should be doing this even if he's going to fold as well, Henry, right? Just for that bust out. Or maybe there's been one, because he put it in pretty quickly there. Looking around. Ramon going to finish off the job, Henry, 2 3s. So he's going to attempt to finish off the job, should we say. Oh,
Passes up on the opportunity.
I'm confused, Henry.
Ah, makes sense. He's still early position. I understand where you're coming from. Maybe like ISO up to 3 bigs, but
Even limp. I wouldn't hate that. I mean, yeah, I'd ISO, but I'm just saying.
25 bigs. So Halle just scanning the other stacks.
And he does pop it up. Ooh.
Wow, a few pairs here. Could have a 3-way all-in, James.
Not going to attempt that name, Henry. Need help.
Kala Djurdjevic.
Dejan. Check the first name. That'll do me. Not as brave as you, Henry.
I think we're going to have a 3-way all-in. So I said to just shy of 3 bigs. 750k to call.
Now, if he does call and hit, for example, it would be Yanis who would come 36th. Dejan would become 35th by virtue of the fact that he has more chips. It would not be a ranking of who came first, second, third in the hand for those that are curious to such things.
Yeah. Yanis loving this, by the way, the additional tanking going on.
I mean, for starters, Halle's put in chips that he might get to win without having to win, as it were. But
Wow,
here we go.
that's cool.
And like I say, he only... Yanis can win a big pot here, really, for the 80k.
So dealer going to run it out and then deal with it afterwards.
It's like the old cash game. Just run it and hope the big stack wins, if you're a dealer. 9 trade deuce looks safe. Ace the same. Yanis looking good for the triple up, quadruple up, and more.
Everything holds.
Everything holds. There we go. No bust out. Yanis up to 360. Dejan, big winner in the hand as well. Halle, the only loser. You can afford it, Henry. Bundles of chips.
Doesn't ever feel that way though, does it?
No. Yeah.
So you got 4.5 bigs.
Would I not rather a random hand?
8-5, you can make it straight.
That's true.
It's like much better than like Jack Deuce, right?
Yeah.
Kalidas looking to finish off the job. Oh boy.
Rokas Nyberka. Two kings, ripping in from the small. We go three-way. The 8-5 off, the ace-10 off, and the butchers. This is an extremely shallow stack table, guys, hence the hands we're seeing clashing in these all-ins. But Yanis has secured that ladder up, as has Nyberka if he were to lose this one. Can afford to gamble. Whoa, an 8 on the flop. 8-5 or ace. We'll do it. 3 pots in play here. 2 pots in play, pardon me. Kings looking good for the knockout and double up. 1 card to fade. Well, more than fade. Improve. Yanis. Out in 35th, but does get that all important pay jump. So guys, that's stalling. Case in point. We saw it there from Yanis. The tanking, the stall.
Deep into day 3. And Halle saying I raised 400,000 versus Gil's very honest open. I mean, Gil has been somewhat quiet. It's only been a few amount of hands. Don't think Gil is going to fold. That's my favorite hand of the day.
I think Halle is especially unlucky. The river came the 9 of diamonds. He's, well, more than especially unlucky. He's joke unlucky. It's insane. Insane card. It means you just can't win the pot. Gil popping up king 10 of diamonds. Gets 3-bet by Halle.
Oh, James. What a whale. Always all in with a 10. Cool versus sizing. Easy call.
Yeah, easy call. These guys sitting at home can see the cards. It was not an easy call at all.
No. That was some very high-level poker played by both.
Oh, Halle. We get some chips back potentially here, Henry. 3-bets the ace 8. Gets peeled by Gil having open +2. They each flop a pair on the ace king 5 2 club board. Gil with backdoor diamonds.
JG saying Yoni for Prezi. Up the boys. I'm free rolling a signed cap. Need 6th or better now.
Oh, he changed it?
He did indeed. He saw me on break. He was like, I think it might have been just after that hand as well. He's like, I'll give you 6th.
Halle with the 300k C-bet. Going to be C-bet and ace king 5 when you 3-bet nearly range. There are some hands that check back, but some mix.
Jeff saying, must be on life tilt. Ace 8 03 bet the scariest guy to play poker against. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I be very intimidated.
He's reaching for
To play against
more
Gil.
than calling chips. He's got a whole load more than calling chips in his hand, Henry. Those reds, 100k pot. Just takes 3 of them to see the turn. And, I mean, don't do this, kids. Don't do this. This hand plays perfectly fine as a check call. And he check raises the second pair. All right. Some things have obviously been going on this table, Henry. Hello.
Like
I mean, what hand's check raising me here on this flop? What hand flats my 3-bet and then check raises ace king 5?
Yeah, just like ace jack, ace 10 of clubs, alright. Just like grim.
I mean, they've been playing together. I'm guessing he's seen Gil take some rather bizarre lines before now. I doubt this is the first one when he's got 6 million in chips, Henry. I reckon he's probably turned over some peculiar hands before now. I mean, on paper, this is a horrible spot for LA, but just with that in my mind, I'd be imagining he knows this is a live one. Is it just clubs, Henry, when you get check raise on this board? Is that what he's thinking?
Yeah, the problem is you just get in dead sometimes, right? Like,
he does rip it in, Henry, for another 800k, and now Gil's put himself in a bit of a spot. Second pair, scratches his head. This would have been easy just to call with, Henry.
yeah, just can't fold. 3.6 in the middle.
All right.
Getting over 4-1 on a call.
Might be priced in indeed. Always got backdoor diamonds.
Don't think that's what you want to hear. It's just like, is he just like check raise flop with like ace 10, like ace 9 now saying he might be priced in?
Nah.
35. 1 million.
I think he's probably thinking maybe it's like a gut shot or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Like queen jack with a club. Or
Yeah, that's true.
although you're right, it could be ace 10. It could be something silly like that. I mean, if it's king 10, it can be ace 10.
Well, if Gil calls, gonna have a 4 million chip pot on our hands, boys and girls. Average for, well, almost final 2 tables.
They will get back the chips that Yoni stole. If you were to fade, of course.
JG saying his biceps are bigger than my head. He's,
There are a few hands here, right, that Gil's ahead of, like Jack 10 a club, something like that, Henry. I mean, I'm clutching here, but
yeah, I mean, when he tanks, he just never has Jack 10 of clubs, right? Like, he just always like snap calling.
I mean, I'm saying from Gil's point of view, can he be ahead of any of LA's hands?
Yeah. I mean, Gil's loving this. He's just like, I'll take the fold. I don't care if you got like a gut shot. I'll take it.
Yeah, oh, for sure. LA would just be quite happily take a fold at this point. You can see 76% equity against this hand. Laying more than the correct price, so definitely wants a fold.
Yeah, if Gil could see the equities. I believe Collis has called time. It's one of the short stacks.
Oh, there it is.
Ace king's good.
Ace king's good, he says. A lot better than ace king. Well, he's live. Henry.
Sank out. Sank out.
Sunk outs indeed. King or 10.
Oh boy.
A lot more now.
Oh my god. Please, deuce off club.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Running
how you-
time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. Main event time, day 3, deep into day 3 with our new feature table and a fresh pair of commentators after a nice evening stroll. How you doing, James?
Yeah. You got us there a few seconds late because, Henry, there are a lot of desserts to eat.
There
You know,
are
right? I mean,
indeed.
the plate of desserts you brought into the booth is quite something.
It could be a very late sugar crash for me,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
I did stall on the walk back in here as well because I just passed Roberto Romanello, sat down in the late to the schedule added 7K.
Oh, lovely stuff.
And he sat on a table with Killian Tufts.
Wow.
So he's in for a fast, wild ride, one would imagine.
So, boys and girls, final 2 tables. Harpreet Gill, chip leader, almost 2 times final table average, sat on 16 mil. And then second in chips, James, Robert Hydon, playing just 8 million. So Gill with double what second has. Yoni still in the mix, Panker as well. 2 Bulgarians at the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, this table just seems a little bit more sane, Henry, maybe with the chip stacks.
Potentially.
And the players, maybe. Look at this. Cadra, he was peeling for fun earlier with the Jack 7 suited, Henry. It's his favourite hand, I've gathered. Still in here.
Quite the stack. Well over 6 mil.
Yeah, Moffat's been prospering since we last put eyes on him. Bay bars. And he's back. 81.60, a little over 2 mil. Popping it up with ace jack. Some of our heroes, Henry, from earlier ventures. Bernhauser rejoined us on the feature. Right, Henry, it feels like final 2 table draw. We had, what, 6 players, and there's only one of them on this table now. And Bernhauser, the only one we had from the last feature table, make it to this one. I think that might be the case.
I think you're right.
Let's see, entirely possible.
Just going to put it out there, James. Those desserts.
They're just ridiculous.
World class, mate.
They are.
All of the food. I mean, everything that I've eaten here. It's just been world class. Great spot for the return of the Millions North Cyprus. 5 days in, James. 1 day to go.
Queen 4-5. High Dawn. Top pair. Being peeled, the bay bars open. Snap checks through. Jack on the turn. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
High Dawn may well just go bet here and send bay bars for a bath, to be honest.
990 in the middle. 1.7 mil behind.
But 475.
475. He'll be going nowhere.
475.
And then he has 1.2 behind, Henry. I think this is a good game. Bay bars, unless something like that happens. Ace on the river. Hello. I wonder if High Dawn might still go for it. 1.2 into 1.9. Bay bars may have a hand. Cry calls like King Jack, Jack 10. Oh, I was going to say, he might block as well there, Henry. Well, it's met with a jam. A little concerning. I mean, I think he might have expected Ace King, King 10, and Ace 10 to peel turn. Ace bit of diamonds. And it's whether you think Bay Bars is the kind of guy who's going to turn a jack into a bluff, Henry.
Yeah.
And I don't think he is. I mean, I'm sitting here watching him turn Ace Jack, shove with 2 pair, but have a look. Even if I wasn't sat here, I'd be thinking, no, this guy's not the kind of guy who's going to be doing that. You may have something like just some random diamonds that open and bluff, but
not many of those when you got the Queen of Diamonds in your hand.
No, and to be honest, Henry, I would have. I think this would have been a good spot for a block. Going back in hindsight, could have bet like 500k, and if you fold for shams or 700k more, you can fold. Still get called by a jack, I think. A cry call. Unless, of course, you have supreme confidence in doing exactly that, the old check fold.
He's got a little smirk on his face. That'd be a bit...
Well, smirk from the double tap at the table. The good hand. He's like, yep, don't worry. It's all good. I'm honest. I didn't do you. Jungle best. Is Yoni still in? He is. Doubled up not long before the last break. He is on the other table. 2 tables left.
I'm back, like saying North Cyprus. Is that in Cyprus? Noticing Guantanamo. Long old flight. But we managed to get 839 people here. And I guess the question of the hour is going to be, is Yoni still in? He is indeed. On the outer tables with Dominic Panker.
We've each got a horse in, Henry.
We do. That's a fair fight, right? Final 2 tables, free orange juice on the line.
As he glugs his orange juice. What's in that orange juice, Henry?
There's a little something in there.
I was going to say, that doesn't look like an orange juice to me. Might be a little orange juice kicker.
Oh, wow.
Here's a kicker.
Go on, Bay Bars.
Bay Bars with the butchers up against queens. He even has the suits covered.
It's a big open as well, 480.
3x. The full 3x. From Ustagulu. I don't know. Help me out, chat. Help me out. Ustagulu. Let me cheat here. Tamir. It's Tamir. Tamir's his first name. There we go. In the old days, we were always first names on Partypoker Millions. That's when we switched to last names. We go with Tamir.
Cutting out a chunky 3-bet.
Yeah, half the chips.
Anyone with aces behind? All in.
Cool. He's got chips behind. 1.6 million.
Well, there may be a way out of this. Ace high flop. Could save him the additional 1.6.
Nah.
No?
Even that sees it go in, I reckon, Henry.
Sure?
Not sure, but I reckon it does. I like the fact we're going to find out.
Yeah. I was just there's a couple of diamonds on board.
Here we go. We get the opportunity to find out. What an incredible save of 1.5 million chips this will be, Henry, if somehow 1.6 million, if somehow he doesn't call it off.
Does make the call. Baybar's sweating, so asking if you got an ace.
Oh, this is like the chat you might get in the tenor rebite at home. You got the ace? No, just kings and queens. Well, it took a while to get it in. Most games this goes in pre. This game took to the ace high flop to get it in. Either way, Baybar's looking great for a huge boost. Henry, I think he was a card away from going out a minute ago when he had ace jack. I think he wasn't folding his jack on the river. He got an ace, won that pot, now gets a full double up here. Up to 6.7 million. Tamir down to, well, a little over 4.5.
Huge double, 6.7 mil. And yeah, not only was he just like a card away from elimination, James. If you remember when we had like 40, 50 left, he was ducking and diving with like 600k.
Yeah, he had a handful of blinds, didn't he?
Yeah, like big blind 80k.
He beat it to, I think, the first like 4 or 5 hands at the table. Bizarre spots. Has been spinning since, clearly.
$1,700 of you joining us on Twitch. Shout out to those over on YouTube and Facebook as well. Sure you've been chirping away in the chat boxes. Wow, ace king this time. Could this be the downfall?
Now sub 30 blinds. 3x with queens. What's the size with the ace king going to be, Henry?
Well, it's definitely not going to be 250.
360 is the bet. Additional 200 on top of the 160 big blind.
Delta Pecker saying you guys are prophets. Thank you. We're here all week.
It wasn't the bravest prediction.
Well, I think, you know, the old like ace high flop, you were like still going in.
It's true. Yeah, actually, take that back. We know everything.
Swifty in the chat saying good evening, guys. Hope you're well. Thank you, Swifty. I mean, we were. And then the USA decided to win the Ryder Cup.
And they decided that a couple of days ago.
Other than that, Brighton going top of the league tomorrow. So
Brighton can go top of the league.
There we go. He's chirped up.
That's right. All we got to do is beat the biggest rivals we have.
Just quickly.
In their house.
Is that match on when we have the final table going on?
It will be on at 10 PM local. So my hope is that Baybars just smashes through the field.
There we go.
And Yoni has an epic comeback heads up to defeat Baybars into second. Take the title, and we all go and sit, watch the football.
So Yoni with a millions win and Brighton top of the league. He's called it. Let's see if the Prophet can call it twice.
Yeah. Don't know, sorry Yoni, but if I had to choose one, I'm taking Brighton.
Who needs friends, eh? 6 matches in, wants to go top of the league rather than our boy taking down the millions.
All right. Take millions as long as he takes me to some golf next month in Vegas.
There we go. I'm not being funny, but...
You rarely are, Henry.
Hey, but it's getting late in the evening,
It
boys and
is,
girls.
it is.
The dad jokes are out. I'm going to take full credit for Yoni's run if he gets top 3. Lucky caddy. That's what I'm calling it.
I think he was so perturbed that day, Henry, he decided to just not even play poker and have a complete reset. That's how much you ruined him. And it's the next day where he just went, never again.
Nah, see, it's all part of the master plan.
He texted me to say, sorry, bud, I'm not going to come on the on your birthday boat. Can't do it. Got to take the main seriously. Got to be in from the start.
That's
day
it.
1C. And that's what's done it.
I got him to skip day 1B. Fired day 1C, and here we are.
325. 325.
To me, just going to call. Baybar's ready to fold.
Tamir v. Bernhauser.
I didn't see it, I'm sorry.
Oh. Is that what's happened here? Does Tamir think he was raising the small? Didn't realize Bernhauser's actually raised. Henry, we've got another misclick in play.
Another misclick, eh?
And now Tamir just comes out betting, having flopped top pair. Bernhauser's face says it all. What is going on in this event? All sorts of weirdness. Bernhauser peels the flop with his second pair. Binks 2-pair on the turn. Tamir just rips it in. And Bernhauser, double check his cards. I mean, can be beat, of course, but can never fold this.
This is so sick because he wanted to raise pre.
Right. One chip call, needs to fade. An ace, a queen, a jack, or an 8, Henry. This is a 10 million chip pot. 84 million chips in play. 10 million of them in this hand. One pair against second and third pair.
Well, James Dempsey could be from 0 to 0 in just a couple of hands.
It is. Down to just 295k. He had a monstrous stack to kick off this feature table. Bernhauser just still doesn't know what's going on, shaking his head, very perplexed as to exactly how all their chips hit the middle. Tamir went to raise pre-flop, didn't realize there'd already been a raise, so ends up calling, and then goes lead rip with one pair. A compound error there, Henry. I think he was just so annoyed that he made a first mistake, he then ends up making a couple of others along the way. I'm just watching it back now in stream time, as it were.
3 millions, 925.
See if we get any kind of reaction.
925.
Yeah, he definitely didn't realize. Bizarre goings on.
From second in chips with 18 left to potentially out in 17th. Wow. Joby saying I've got the Sunday grind going on, and this on the other screen, that's how we like it, my man. That's exactly what we want to hear. Let us know how your Sunday grinds are going, boys and girls. It's like a huge overbet jam, man.
Yeah.
Jack. Crazy.
It's just like, he just wanted to shut it down. It's bizarre. Just bizarre lead, bizarre rip. Everything about the hand was, Henry, bizarre. The misread, the misnoticing the action. That's where it can happen. You've got a player opening up in seat 1, player down the other end of the table doesn't see it. We had a potential for one earlier. I don't think it was. There have been a number of misclicks though, Henry, and misreads on this table today in this tournament. Bizarre to think of this deep into a 5K day 3 and people really just making so many procedural errors. You might see one a day sometimes, Henry, but we've seen multiple.
Madness. Absolute madness. 680k up top.
That is 325 plus.
And on St. Henry, your voice sounds really similar to Chris Trott about half the time. Gonna have to Google that one. Had to read that name in my head just in case you were trying to hit me with the old Hugh Jas.
Where am I looking?
Actor.
Chris. Yeah, don't know that one.
He's an actor, James.
In what, Henry?
I couldn't tell you.
Samaska popping up king, jack suited under the gun. Paybars calling in the small with ace deuce of diamonds.
Guess I'll check that one out later.
Queen 10-5. Good flop for Samaska here. Open ender over king of spades.
Yeah, third pot, quarter pot.
Yeah. Paybars, Henry, ace deuce. Not something we continue on Queen 10-5, despite having backdoor diamonds. And just running up against it on that board, against that range. Wow, what a little run it's been for Paybars, eh?
Understatement of the year.
Cadra in the small blind. Folds around to him. He looks down at 9 deuce off, inquiring as to the stack behind. And he's going to pop up to 500k, Henry.
What is going on over there, James?
I think, believe it or not, that noise is coming from Turf's table in the 7k.
That would make sense.
Hard to believe that for the legions of French still with us, but your boy's in there mixing it up as per usual. Samaska sticking around with 7-8. The final 18 do battle here in Cyprus.
Been a long few days. Who said winning hundreds of thousands was easy?
Not I. Cadra popping up queen 5 offsuit on the button, Henry. It's getting spicy. Bernhauser in the pig with 8 deuce off. It's going to get through. Well, it's opening up the small, opening up the button, open up all over. They are having some fun over there, Henry.
They are indeed. I wouldn't mind being on that table. Sounds like the type of table where you almost don't mind losing.
Haven't found that table yet, but I'll take your words for it.
Never been on a table like that? Come on,
don't mind
few
losing.
mates, you're like a friendly 2-2 PLO game, you're all having drinks, beers are flowing. Mormon's just won hundreds of thousands online and he's got the alcohol in.
Well, there's the tables I want to win the most on. I want to bash their brains in.
Cadra's been very aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Samaska's seen enough. Can't raise every hand here, Pout. Got ace 10.
Cadra making him sweat undeservedly.
Yeah, just get count. 3 mil. Take more than 10 seconds, then I'm going to hate on you.
Keo in the chat. Keo, when are you coming down for one of these Party Poker Millions? Should get you out here with Tiof and Johan. Flick in the 5K.
Sounds so easy, doesn't it, guys, when Henry says it? Just flick in the 5K.
What world we live in? Tune in for 5 minutes. Is anyone good at this table? I'll tell you what. Come on down to the next one and
$5,300.
I'll pitch any one of these final 17.
It's not, yeah, it's not
against you.
It's not a close field. You just come on down with 5,300. And you can play.
I'll take Yoni, I'll take Panka, I'll take Hydorn. Take anyone.
Action. Slowing a little, Henry, as we expected. Obviously, you get down to 2 full tables again. We saw a flurry of bust outs there. Literally had, what, 22nd, 21st, 20th, 19th, all in the space of about 2 or 3 hands. Playing short-handed, there were jam spots. They happen now. 2 full tables. You're going to see less of that. Of course, we do have Tamir here down to just scratch. Kamari popping this up under the gun. I mean, it sounds like Samaska's ace-10 probably don't see the light of day. No. Into the muck it goes.
Okay, you're saying when I'll be able to afford a 5k? Just sell action, mate. Jack Hardcastle, hey? Up the boys. Hopefully seeing him next week. Chancellot, very short.
Tempting.
Couple of spots away from a 5k ladder though, and when you got someone sat on just 2 bigs.
Yeah. Kamari with a walk, Henry. The rare walk. Little stroll.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even see that. It's folded king queen suited for 2 bigs. Apologies, boys and girls. I was too focused on chat, James.
Genuinely saw it flash across the screen, Henry, and that's what I thought I saw. But I thought, no, can't have been. And there's now all in the blind, Henry.
Yeah, most of his money going to be just getting his ante back.
I swear I thought I saw that, and I thought I must be seeing things.
Wow. Will Bernhauser finish off his man? Hide on with the ace-9 of clubs. Couple of options available, all of them reasonable ones.
Yeah, it's one of the wins, wasn't it? Like, Bernhauser's never light here, raising when Tamir's all in on the big blind. But ace-9 club still does okay. I think flat here, Henry, you're gonna get to showdown a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate any of the options. I even don't mind folding's fine, flatting's fine. Take it upstairs and just, you know, random hand against Uster.
Queen, 7, 8. Bernhauser flops top pair. Tamir, though, Henry, got the open ender. All right. Got a chance.
Yeah, more outs than he had going to the flop.
High dawn. Check 2. That's a little thing, but I mean, ace 9 of clubs, Henry. We're not betting anything on this flop.
I'd assume we're not.
I mean, there is a nice side pot, obviously, but
hello.
There it is. Tamir. We'll get the triple. And then. And some. Well, actually, bet he does, because, I mean, so much of the pot already was his ante, but such is the problem, Henry, of getting so short and having to post big blind and ante. He went ante first, given he was all in for 95 from the big blind. Some places may go big blind first, some places go ante first.
Is that Mormon in the background?
Hmm?
Is that Mormon in the background? Blurred face. I don't know. It's been a long day.
It's got hair, eyes, and a head, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. See? Who said you shouldn't fold king queen suited for 2 bigs?
Me. I said. Well, turn them over, boys. You're drawing dead. Top pair, no good.
Smiles at the table.
Yeah, they all wanted Tamir to be out. Bar Tamir, of course. Who triples, quads, God only knows how many more chips he's got than he had to start that hand. Not as much as that shit, I think, because, like I say, I think he posted 160 and then was all in for 95 behind.
Yep.
So he didn't actually make that much at all.
It's 95 times 3, 285, plus the 80, 365. Then he gets his ante back.
Ah, so let's see. Maybe, oh, maybe they do go big blind first. Maybe there was no ante in that hand, Henry. Looking at his stack.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're right.
Or, try.
Well, hang on.
No, he's got even less than he should have, right?
What?
It looks like he's only got a blind left, and he just.
That didn't even look like 160.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was supposed to be 365, according to the graphic for the last hand, right? Let's have a look when he gets to him. But, I mean, he's basically in for a small blind, so...
Oh.
So
he must have been all in 95, and that was his ante. So he only got that back. Because that's exactly 95 that he has there. 80k plus the 15.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is ante first, which... I was about to give him loads of credit for folding the king-queen, Henry, if there was a case of the big blind goes in first and whatever, but actually, the complete opposite. And he's just folded again.
Wow. That's insane. You literally don't even look, you just call.
Well, I mean, like I say, if it was a case of the big blind gets posted first, Henry, then obviously folding that king-queen actually does make... no, so it doesn't make any sense, but...
Marginal saying it's not Mormon. Come on, bro.
I don't know what's going on here, guys.
Come on, dude.
What is going on? He's folding left 15k back. Is that...
Do you think James Dempsey and I would be sober enough to do commentary at 1 o'clock in the morning if that was Mormon out there? Have a word. Strange stuff going on, James. I'm in the same boat as you are.
I'm lost. I'm lost. We've seen some weird things today, but folding, leaving 15k back, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's like folding for a potential 5k ladder, but then just guaranteeing you never win the tournament.
Henry, it's fit or fold. He's looked down at hand, didn't like throwing it away. I just don't get it. And he's got $1 million last longer with someone.
Could be the case. Well, I'll tell you who does have a last longer. Lux on pay patch. Seat 4.
One beaner. Well, well, well. Maybe he just doesn't want to go home, Henry. He's just enjoying his time at the table here.
Some of the strangest stuff going down today. We've had live misclicks. It's just been all over the place, James.
This one, I mean, just folding to get an ante, having to win the all-in just to get your ante back. To then have just over half a small blind and then fold it in the next hand in the small blind, leaving yourself 15k at 81.60. Got a tenth of a blind. Cost 400k in orbit to sit this table.
Pay bars with a pair on the button. Let's it go. Well, impeccable timing. Can we get Tiff in the commentary booth? As much as I would actually like to, because I think it would be a complete laugh riot, it's not the time of day to get TF in.
He's busy.
Firstly, he's busy. Secondly, James and I have been here for the last 11 hours, and he would most likely bring a very different kind of energy.
He's busy.
To the box. There we go. He's busy.
He's busy playing the 7k, guys. Just trying to take down Roberto Romanello. He's met a lot of matches in his time, Henry, especially with the chat stuffs, but he's never met one quite like Roberto. Wish him the best of luck with that. Welsh wizard.
Was it Bertie that folded jacks on like the Ace King Jack 10-10 board in the main?
Yeah, but it was yeah. Bertie's. We had this conversation the other day, didn't we? Bertie's made some fantastic folds in his day. It was one of the easier ones, but it was just the most hope rifle. I think that Bertie does. He makes a lot of good moves, a lot of good folds, a lot of good calls. But that one was. I can't remember. He's made some cracking ones. That was not the best one, but it's the one that he got kind of quite well known for.
Burnhouse asking for a count.
What is going on?
What is? Yeah, I was about to say, what is going on? I mean,
he asked what's going on. I want to know what's going on. Everyone wants to know what's going on. We've got a player with 15k in chips, Henry. Playing 80k 160. I want to know what's going on. Eventually someone's figured out what's going on, and Samaska's got Jack High on an ace-5-3 board. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. He's stabbing. Bernhauser calling with Queen High and backdoor hearts.
Hello, equity. Dicey one. 7-6, 7-4. Now turn 2 pair. We do block some of those hands. It's a chunky double barrel. Into the muck, Queen High goes.
And we go. You said it, chunky double barrel. Right, change of dealer. No change of fortune for Tamir. Down just the 15k, Henry. It's going to be fun. I mean, at least the first spots he gets it into, Henry. He's going to be able to... He's getting some good odds with the ante that'll be in there. What he can't do is fold till he's all in on the ante with this stack. He's getting an incredible price unless he's the big blind. Weird dynamics at play. And the rest, well, they're on a pay bubble waiting for Tamir to do something, to be quite honest. Well, has he done just that? Has he folded on? Where's the big blind, Henry?
James.
No, no, sorry, the button's that side. It's okay.
Okay.
I got panic for a second there. Nine, 7, deuce, couple of clubs. Cadra. Well, he just rips it. It's Churlo. I'm peeled from the big with Jack 4, Henry. He's just going to have to give this one up as well. That's a pretty good flop when you're Cadra. You popped it up with 10-6 of clubs. Flop all that equity.
Well, he's got 3 more hands, James, for 2 players to bust.
Yeah, but like I say, I mean, he can win. It's a bizarre situation. He can win.
He's going to be all in twice.
He can win huge until he's in the big blind. Then he can only win the 15k back again. A bit like last time. He was in there with 95k.
Will was saying, I hope he makes quads on his big blind. I mean, I'm not going to lie. He must be going for some kind of record, like the longest player to survive with 1/10 of a big blind. Like, he's survived over an orbit. So...
Yeah, I mean, he posted in the small blind, didn't he? So he's just... So he posted a small blind, left himself with 15k.
I mean, surely that's a world record already.
Don't know about that. But
Six hands? 5 hands?
we shall see. We shall see. Bernhauser popping it up on the button. High Dawn in the big with King Jack of Diamonds. The rest of them continue to play more normal way. I said ace 9 of clubs, I think. I'm going bizarre. Ace 6 of clubs from Bernhauser.
That's
Either
right.
way, nut flush draw.
It's all right.
They become even, you know, that's one more. Not much.
160k bet.
Mine, you fix yours.
High Dawn, King High. No back door. I think sick around against the button. 1.
Never asking what time is the final table tomorrow. We'll be kicking things off 3 p.m. local time, 2 p.m. Central European time, 1 p.m. Scilly Island time. Those of you
Portugal's not an island.
back home in the UK.
You don't love me that much.
Idol does turn a double gutter. Just got to get to see one. Another awkward one when Bernhauser checks. Gonna have some form of showdown value. Ace high gonna be good. Bernhauser up to over 10 mil ski.
Yep. A normal hand, Henry.
Was a normal hand. I'm almost disappointed.
No craziness, no absurdity. Oh, he's folded a Queen Jack now. Well, that was +1. He has to be all in next hand. Simple as that. Must be all in next hand, Henry. He can win the full ante then. If he waits a hand, then he has to win just to break even. And then it'll be all in at the small. He could then win a big. Oh, I'm shaking my head, Henry. I can't even focus until Tamir's done something.
Odds on...
You take over the rest. I'm done till Tamir's in.
No worries, but odds on him not being all in next hand.
He's gonna. I know he's gonna fold. That's what's angering me, Henry. He's gonna fold, then have to win an all in against the whole table to get his 15k back, to then be all in the blind, in the small blind. Oh, he's in. He put it in without looking, I think. Here we go. He's figured it out. All right. Cadra popping it up. Bernhauser, 2 queens. Henry. There's going to be some drama on this hand.
A couple of the big stacks at this feature table. We will be going on break after this hand, boys and girls.
We really. What a hand to finish with, Henry.
900. Pass.
What a hand to finish on.
Pass. Pass. How much? 9.
Ostagaloo just sitting there, his fate predetermined.
You're playing about 9.5?
Kadra, is he going to make a misstep here? I mean, this is one of these funny hands where the card's going to get turned up. They're like the banter bluff spots.
I don't think Kadra folds here, James, to be honest with you.
It's just a weird one, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
Bernhard's just never light.
Exactly that, yeah. Especially when, like you said, the cards are going to get turned up. But, I mean, you could potentially level yourself into thinking, well, there is going to be dead money if Bernhauser just raises it up pre, you know, and he has 15k to win 400k or whatever it is.
Well, here we go. 235k in the main. 2 million in the side. King 9, couple of spades. Bernhauser has queens with the queen of spades. Kadra misses.
Tamir's
he's got the pair, Henry. He's got a pair.
Sure.
Maybe the rare combo of ace jack that we get to fold. Tough first sizing though, Jesus.
I know, but like, what holds true pre holds true now. He's just not going to be light. Sure, you might want to think, right, cool, here I can still run down tens or, well, tens. So, yeah, it's such a great price. I do get it.
Oh boy.
Well, so boy, I mean, I assume it's either going to be another small bet here or a check, Henry. I'd prefer the sort of what's in there with 2.8, the small bet here and check back rivers.
What do you think? Something like 900?
Yeah.
Sure.
And check through spade rolls off. Not too big an issue. Bernhauser holding the queen of spades, king of spades on board.
Yeah, not too many hands we can get value from, right, James? Like the, well,
this.
Yeah, this.
Tens.
Jack 10, tens. Tens with a spade.
All that said, I mean, eights might get cute. I mean, yeah, it's just an entirely weird spot. What it does mean is Tamir's out. You have queens? Yes, he has queens. The one hand that could beat you that checks, really. Well, I guess aces as well. Queens are checking, but there we go. Henry called it. We go to a break. We lose Tamir. This is the final break of the night. They will come back. They will play 2 more levels, Henry, or they play till they reach the final table. When we do come back to 1-2, look at this. Andre and Yuri down to 5 and 3 respectively. Fabian Bernhauser now with 12 million chips is our table chip leader. Back in 15. If someone then puts you all in, You tank for as long as it takes until someone calls clock on you. Or someone busts out on another table. Well, we're going to find out here. Roman Kalailas going to rifle this in for, well, less actually. I'm surprised. Yeah, well. He may have tanked for forever, Henry, before calling it off.
Well, Coilus in great shape for a Michael Double. Ace King v Ace Jack. What a great hand to come back to. A little drama late into day 3. And well,
Jack 8-5. Yanis gets there. For now, he's fed a king.
Drama it is. Broadway card is fair. That is not a Broadway card. That is the 3 of diamonds, boys and girls. 3 outs once for the Spaniard. Whoa!
King on the river.
Hello.
Ramon with the double. Yanis down to dust. Exactly a blind left.
I
That one
flinched.
hurts.
Did anyone else flinch?
I flinched. I flinched.
I flinched at that one.
I think this is entirely correct play. If he had 1 chip more, he could put it in and do all that, but
yes, it's pretty brutal that he has exactly
Right.
1 big.
because these guys might think he's just wasting time. But he could say, look, I'm playing the hand, but I'm going to do what's right. If this was a time bank tournament, he'd burn all his time banks, bar 1 maybe or 2. I mean, he should be doing this even if he was going to fold as well, Henry, right? Just for that bust out. Or maybe there's been one because he put it in pretty quickly there. Looking around. Ramon going to finish off the job, Henry. 2 3s. He's going to attempt to finish off the job, should we say? Oh.
Passes up on the opportunity.
I'm confused, Henry.
Ah, makes sense. He's still early position. I understand where you're coming from. Maybe like ISO up to 3 bigs, but
Even limp. I wouldn't hate that. I mean, yeah, I'd ISO, but I'm just saying.
25 bigs. So Halle just scanning the other stacks.
And he does pop it up. Ooh.
Wow, a few pairs here. Could have a 3-way all-in, James.
Not going to attempt that name, Henry. Need help.
Kala Djurdjevic.
Dejan. Check the first name. That'll do, mate. Not as brave as you, Henry.
I think we're going to have a 3-way all-in. So I said just shy of 3 bigs. 750k to call.
Now, if he does call and hit, for example, it would be Yanis who would come 36th. Dejan would become 35th by virtue of the fact that he has more chips. It would not be a ranking of who came first, second, third in the hand for those that are curious to such things.
Yeah, Yanis loving this, by the way, the additional tanking going on.
I mean, for starters, Halle's put in chips that he might get to win without having to win, as it were. But
Wow,
here we go.
that's cool.
And like I say, you only... Yanis can win a big pot here, really, for the 80k.
So dealer going to run it out and then deal with it afterwards.
It's like the old cash game. Just run it and hope the big stack wins, if you're a dealer. 9 trade, deuce, looks safe. Ace, the same. Yanis looking good for the triple up, quadruple up, and more. Everything holds. There we go. No bust out. Yannis up to 360. Dejan. Big winner in the hand as well. Halle, the only loser. You can afford it, Henry. Bundles of chips.
Doesn't ever feel that way, though, does it?
No. Yeah.
So you got 4.5 bigs.
Would I not rather a random hand?
8-5, you can make it straight.
It's true.
It's like much better than like Jack Deuce, right?
Yeah.
Kalidas looking to finish off the job. Oh boy.
Rokas Nyberka. Two kings. Ripping in from the small. We go three-way. The 8-5 off, the ace-10 off, and the butchers. This is an extremely shallow stack table, guys, hence the hands we're seeing clashing in these all-ins. But Yannis has secured that ladder up, as has Nyberka if he were to lose this one. Can afford to gamble. Well, an 8 on the flop. 8-5 or ace. We'll do it. 3 pots in play here. 2 pots in play, pardon me. Kings looking good for the knockout and double up. 1 card to fade. Well, more than fade. Improve. Yannis out in 35th, but does get that all important pay jump. So guys, that's stalling. Case in point. We saw it there from Yannis. The tanking, the stall.
Steep into day 3. And Halle saying I raised 400,000 versus Gil's.
He's high-fiving the dealer as he does so. And it's a snap
call.
And ace, king, no good. 2 out of spiked on the turn. The last hand before the break. Zarwolf busting out in what, 55th place. He's covered. He's covered. It wasn't too close. It wasn't miles.
And Halle saying I raised 400,000 versus Gills.
Raise 4, 25. Pass. 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 Oh, so down. Seat open. Only big blind. Pass. Pass. Raise 400. Pass. Raise 1.1. Pass. Oh. Check. Five. Four. Check. Check. 4.255.
Wow. Let's it go. It's going to see that one back in an hour. Kandra just said to his neighbor, you're going to see that one on TV.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's a good fold. That sizing, Henry, was very, very big. And I guess the 2 queens are kind of bad cards to have to call with. We want our opponent to have some of those broadways that maybe floated flop and the king queens of the world. And then decided to just blast river.
Yeah. That's going to be a pretty frustrating one if you do look back. You're just like, well, like, just why? Right. Why is this guy going after me? Why is he floating flop with 8 high in a 3-bet pot?
Yeah.
Ace 5 deuce, I mean.
Yeah, this tournament's taught me one thing, Henry. It's people can have anything at any time.
That's one way of putting it nicely. I think if I've learned anything from this tournament, James, is I don't think I'm going to be folding as much going forward. There was me the other day saying if you want some advice, boys and girls, fold rivers. Nah. Got a funny feeling my fold to river bet percentage is going to be sub 10. And we'll see where that gets me.
100 more. 200.
Daydreamer said just thought he wanted to bluff the ace. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely that. There's some element of betting flop and checking turn. The option to steal on the river. It's definitely an option. I'm not trying to discredit Kadra in any way, shape or form. That it isn't possible of that.
Kamari
950.
from the small blind, Henry. Looks like a ninja under that hood and mask. You can't see anything of him.
It's like the Sith Lord.
All right.
Let's join the poker table.
Henry, it sounds like the guys have got us back. There we go. Well, to think of all that expert analysis we gave during that hand, Henry, and it was lost to the interwebs forever.
I mean, I just pio solved the shit out of that last hand, boys and girls. And you missed it all. But James and I are planning on releasing a masterclass. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
Already got a name for it. It's called In the Mix. With Duff Dog, Dempsey, and Bertie.
Just in between all that, obviously we see some interesting hands going on here, and we come back to yet another. I mean, Kadra popping up this ace checker hearts, getting 3-bet by Kamari. And Henry, it's another really tough spot.
Yeah. I think short-handed. Wow, I mean, disciplined. Okay, versus small. It is the small blind, right? So
yeah,
it's just like, well, how's Ace Jack performing against small blind 3-bet?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Grady saying Panker is still playing. He is indeed. It's on the outer table. 6 on this table. 7 on the outer table. Panker is one of them. And I believe, boys and girls, we are on a little page up. No, we're not. No, yes, we are. Sorry.
13 left, guarantees 41.
Yeah, 10K
12
ladder.
Gets you 50 and a half.
Okay.
So there is something to be said for surviving.
Yeah, well, when the ladders are 2 buy-ins, normally means you're at a stage of a tournament where you can make a lot of money if you play your cards right. Baybar's in the small, just min open. Few options for Cadra. Make it like 1.2 mil. Could rip for 30. I actually don't hate ripping. I
1.1.
don't know how I feel about. Yeah, I mean, it's 2 in the morning, chat. I'm being a bit cynical. Don't hate ripping for a couple of reasons, but hey, 3-bet gets through. It's like, how do you know?
Mad Madge asking how many make the final table. That'll be a final table of 9. Always odd numbers, Madge. So this one actually been a 9-handed event throughout. Will continue to be 9-handed for the final. We have these 6 here. So therefore we have 7 on the other table. But we got some live wires on that other table. In the form of Gil and Georgi and Henry. I do notice the field has dropped to 13.
Has indeed. You know what, James? It's dropped to 12.
Dropped from 13. There we go. I struggle with words, Henry. English isn't my first language.
It's alright, mate. You're forgiven. And yeah, fan favourite, unfortunately. Dominic Panker out in 13th, so everyone getting that 10k ladder. Panker's 10s just couldn't hold against the run of Gil. Wow, Baybars could get himself in some big trouble here.
Henry, not only did Gil get it in with ace-5 against two 10s, he spiked the ace on the turn, sends Panker to the rail, locks up everyone 50k, builds a 23.5 million chip stack, but just goes, I'm such a luck sack. At least you're self-aware.
Hey, self-awareness, very underrated characteristical trait in 2021, so got to give credit where credit's due. Oh boy.
Baybars flops a pair and a gut shot. 1.4 million chips in the pot. Kamari's aces still weird in front. Cut off V button. Baybars, he's wow. He's reaching. Kamari's reaching for quite a few chips here, Henry. Those 100Ks, the red chips.
Yeah, it's definitely a big bet flop. But when you have aces, like, it's not necessarily the flop you want to see, though, is it, mate?
Scary.
Baybar's not going to go anywhere, James. 2.6 out there. 4.6 behind. 8 on the turn should slow things down. And Baybars has certainly been one to keep it honest post-flop, in my opinion.
Yeah, checks through turn and...
I really like a small block here.
Kamari just...
500.
Yeah.
Trying to stop getting bluffs, trying to stop calling a bigger value bet, and also perhaps maybe getting a really curious hand like King Queen.
Yep.
Let's have a little look.
King Queen, Ace 10, King 10. I like the sizing. And like I said, against someone that's kind of just kept it honest post flop.
Gets paid. Up to 10 mil, Henry. Another player who's reached that magical mark. The old 100 starting stacks. Not something that happens too often. Frank asking, is Yoni still in? Most certainly is. Battling out on the other table. Frankie asking Dari out as well. Yeah, Dari. Oh, sorry. Replying that Dari is out too. Someone asking if Dari's still in. Dari, well, a 3-bet too far, Henry. But you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Was it Amir Vahidi said at the World Series years and years ago? In order to live, you've got to be prepared to die. And that sums up his style,
Yeah.
Dari. It's never locked up.
I do love that expression. Got to be careful with the sword you sharpen.
Pass.
And Kadara
Very
popping
small.
up Queen 8 of clubs
Pass.
on the button.
Yeah, Katara has certainly been my wild card for this tournament. He's just been, it's been in there from 60 left. Saw a nice little 3-bet bluff with King 5-0. It's in the mix with Jack 7 suited. It's just wants to battle. Floated with 8 high on the 8-5 deuce in a 3-bet pot. I mean, certainly want to keep an eye out for.
Sure.
It's unpredictable. And when there's hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, it's exactly what I want to see from an entertainment point of view.
$3.75. Pass.
Man's on fire. Closing in on that 10 milli mark himself, James.
Yeah, a few players have made late runs today in this tournament, as always happens deep in a tournament. Remember, we came back, Henry, with over 100 players. We've battled down to just these final 2 tables. Very long day emotionally for a lot of those involved, Henry. You know, you come back, start the day, you're thinking, well, priority getting the money. Some of the big stacks thinking loftier ambitions, but when even the big stacks were coming back with, what, like 2 million, 2.5 million.
Yeah.
That's 12 blinds now. I mean, so many hands played, so many spots, so much torment, so much adrenaline, so much heartache. It's those who finish these last couple of levels strong that will be in the best position going into tomorrow's final.
Pass. Pass.
Kadra with the flat in position. Has Hydorn's hearts dominated. So he tags along for the 3-way. Well, little something for everyone. Top pair, middle pair.
Sure.
Only one over to the 7s. These pots, James, I mean, 1,600 out there already.
Yeah.
1,600, 1.6 million, sorry.
It's okay, we're with you.
Small C-bet from Baybars, quarter pot. These 3-way pots just so complex.
Yeah.
Very difficult to tackle correctly.
Well, they're very complex, Henry, when everyone plays in similar styles. When you've got so many differing styles as we have in this tournament, they're even more so.
Oof.
Yeah, that's a bad card for Baybars to see. Much more likely as 7s are good.
Yeah.
Much harder for him to fold when Kadra has a hand like he has, and the diamonds are bricked.
Wow, Kadra knocking
Wow,
on the back.
Kadra laying the full trap. What a spicy line, Henry. Really helped Baybars to fold this.
$2.5 out there. Does he go for the jugular, Dems? Does he target 7s through jacks?
I mean, it's just a spot where you're not really supposed to have too much, isn't it, when you check back turn? And then bet this river. Get this diamonds a lot. Some traps.
Yeah, some ace-3s, ace-deuces in there, that brick as well.
Slides at 1.5.
Not been the best orbit for Baybars. It's cruising along. It's up to around about 7 mil. What do you think, chat? It's going to be a hero.
I think he's going to level himself here, Henry.
I think so. Unblocking clubs is nice. I mean, I keep coming up with reasons for being nice. The same argument could be made that blocking diamonds and blocking 7-6 is bad.
He's got 2 7s, Henry. Paul's gone queen 4-5. Another queen's rolled off. Just thinks it's good. Doesn't expect there to be too much 9x.
Yeah. Yeah, not many 9x, right?
He's just...
8-9, 9-8, 9-10.
Baybars hasn't come this far to fold.
Did say a couple of hands ago, how do you always know?
I like the sizing as well. Just like bet half his stack. Give him the chance to spin it up, Henry. Give him the chance to be a hero. He's like, well, I can always spin up from 1.5. I thought I've only got 3 anyway. You know, let them make the mistakes.
Not going to get a read out of Kadra.
What stacks we got?
Chips have gone back into the stack. Long old tank, this one.
Kadra and Kamari, both in the 10 milli club on this table. You know we have Gil with 25-ish on the other table. That's 45 of the 84 million in play in just those 3 stacks.
Wow.
I also know that I think Georgi has a big stack over there as well, Henry. Building. The rest fighting for the scraps. The longer he thinks, the more likely he is to call. That's my theory here. Henry's just talking himself into it. He's trying to find a reason to fold.
Yeah,
but he wants to call. He wants to call. He wants to win this pot, Henry. He wants to win this tournament. He knows he can't be folding winners in spots like this.
Time called.
Reasonable. He's had a long time, Henry.
Yep.
I think the clock here in this tournament has been called a few times. And I think all bar 1 or 2 of those have been very reasonable. Wow, good fold, my man. Baybars, I didn't think you'd do it, Henry.
Yeah, good.
Suspicious
fold.
of the check back. He's thinking, if he's going to bluff me, why didn't he just bluff the turn when I checked? Why is he waiting to the river?
Got to give credit where credit's due, James.
Yep,
As we
entirely
always
that.
do.
I thought when he counted it out, had it in his hand, thought that long, he was just going to sigh cool. But he played it back. He was thinking all the hands he's seen this guy play all tournament. Put it all together and yeah, he's probably thinking, well, why didn't he bluff the turn, Henry? He had diamonds, maybe he stab a turn. He's trying to trap me with checking back. He was right.
Kadra cruising. Wow, down to 11, boys and girls.
Dun dun dun.
Who's out in 12th?
Me, man, that's Stefanov, Henry. Getting it in with ace 4 against Yoni's 2 5s. The board running out without too much danger. It was Jack 10-8 turn Jack, so 10-8 or ace on the end would have done it, but queen on the end sends Stefanov out for 50k down to our final 11. High Dawn popping it up to 700k from the small blind with ace queen of clubs. Himself with, what, 30 blinds? No, a little less.
Pass.
Bernhauser. Another of those, of course, Henry over the 10 million chip mark. How did I forget?
Pass.
These three were 10 million. Gil with 25. It's 55 of the 84 in those 4 stacks. And I'm pretty sure Georgi's well over that 10 mark as well.
I believe so.
So
Pass.
there must be a few stacks like this. Bay bars peeling from the big sub 15.
A few shorties out there.
Two 50. Call.
Oh, Baybar's going to see one more. 1.6 in the middle.
Check.
Deuce on the turn. Just go small, small, like 400k. 400k, 600k. Quarter pot, quarter pot.
Really going after Bay bars.
Check.
Wow. Double paired board. 10 high with
Check.
no showdown. Hearts brick.
Check. Alone.
Wow, Heidon just gives it up.
Alone.
Bay bars happy to show down the king high. More than happy to pull in the pot and get back to 4 milli.
Heidon going to have a long old think about that.
Here we go, Henry. As I say, the 310 million chip stacks. Heidon, Bay bars, Samaska shorter, but Bay bars with a nice little pickup there, Henry. Taking a few off Heidon. Closes the gap a little bit. 100k, 200k. The 200k big blind ante. It bites hard when you're playing 6-handed, Henry. That ante comes around mighty fast. Six on this table. And, well, all in on the outer table. And Henry, Stanu, Kisu. Well, he had a lovely run earlier, didn't he? Really built up a nice stack. Looks like he went all in with ace-8, Henry, for, well, just about 6 or 7 blinds. Got quick looked up by queen-jack, queen on the turn, and off he goes. So, see there, field remaining 10, Henry. We have a final table at 9. We are 1 player away from setting that final table.
Bay bars.
Ooh.
With the hooks.
Yeah, this is going to be a rip, isn't it? 19 blinds from the small, over the cutoff open. 2 jacks more than strong enough. Well, not a rip, Henry, but a 3-bet that we know is not folding. Heidon with a little tank, but Henry, this is getting mucked.
Yep. Bit of posturing here.
Gambini in the chat saying it's pronounced by bars. So thank you for that. As always, if we mispronounce, please do let us know in the chat. One day, I'm going to have to pronounce every name in the world, Henry.
Well, they got to come to you when you're an old man. Hopefully, sat on the porch overlooking a golf course somewhere, and yeah, you got to get some ghostwriter like James Dempsey. How about we get them memoirs typed up? And
Scary.
you're just going to be out there. You'll be like listing names left, right, and centre.
It'd be scary. Volume 1 would put Well, the fear of God into you, Henry.
The fear. The what?
Fear of God.
The fear of God. Volume 2. The fear of the morning after. That's some real fear right there.
Seth Rollins asking if Panker's staying alive. No. Panker did not stay alive. Panker is GG in 13th place. Which, Henry, does that mean I won the our last on good? Does that mean I got an orange juice in my way? I can't remember who your second player was.
It's Panker and Sergio Ido.
And Ido, of course, yeah, Ido. Long since gone. So I win an orange juice. All right.
You know what, James? You, mate, can have as many orange juices as you like whilst we're here. They're all on me.
Got it there. He caveated me whilst we're here. Well, down to 10. Big blind moves over. 2 tables of 5.
Hide on ace 5, 21.
Yeah, he's run into a couple of hands the last few pots he's played, isn't he?
Oh, Y-Bar's just picking up pairs like they're going out of fashion.
Like it's easy, Henry. Ooh. Is he going to get put to the test from Kadra? He's nearly 25 blinds now, Y-Bar's. He's folded a couple of times to Kadra. Kadra just gonna flat Henry. Says, all right. Let's see how you play down the streets, pal.
Fair fight. Let's see, 3. 9's still good.
Y-Bar's checks it on over to Kadra, who's going to stab with the ace-jack. No diamond.
Wait, hang on.
I'm hanging.
Y-Buzz is on the button. Did
you're
you
right.
check out a turn?
Ah, that makes more sense. Did he check out turn, or is he just actually donking?
I'm confused.
I thought
James.
I said check just because that would make sense, but yeah, he's just donked Henry.
Unless Kadra just setting the price, wants to see a turn. Wow. Nine's
Can't
just
fault it, Henry, if you can make 9s fold.
I'm confused at what just happened, but hey.
Yeah, Henry, I said he's bet when check 2 purely because that's what I assumed the action was, but
yeah.
Clearly Kadra had peeled in the small and must have just led. But like I say, Henry, if your lead makes 9s fold on 10-7-5, you're leading range. I know we're both going to eagle-eyed watch this one on the replay, aren't we?
Not anymore, mate.
Kamari. 2 queens in the hijack.
I like his wall.
It's a good wall. There's no read coming off him, I know that much. Bishop 50 says, holy crap, how long did they pay for the day? Not too long. This will be what, the 9th level? Kamari getting it through with 2 queens. Not what you want to get. 2 queens. The players looking out at the other table, Henry, because 1 table away from the final. We've not gone hand for hand, just playing it as is. Thought they may go hand for hand, but I think Henry, all the while Just confirmation there. They're playing to the end of the next level, or when they get to the final table. Information we knew. Not saying Henry was the not gone hand for hand, but so far, people just need to be playing at a fair pace. So I think maybe the floor taking the decision. Well, if tables are going to play at a fair pace, there's no need.
That makes sense. That does make sense. Oh, this is so sigh. I probably complete. Ow. $18,000 pay jump, boys and girls. And also going home in 10th. It's a pretty tough one.
Look at that, just casually flicking in 200k for the blind, 200k for the ante. Each one of those red chips is a starting stack, Henry.
5k a pop.
Every one is a little dream. A little dream that's been crushed.
Yeah, it wasn't just one chip at the start, was it? There were a few chips and hopes and dreams, as James said. Live poker has well and truly returned. Party poker millions. That's pretty. I mean, I feel like a masochist when I say, like, you know, you put in your big blind and your big blind ante. That it's quite literally 4 people who went to the reg desk,
4 dreams,
handed over 5.3k in the hopes of winning the millions.
What do you think now, Henry? There's the blinds and the antes in the pot. Bernhauser raised up to 400k. There's an entire starting table's worth of chips in this pot.
There are indeed.
900k. High Dawn. Henry, I was just saying about how things are moving along at a decent little lick, and maybe, just maybe, High Dawn is just doing a little stalling on this final table bubble. Which, again, I keep saying, Henry, I'm not calling someone out for doing it because it's wrong. I'm just saying that's what they're doing, and it's probably the right thing to do. You've got 20 bigs. Play fewer hands than the other table, and it's to your advantage.
Not the worst hand to take upstairs, by the way. If anyone's thinking of what hands to add to their 3-bet bluffing range.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be doing that. Matty saying it's 2 AM in Cyprus, right? It is indeed. It is 2 AM here. Our final will restart 13 hours from now. So wherever you're watching, in 13 hours, the stream will be live. The final table will be underway.
Worth pointing out, Hide On, no stranger to deep runs in Party Poker Millions.
Yeah, he's had a few.
In the 10k.
At
Nottingham. Min cashed the one in the Bahamas. I mean, he's done pretty well in them, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one. Roz, I seem to remember being. Yeah, that was the. Was that the Isolde one?
No.
Oh, it wasn't the. Delta says it's 4 PM here. Oh.
4 PM.
It's West Coast Pacific time, I guess. 10 hours behind us here. Thanks for tuning in. I'm guessing we won't see you at 4 AM for the start of the final, but maybe we'll see you towards the end of the final. Mary raising up the button, queen 10. Kadra peeling with a dominated 10-9 in the big blind.
Oh,
And Henry, late drama, 10-5-3. How many chips is Kadra going to do in this one? More than a few, potentially, depending on runouts.
Yeah, chunky c-bet, by the way, on the 10-5-3. Very disconnected board. As James said, button versus big blind, top pair v top pair. It's normally how you lose quite a few chips. Kadra sticking around, 2.2 out there. And a check in the dark.
The old check in the dark, Henry. I mean, it's never a player can condone. With 10 left in a Millions main event, and we've got the old checks in the dark coming out. Just the 515k bet this time, Henry. Gone much smaller on this card. Kind of surprising. Deuce Henry, a kind of card that a lot of the big blinds peels can stand more pressure on, and maybe we should bet bigger. They're kind of the pair plus a 4, pair plus a 6 all stick around. Obviously, some of those hands might be improved to 2 pair, but you typically see someone size up on that.
We have a pot brewing, Dempsey, but yeah, I agree.
You can always check back rivers then. Like this river, for example. Kadra. Wow, the 9 of clubs and a 10. The 10's enough to just get to showdown. But there's some planets where we have weaker hands that might bluff. And he's done the minimum, to be honest. Could probably be more.
So, up to over 11 mil ski.
Well, Henry, the blinds are about to go up. 120, 250.
And I believe
120, 250. The final level of the night, Henry. Of course, we'll be stopping when we reach the final. If we reach the final. If not, we stop at the completion of this level.
Kadra glancing over at the other table. Wow. Love this. I must say, he's really opened up.
High Dawn again. Having a wee tank, Henry.
Hey, you can tank for 20 seconds, make 18k.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm all for it.
Payout jumps are starting to get very interesting. And of course, you just want to make the final table. Hey, Mum, I'm on it. But no, in all seriousness, it's 50k for 10th, 69k, or 68.7 for 9th. And of course, just being a short stack on a full table is a bit different. And, oh, Henry, our boy, Yoni, he's out.
Wow.
We've missed the actual hand and the action, but I do gather, Henry, he ripped in ace-queen against 2 jacks. And Georgi continues his grip. Look at that mountain of chips in front of him. Look at the mountain of chips in front of Gil as well. Georgi finishing the day with, looks like 17 million. I think basically the same as Gil. So we really do have a collection of big stacks and small stacks. But it is Yoni Jukenheimen, Henry, who sadly finishes in 10th place in this Millions main event.
Yeah, GG's, Yoni. Sad to see, obviously, but I'm sure to get some sleep, hang out with the girlfriend tomorrow. I believe he's going to go and chill out with her. He'll be able to knock that one off.
Well, Henry, that's it. These 5 make the final table, but Bybars and High Dawn very short, 16 and 12 bigs respectively when we play this 125, 250 level. The others that much more comfortable. But that is it, guys, for our stream today. That is the end of a very long Millions Cyprus main event day 3. We'll be back. What time, Henry?
Gonna be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time.
There we go. I'll let you say that one because you know how much I fucked it up. Pardon me. I messed it up last night. Jesus, I've lost my mind here, Henry. I've lost my mind. Oh, this hasn't really worked out very well. Guys, that is the end of today's show. We'll be back at 3 p.m. live for this, the Millions North Cyprus main event final table, where we will crown our Millions North Cyprus champion. All right, guys, good night. We'll see you tomorrow.